Chapter 466. After observing for a while, they left the Tianyin sect for the illusory sword sect. The strength of the illusory sword sect was similar to that of the Tianyin sect. They also had a first-layer martial king realm ancestor. The situation was similar to that of the Tianyin sect. Everyone above the martial ancestor realm, including the martial king realm ancestor, had disappeared. Not even their corpses were found. The traces left behind at the scene were similar to that of the Tianyin sect. Su Zhong and the others frowned. This situation was indeed strange. They might have more than 2 martial king realm experts. We have to be careful, Su Zhong said in a deep voice. He then looked at the bald man and asked, Brother Wang, you've investigated for a few days. Have you found anything? Discovered? Of course we have. Furthermore, we have already deduced the next target of the enemy. The bald man smiled proudly. What? That's great. Su Zhong, Huang Jing and the others were overjoyed. According to my speculation, their next target will be the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall is similar to that of the Tianyin sect and the illusory sword sect. They only have a first-layer martial king realm expert. We just need to wait for them to make a move. After they succeed, we'll find their nest and wipe them out. The bald man said. Brother Wang, that's a good idea. Let's do it then. Let's not waste any time. We'll set up an ambush around the Black Lion Hall and wait for them to take the bait, Su Zhong said. Immediately, the 6 of them headed toward the Black Lion Hall. The Black Lion Hall was located in a huge mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked like a ferocious lion. Lion roars could be heard coming from the mountain range, shaking the surrounding 10 miles. The 6 of them found a secluded valley in the Black Lion mountain range and waited quietly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the crown of a huge tree. He hid his body with the help of the branches and leaves. At the same time he restrained his aura, making him look like a piece of dead wood. Lu Ming observed the surroundings with a trace of his consciousness. Most of his consciousness sank into his mind to comprehend the thunder intent. He didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron, because the closer he got, the stronger the concept of thunder, the greater the pressure he would feel. It was extremely dangerous, and if he wasn't careful, his mind would collapse and his soul would scatter. Just like that, a day passed without any movement. The next day there was still no movement. The next day late at night. Woo-woo, suddenly, gusts of chilly wind blew between heaven and earth. It was bone-chilling. He's here. The bald man pointed to the sky and said excitedly. Of course, his voice was very low and only the few of them could hear him. Everyone looked up at the sky. In the distance, a dark cloud drifted over. Within the dark cloud, a black shadow was faintly discernible. What's in the dark clouds? It doesn't look like a human figure, Huang Jing said. That dark cloud was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above the Black Lion mountain range. If not for their high cultivation, they would not have noticed it at all. When they reached the sky above the Black Lion mountain range, the dark clouds finally dispersed, revealing the real thing inside. What's that? Everyone's pupils suddenly constricted. What appeared in the dark clouds was actually 3 coffins. 3 incomparably huge coffins. Each coffin was at least 100 meters long. They were pitch black and floated in the air. It was very terrifying. Whoosh! The 3 coffins rushed into the depths of the Black Lion mountain range with a whoosh. Not long after. Who's there? A furious roar came from the Black Lion mountain range. Then, a huge black lion that was as big as a mountain range appeared in the sky. However, in the next moment, a few pitch-black chains flew out and pierced through the void, entangling the black lion. A few black shadows flashed out, but in the next moment, they disappeared again. Boom! Boom! In the depths of the mountain range, there was a loud roar. The entire mountain range shook as if there were peerless experts fighting. However, not long after, the commotion disappeared. The entire mountain range fell silent. Even the roars of the monsters disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, 3 huge coffins broke through the air and flew out of the Black Lion mountain range, flying toward the north. At this moment, there was a commotion in the Black Lion mountain range. Grandmaster, the Grandmaster is gone. Master, my master is gone too. The patriarch had a big battle with someone and disappeared. In the Black Lion mountain range, there were waves of wailing. Let's go, let's follow them. Su Zhong's eyes flashed as he said softly. Everyone nodded and rushed into the sky. They rushed into a cloud and used the cloud to cover their bodies as they chased after the 3 coffins. They flew toward the north for about 200,000 miles and entered a very desolate mountain range. This mountain range was boundless and uninhabited. There weren't even many demonic beasts here. Moreover, the deeper they went, the more desolate it was. It was even dead silent. Some white bones gradually appeared on the ground. They could even see some broken weapons and armor. This place should have been a battlefield hundreds or even thousands of years ago. It's filled with qi and murderous aura. The bald, burly man frowned. A wasteland appeared in front of them. The wasteland was filled with dark red fog. The howling wind was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 coffins flew directly into the wasteland and disappeared. Everyone pondered for a moment and chased after them. As soon as they entered, everyone shuddered because the wind in the wasteland was too cold. Even with their cultivation, they could not withstand it for a while. Everyone restrained their aura and focused. They did not land on their feet and flew in the wasteland while looking around. Look, there are so many coffins. Huang Jing suddenly exclaimed softly. Her voice was trembling. Lu Ming looked around and saw rows of coffins in the wasteland. These coffins were about the same size as normal coffins. They were pitch black and eerie. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Everyone's expression was a little serious as they continued to move forward. Soon they had traveled dozens of miles. Along the way, they saw at least a few thousand coffins. What the hell is this place? Is it a graveyard? Huang Jing's face was a little pale. After all, she was a woman. Although she was powerful, she was still afraid of these things. It's probably a faction that cultivates evil martial arts. They're entrenched here. The bald burly man said. Those martial artists of martial ancestor realm and above have all disappeared regardless of whether they're dead or alive. It's extremely strange. In the eastern part of Tianqian region, I've never heard of any faction that needs so many coffins to cultivate. Su Zhong said. Could it be? At that moment, the white-haired old man's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Brother Zhong, what did you think of? Su Zhong hurriedly asked. Heavenly Corpse Sect. The white-haired old man pondered for a while, then spat out 3 words in a very serious manner. What? Heavenly Corpse Sect? Su Zhong, the bald burly man, Huang Jing, and the others exclaimed. Their expressions changed. Chapter 467. Lu Ming had never heard of the Heavenly Corpse Sect before. However, after entering the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, he had heard of it. The Heavenly Corpse Sect was an extremely powerful force. Like the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, it was one of the top forces in the Divine Wilderness continent. Furthermore, the Heavenly Corpse Sect and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were mortal enemies. They would fight to the death whenever they met. The most terrifying thing was that the Heavenly Corpse Sect was a force that had suddenly risen in the past 300 years. It was expanding at a terrifying speed, and was constantly encroaching on the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's territory. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had been fighting with the Heavenly Corpse Sect for hundreds of years. Not only was the Heavenly Corpse Sect not destroyed, but it was also growing stronger. Although the Heavenly Corpse Sect was still weaker than the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, it was not much weaker. However, wasn't the Heavenly Corpse Sect fighting with the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace in some of the bigger regions in the Eastern Wilderness? Since when did they appear in the east of the Tianqian region? The Tianqian region was located in the easternmost region of the Divine Wilderness continent. In other words, it was a desolate region. How could the Heavenly Corpse Sect infiltrate here? They can't be from the Heavenly Corpse Sect, right? Huang Jing's voice was trembling and her face was pale. You guessed right. We are from the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Furthermore, we are the corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse Sect. Suddenly, a few sinister and ear-piercing laughter rang out. The sound was extremely unpleasant, as if 2 pieces of metal were rubbing against each other. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 huge coffins pierced through the air. They were about 100 meters long and were extremely huge. In the blink of an eye, the 3 coffins stopped in 3 different directions, surrounding the crowd in a triangular formation. They are really from the Heavenly Corpse sect. Furthermore, they are corpse guards. Su Zhong and the others wore grave expressions. The corpse guards of the Heavenly Corpse sect were similar to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's corpse guards. They were the elites of their respective forces. I understand now. It turns out that you captured the experts of the martial ancestor realm, and above to refine them into refined corpses. Su Zhong said. Hee, of course we will refine their corpses into refined corpses. A sinister laughter rang out from one of the coffins in the east. Hee, the corpses of martial ancestor realm experts have limited uses. Now that you have delivered the corpses of a few martial kings, you can refine into refined corpses. A voice rang out from the coffin in the west. You discovered us? Su Zhong said. Hee, of course. Do you think that we don't know that you guys are investigating us, the Ditian Divine Guards? The reason why we went to the Black Lion Mountain Range was to lure you here. Hee, obediently accept your death. A cold voice came from the coffin in the east. At the same time, with a click, the lid of the coffin opened, and 7 or 8 black shadows flew out. They were black chains. Trash from the Heavenly Corpse sect. This is the Tianxian region, the territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Since you guys are here, stay here. The bald man roared and rushed towards the coffin in the east. An incomparably dazzling saber light burst out. It was 1,000 meters long, as if it could split the entire world apart. However, whoosh, whoosh. Those black iron chains seemed to have a mind of their own as they pierced through the void. The 8 iron chains intertwined together and blasted towards the saber light. Boom. With a violent vibration, the saber light was destroyed by the iron chain, but the iron chain also flew back. You have some skills. Good, good. The stronger the better. The stronger you are, the stronger the refined corpse will be. A sinister laugh came from the coffin. Then, the coffin let out a creaking sound, and the lid of the coffin opened completely. Whoosh. A burly figure flew out from the coffin. This figure was more than 2 meters tall, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. However, there was a tinge of black iron in his pale face. His eyes were filled with anger, but there was no emotion in them. On its body, there were circles of black iron chains. This is a refined corpse, not the actual person, Su Zhong said in a deep voice. Hee, I didn't expect that a country bumpkin from the eastern part of the Tianxian region would have some knowledge. The ear-piercing voice continued to ring out from the coffin, following which, a black figure appeared. This black figure looked very thin, and his body was wrapped in a black robe, revealing a pale face. There was no trace of blood on his face, as if he was a corpse. However, his eyes were cold, which meant that he was a living person. It was said that the martial artists of the Heavenly Corpse sect mainly controlled corpses. Each of them would refine at least one refined corpse, and some would even bring many refined corpses with them. The stronger the refined corpses, the stronger their strength would be. Eat. Kill. The corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect shouted with a murderous aura. Whoosh. Whoosh. The refined corpse waved its arms, and the 8 chains danced wildly in the air as they charged toward the bald man. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. The bald man shouted angrily as he charged toward the refined corpse. Clang. Clang. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. The refined corpse was very powerful, and its strength was equivalent to the peak of the first layer Martial King realm. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand in the battle. Hee, do you think that's all I've got? Come out. The corpse guard suddenly shouted in a low voice. Whoosh. Whoosh. Suddenly, 2 tall figures flew out of the huge coffin. Like the previous corpse, their bodies were wrapped in black iron chains. Their faces were pale, and there was a layer of black iron in them. Refined corpses. These 2 corpses were also refined corpses. Furthermore, they were emitting a strong corpse aura. Their auras were both at the early stage of the first layer Martial King realm. Terrifying. A corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect was able to control 3 refined corpses of the Martial King realm. His strength was too terrifying. As soon as the 2 refined corpses appeared, they lunged toward Lu Ming and the others. I'll take them out. Huang Jing shouted coldly as she dashed toward the two refined corpses. Her aura of the mid-first layer martial king realm burst out from her body. Furthermore, Huang Jing was not an ordinary Tian divine guard. Like Lu Ming, she was a genius who had passed the previous selection. Her strength was stronger than an ordinary martial king realm cultivator. Her strength was close to that of a late first layer martial king realm cultivator. Clang! Clang! Huang Jing's sword was as fast as lightning, and she had lashed out a few hundred times in an instant. However, when the sword rays landed on the refined corpses, it was as if they had landed on metal. Sparks flew in all directions, and in the end, only a few shallow marks were left on the corpses. These refined corpses are similar to the golden-eyed blood corpse. They have copper skin and iron bones, and are invulnerable. Lu Ming thought. Huang Jing shouted as she engaged in a fierce battle with the two refined corpses. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Kill the corpse guard first. Su Zhong suddenly shouted angrily and dashed toward the corpse guard at lightning speed. Hee, you want to kill me? In your dreams, Heavenly Corpse Claw. The corpse guard of the Heavenly Corpse sect sneered and dashed toward Su Zhong. It stretched out a pair of skinny claws and clawed forward. In an instant, corpse aura filled the air as the claws slashed out like blades. Die. Chapter 468. Bam. 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 The Heavenly Corpse sect's zombie guard blocked Su Zhong's attack. Although it was at a disadvantage, it did block it. Everyone was shocked. The Heavenly Corpse sect's combat strength was terrifying. Not only did they have several refined corpses with them, but they also had great combat strength. With the same number of corpses, ordinary martial artists were no match for them. Fortunately, Lu Ming had heard that the refined corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect were very difficult to refine. Not only did they need the corpses of martial artists, but the refining conditions were also very strict. They needed all kinds of precious materials. Moreover, each person could only control a limited number of refined corpses. It was said that this was determined by the strength of one's mind. If it weren't for these restrictions, the Heavenly Corpse sect would be invincible. No force could compete with them. Swoosh. The zombie guard blocked Su Zhong's attack and retreated quickly, laughing eerily. Just as Su Zhong was about to give chase, another huge coffin let out a cracking sound. The lid of the coffin opened, and a black chain shot out like a bolt of lightning, piercing toward Su Zhong. Its power was extremely shocking. Su Zhong's face changed. He didn't have time to chase after the zombie guard, and turned around to block the iron chains. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive booms, Su Zhong's body trembled slightly, and the iron chains flew back. Roar! However, in the next moment, a deep roar came from the huge coffin. A figure pounced out with iron chains dancing around it, and rushed toward Su Zhong. It was another corpse at the peak of LV1 Martial King realm. Su Zhong's face turned serious as he fought with it. Kiki, a harsh and unpleasant sneer came out from the second coffin. A figure wrapped in a black robe walked out. It was an old man. His face was full of wrinkles, but his face was very pale, just like the previous zombie guard. It was obvious that he was also a zombie guard. Beside him was a tall and sturdy refined corpse. Only the white-haired old man, a skinny man in his 50s, and Lu Ming were left. Let's attack together and get rid of these people. The old zombie guard looked at the third coffin. Okay. A voice came out from the third coffin. Then the coffin lid opened and three figures walked out. One of them was obviously a corpse guard. He looked slightly younger, about 30 years old. Beside him stood two refined corpses. The two corpses both emitted auras of the late first layer martial emperor realm. We'll take two of their corpses each. How about that? The zombie guard from before appeared beside the old zombie guard, and said coldly, 2 corpses per person? Alright, but that brat is only a half-step king warrior. I don't want him. The old zombie guard immediately said, I don't want that brat's corpse either. The first zombie guard shook his head and looked at the third zombie guard. You two don't go overboard. You're throwing the trashiest thing at me again. This time, I don't want this brat's corpse no matter what. The last zombie guard said in a deep voice. Lu Ming was speechless. They hadn't even started fighting yet, but they were already discussing how to distribute their corpses. Did they think they were fish on the chopping block? Boom. Boom. In the sky there were several loud booms. Following this, two figures flickered. Su Zhong and the bald man retreated rapidly and stood beside Lu Ming's group. Huang Jing, don't be stubborn. Let's gather together and rush out together. Don't let them take us down one by one, Su Zhong said loudly. Huang Jing clenched her teeth and slashed out twice in a row, knocking the two refined corpses back slightly. She then retreated rapidly. Shush. As Huang Jing was retreating, a chain pierced through the air and almost pierced through her. Although she managed to dodge it, she was still hit by a strong force. Huang Jing let out a groan and retreated to the side of Lu Ming's group. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. Shush. Shush. A piercing sound could be heard as the two first-layer martial ancestor realm refined corpses split into two sides, blocking their path of retreat. Hee hee. Do you think you can rush out by gathering together? How naive. The first zombie guard let out a piercing laugh. Humph, with our strength, although we're no match for them in a head-on battle, you won't be able to stop us if we want to rush out. Huang Jing snorted. She had just been injured and was in a bad mood. After speaking, she looked coldly at Lu Ming and said, Kid, no one can take care of you now. Don't expect us to help you. Good luck. When did I say that I need your help? Lu Ming smiled faintly. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Huang Jing snorted. Hee hee, who said that there are only a few of us here? The old zombie guard suddenly sneered. What? Su Zhong and the rest were stunned. Few suddenly, a piercing sound could be heard. In front of them, another huge coffin flew towards them. In an instant, it was above Lu Ming's head. There's more. Su Zhong and the rest were shocked. There's a deep hole there, the bald man shouted. Everyone looked ahead carefully. Through the hazy fog, they could see a huge crater in front of them. Just now, the coffin had flown out from that crater. Crack. The fourth coffin opened, and three figures walked out. A pale-faced young man in his 20s. Beside him were two refined corpses. However, the two refined corpses had powerful auras. One of them had reached the peak first-layer martial emperor realm, while the other was at the late first-layer martial emperor realm. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the rest instantly turned pale. This time, there were as many as 9 refined corpses. Among them there were 3 peak first-layer martial emperor realm corpses, 2 late first-layer martial emperor realm corpses, and 2 mid-first-layer martial emperor realm and early first-layer martial emperor realm corpses. Together with the 4 zombie guards, this force was far stronger than Su Zhong's group. What should we do? I can only hold off 1 peak first-layer martial emperor realm corpse. If there's another late first-layer martial emperor realm corpse, I won't be able to escape. The bald man said anxiously. I'm in the same situation. I can only hold off 1 peak first-layer martial emperor realm corpse, and another late first-layer martial emperor realm corpse. Any more and I'll be in danger. Su Zhong said. The hearts of Huang Jing and the rest sank. There were still 5 refined corpses left. Huang Jing could only hold off 2 early first-layer martial emperor realm corpses, while the white-haired old man and the skinny man, who were both at the mid-first-layer martial emperor realm, could only hold off 1 refined corpse each. Who would be able to hold off the remaining peak first-layer martial emperor realm corpse? What should they do? Furthermore, it was only holding off the corpse. It was impossible for them to escape. Furthermore, there were still 4 zombie guards eyeing them. They were most likely going to die today. Everyone couldn't help but think this in their hearts. No, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Huang Jing screamed in her heart. Chapter 469. Refined corpses are controlled by the zombie guards. Once we kill a few zombie guards, the refined corpses will not pose a threat to us. At that instant, Lu Ming, who had remained silent, spoke all of a sudden. Nonsense, who doesn't know that? But there are so many refined corpses here. How are we going to kill the zombie guards? What a joke, it's easy for you to say that. Go ahead and kill them if you dare. Huang Jing glared at Lu Ming and said in a disdainful tone. Fine, I'll go. Lu Ming took a step forward as his eyes flickered with battle intent. Huang Jing, Su Zhong, and the others were dumbfounded. You're going to kill them? Are you out of your mind? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even if that's the case, there's no need to drag us down with you. Huang Jing chuckled as she did not believe Lu Ming's words. Guys, I'll leave the rest of the refined corpses to you. I'll deal with the first layer Martial Emperor Realm refined corpse and the zombie guards. Lu Ming pointed to the zombie guard and the refined corpse that had appeared last. Su Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. This? Su Zhong and the others hesitated. Let him go, since he won't be of any help here. Since he wants to die, why don't we fulfill his wish? Huang Jing let out a hollow laugh. Shut up, if you keep talking nonsense I'll kill you first. Lu Ming glared at her with a cold murderous intent. Huang Jing's face turned pale as her heart shuddered for some reason. Ha ha, did you hear that? That half-martial realm trash is trying to kill us. Hilarious. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Me too. The zombie guards wore mocking smiles on their faces. Don't waste your time with them. Kill them and refine their corpses. The zombie guard uttered a roar. Following this, 2 refined corpses flew out from his side, emitting a strong corpse aura. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 refined corpses, one at the peak first layer Martial Emperor Realm, and the other at the late first layer Martial Emperor Realm. More than 10 chains were fired from their bodies in the direction of Lu Ming. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura completely erupted. His bloodline erupted. At the same time, the 3 concepts of wind, fire and lightning also rose up. A long spear appeared in his hand. True Dragon Strike. He thrust out his spear, and a 3-colored true dragon roared as it pounced towards the 2 refined corpses. Boom. With a deafening rumble, the chains that the 2 refined corpses threw out were repelled. The 3-colored dragon did not stop, and continued to attack the 2 refined corpses. Bang! Bang! The 2 refined corpses trembled violently, and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others widened their eyes to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Their mouths were agape, and they were dumbfounded. A single attack. Lu Ming had knocked 2 corpses back with a single attack. Not only that, one of them was a first-layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse. How could Lu Ming have such powerful battle prowess? The key point was that Lu Ming was only a half-step king. How could a half-step king beat back 2 such powerful refined corpses in one move? How was this possible? They thought they were dreaming. It was especially so for Huang Jing. Her pretty face was filled with disbelief. Previously, she had been mocking Lu Ming and looked down on Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming's strength was beyond her understanding. Half-step king at such a young age, wielding a long spear, and comprehending 3 wills. I think I know who he is. Su Zhong murmured, but his face was filled with joy. Who is it? Huang Jing asked in a daze. In the entire eastern region of Tianxian Domain, apart from the new Eastern Sky Divine Guard Lu Ming, who else has such battle prowess? The bald man said. Lu Ming? Lu Ming. So it's him, no wonder. Huang Jing was stunned at first, then she exclaimed. Lu Ming's name had spread to all the Imperial Sky Divine Guards in the eastern region of Tianxian Domain. There were not many who had not heard of him. Everyone present had heard of Lu Ming's name. You guys came together, but you don't know that the other party is Lu Ming? The bald man was speechless. Cough cough, I did ask, but I was interrupted. Su Zhong coughed dryly. Huang Jing's face was somewhat pale. She was the one who had interrupted Lu Ming's self-introduction. At that time, she thought that there was no need to introduce a mere half-step king. Thinking about it now, she felt a little flustered. Lu Ming, the other party was actually Lu Ming, the rare genius of the eastern region of Tianxian Domain. The genius who had defeated a true king as a half-step king. If she had known that the other party was Lu Ming, she would not have mocked Lu Ming like that even if she was beaten to death. Now, she regretted it to death. How is this possible? How is this possible? A mere half-step king. A zombie guard let out an incredulous cry. The other zombie guards had similar expressions. Kill. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, and his aura was like a dragon. With a wave of the long spear, a mighty spear light burst out. Kill this brat. The last zombie guard roared. Clang. Clang. The 2 refined corpses waved their iron chains and attacked Lu Ming. The iron chains were extremely terrifying and could shatter a mountain. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. 1,000 dragons kill. With a shake of the long spear, hundreds of small tricolor true dragons flew out. The 2 refined corpses were forced back, and even a few zombie guards were enveloped by the dragons. Damn it, let's kill him together. The old zombie guard roared, wanting to control the other zombie guards to attack Lu Ming. Block those zombie guards, even if it means risking our lives. We must block them and buy time for Lu Ming. Su Zhong roared and pounced on a peak first layer Martial King refined corpse. He even enveloped a mid first layer Martial King refined corpse and restrained it. The bald man, Huang Jing, and the others yelled and charged toward the refined corpses. Lu Ming's outburst had given them hope, thus they did their best. In an instant, the entire area was immersed in a great battle. Lu Ming's true yuan burst out, and his long spear was like a dragon. The huge spear light was like a mountain, completely suppressing the 2 refined corpses. Previously, when Lu Ming was battling Xue Chao, before the 3 wills of wind, fire, and thunder had completely merged, Lu Ming's battle strength was already on par with Xue Chao's. Later on, when the 3 wills had completely merged, the power of the 3 wills had increased by a few times. Furthermore, the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God had evolved from a Tian rank lower martial skill to a Tian rank upper martial skill. Lu Ming's battle strength had also increased, allowing him to easily suppress Xue Chao. During this period of time, 99% of Lu Ming's vital essence had been transformed. At the same time, his understanding of the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God had deepened day by day. Now Lu Ming's combat strength had completely surpassed that of an ordinary peak first-level Martial King. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to suppress the 2 refined corpses. Shit, let's kill that kid together. The old zombie guard yelled in astonishment. Kill. Kill. The 4 zombie guards unleashed their corpse chi, and 4 claw glows swiped toward Lu Ming. Devour. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as the 9 dragons' bloodline flew out and uttered a roar, unleashing a terrifying devouring force. The power of my bloodline. My blood essence. The 4 zombie guards instantly exclaimed. Chapter 470. 9 dragons stomping the sky. Lu Ming looked down from above and took 2 consecutive steps forward. Boom. Boom. A violent force crushed toward the 4 zombie guards. The 4 zombie guards shuddered and retreated. Extreme Dao Strike. At this moment, Lu Ming's body slightly arched and his spine twisted like a dragon. Endless power and intent surged toward the long spear. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the long spear seemed to have merged into one, turning into a sharp spear ray that pierced forward. Whoosh. The space seemed to have been pierced by the tip of the spear, and began to fluctuate violently. Looking from afar, the space looked like a ripple that had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Ripples appeared on both sides, and a clear mark appeared in the middle. This was the strongest move of the 3 ultimate skills of the Dragon God, the Extreme Dao Strike. It could only be performed after comprehending the 3 intents of wind, fire, and lightning and completely merging them. This move contained the speed of the intent of lightning, the penetrating power of the intent of wind, and the explosive power of the intent of fire. It was said to be indestructible and able to penetrate everything. It was the strongest defensive move. This move was aimed at the last zombie guard. This move was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the zombie guard. Ah! The zombie guard screamed in horror. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It could only use its pale claws to block in front of its body. Poochie. Its claws, which were as hard as steel, were pierced through like tofu. Then, the long spear pierced through its forehead. Buzz. Then the long spear vibrated and a strong force exploded, tearing the body of the zombie into pieces. Dead. A powerful zombie guard died just like that, killed by Lu Ming with a single strike. This zombie guard's combat strength was definitely not weaker than the late first layer Martial King realm, but it was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Su Zhong and the others would have been stunned if they were not in the middle of a battle. Even so, they were tongue-tied and shocked. Especially Huang Jing, who was almost scared out of her wits. She thought of how she had mocked Lu Ming before. If Lu Ming were to shoot her like that, she would be finished. As soon as the zombie guard died, the 2 refined corpses that were fighting with Lu Ming stopped moving in the air like 2 puppets. Ah, not good. Summon the refined corpses to defend. The remaining 3 zombie guards were scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily and desperately tried to summon their refined corpses to defend. Stop these refined corpses! Su Zhong roared and used all his strength to stop the refined corpses with all his might. The others were the same. They risked their lives to tie down those refined corpses, preventing them from returning to defend themselves. Damn it! The 3 zombie guards roared and retreated frantically. Extreme Dao Strike. At this moment, Lu Extreme Dao Strike again. Extreme Dao Strike. Whoosh! Man and spear became one, piercing through the void and stabbing towards the back of a zombie guard. No. Help! The zombie guard was scared out of his wits. He screamed desperately and waved his hand, summoning an ancient bronze coffin in front of him. However, it was useless. Lu Ming's spear pierced through the ancient bronze coffin and penetrated the guard's heart. The zombie guard uttered a cry of unwillingness before his aura faded away. The second zombie guard was dead. As soon as the zombie guard died, the 3 corpses he was controlling stopped in the air like puppets. Among them, there was even a first-layer Martial Emperor Realm corpse that was fighting against the bald man, but they all came to a stop at that instant. Scum of the Heavenly Corpse Sect, die! The bald man didn't have any opponents left, so he immediately roared and charged towards the last 2 zombie guards. In addition, there was also that skinny man in his 50s. Without any opponents, he also charged towards the 2 zombie guards. The tables had turned in their favor. Buzz! The demon-suppressing spear in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly, as if it could not withstand the pressure. Phew! Lu Ming took a few deep breaths to calm the restless true qi in his body. It's still a bit difficult to execute the extreme Dao Strike. It's extremely taxing on my true qi and my flesh. Lu Ming pondered. Although the extreme Dao Strike was powerful, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only execute it a few times. Furthermore, he could not even unleash a portion of its power. If Lu Ming wanted to unleash the full power of the extreme Dao Strike, he would have to break through to the Martial Emperor realm and condense intent runes with his 3 intents. Also, this demon-suppressing spear is no longer useful. Lu Ming glanced at the demon-suppressing spear in his hand and thought to himself. The power of the extreme Dao Strike was too strong, thus it was a huge burden to the spear. Let's kill these 2 zombie guards first. Lu Ming thought for a while. With a shake of his spear, he continued to attack the 2 zombie guards. The huge spear light pressed down. With the cooperation of the bald man and the skinny man, the 2 zombie guards coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and were seriously injured in just 2 moves. Help, young Master Kue, help! The 2 zombie guards screamed crazily and ran towards the deep pit with all their might. There are still people over there. Kill these 2 as soon as possible, Lu Ming shouted. From what the 2 zombie guards said, there were still people in the deep pit. Moreover, they seemed to be even stronger. For some reason, they had not appeared until now. But no matter what, they had to kill the 2 zombie guards first. You want to leave? Dang! The bald man roared and charged towards the 2 zombie guards. With the addition of Lu Ming and the skinny man, the 2 zombie guards could not resist at all. Boom! Lu Ming's spear was as big as a mountain. It combined 3 intents and pressed down. The old zombie guard screamed in pain. Crackling sounds came from its body as it was smashed into the ground by Lu Ming. Blood flowed from its mouth. It was exhaling more than it inhaled. Ah! On the other side, the bald man slashed out with his saber, splitting the zombie guard into 2 halves. At this point, all 4 zombie guards were killed. With the death of the 4 zombie guards, the other refined corpses stood there like wooden blocks. Ahaha, the Heavenly Corpse Sect's trash is finally dead. The bald man laughed loudly. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the rest also breathed out in relief. Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man walked towards Lu Ming. However, the expression on their faces was extremely complicated. Lu Ming, I really had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'm ashamed that I didn't recognize you. Su Zhong cupped his fists towards Lu Ming. His face was full of shame. You're too polite, Lu Ming said casually. Huang Jing bit her lips, her face flushed red with shame. She looked at Lu Ming, wanting to say something but hesitated. She wanted to apologize to Lu Ming, But recalling her previous attitude, she couldn't bring herself to do so. She had mocked Lu Ming for being a burden to them, but what was the truth? It was Lu Ming who saved them. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been in danger. Little brother Lu really lives up to his reputation. You're much stronger than the rumors. Please forgive us for our previous offense. The bald man also walked over and said with a forthright smile. Previously, he had also looked down on Lu Ming, thinking that Lu Ming would be a burden to them. Chapter 471. Everyone, according to what the zombie guard said, there must be more people from the Heavenly Corpse sect in the deep pit. What do you plan to do next? Lu Ming changed the topic. I think we should leave this place immediately and report the situation to the higher-ups so that they can send stronger experts. Su Zhong said with a serious face. Although Lu Ming's battle strength was high, he was still a half-step king. If the other party sent out a second-layer Martial King expert, they would be in danger. In the Martial King realm, the difference between each layer was huge. A second-layer Martial King could easily kill a first-layer Martial King expert. I also think we should leave this place. Huang Jing said. I don't think so. The bald man looked at the deep pit and licked his lips. Oh. Su Zhong and the others looked at the bald man in surprise. Everyone previously the experts of Tianyin sect, Illusory Sword sect, and Black Lion Hall all disappeared. They must have been killed by the Heavenly Corpse sect and brought their corpses here. They must be using the corpses to practice some kind of cultivation technique, or to refine some powerful corpse. Now that we've killed all 4 zombie guards, they've definitely heard the commotion, but they haven't shown themselves yet. I'm guessing that they're at a crucial moment in their cultivation. If we enter now, we might be able to kill them in one go. This would be a great contribution. The bald man's eyes were bright and filled with passion. The Heavenly Corpse sect and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace were mortal enemies. Now the Heavenly Corpse sect had infiltrated the eastern part of the Tianxian domain. If they could kill some zombie guards with high cultivation, the Heavenly Corpse sect would definitely reward them handsomely. Su Zhong and the others were instantly tempted. But I still think the risk is too great. Su Zhong frowned and said. Brother Lu, what do you think? The bald man looked at Lu Ming. Then Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others also looked at Lu Ming. It could be said that Lu Ming's battle strength was the strongest here. Imperceptibly, his weight in everyone's hearts had increased greatly. I'm fine with anything, Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Indeed, he did not mind. He had cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. If he really encountered an undefeatable expert, he was confident that he could escape. Seeing this, the bald man's eyes lit up, and he said, How about this? Let's go to that deep pit first and investigate it. If there's no danger, then we'll decide what to do next. How about it? If that's the case, it's feasible. Su Zhong pondered for a moment and said. Huang Jing and the white-haired old man nodded in agreement. This was the safest course of action. Since the decision had been made, everyone immediately restrained their auras and headed towards the deep pit. They slowly approached the deep pit. The pit was huge and round, with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. It was pitch black and emitted a dense corpse aura. It was impossible to see what was down there. What should we do now? The first to speak was Huang Jing. I think we should withdraw first, Su Zhong said. Clang. At this moment, the sound of chains colliding could be heard from the bottom of the pit. Not good, the other party seems to be able to attack. Su Zhong's expression changed drastically. Clang. Clang. At this moment, the sound of chains colliding in the pit became even more intense. It was as if there were countless chains flying up in a frenzy. Retreat. Let's retreat first, Su Zhong exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he also planned to retreat. At this moment, he suddenly felt a cold murderous intent on his left, spreading toward him. At the same time, an extremely sharp sword light pierced toward Lu Ming. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it approached Lu Ming in an instant. It did not come from the deep pit, but from his side. It was one of his own. You're courting death, Lu Ming shouted coldly. As if he had grown eyes, the demon-banishing spear in his hand swept out. Boom. The sword chi collapsed, and a figure screamed. He was hit by Lu Ming's spearlight and flew far away, sliding on the ground for more than 1,000 meters. At this moment, Lu Ming turned his head, his eyes cold and ruthless. It was the skinny man in his 50s, Song Ke. The one who sneaked an attack on Lu Ming was actually Song Ke. At this moment, Song Ke's body was almost blown apart by Lu Ming's spear. He was badly damaged and had suffered heavy injuries. What's going on? What's going on? Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others finally reacted and exclaimed. They were all stunned, not understanding why Song Ke would suddenly sneak an attack on Lu Ming. Why are you guarding against me? Song Ke shouted unwillingly while coughing up blood. It's simple. From the beginning, you were too calm. Others looked down on me, but you were too calm, as if you already knew who I was. Moreover, on the way here, when you looked at me once or twice, there was a flash of murderous intent. Did you think I didn't notice? I just pretended not to know. Lu Ming sneered, looking coldly at Song Ke. You. A trace of fear flashed across Song Ke's eyes. He never thought that Lu Ming would be so meticulous at such a young age. It was just a small flaw, but it was noticed by Lu Ming. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming shouted coldly, and a cold murderous intent shrouded Song Ke. Haha, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Song Ke laughed. Damn it, Song Ke, you're so despicable. Let me kill you. The bald man was furious. He took a step forward and was about to attack Song Ke with his palm. But the moment the bald man attacked, his body suddenly twisted, and his body turned half a circle. A surging palm force was crazily aimed at Lu Ming's chest. This was too sudden. Even Lu Ming could not react. Subconsciously, the Nine Dragons' bloodline erupted, forming a powerful devouring force that enveloped his body. Following this, the bald man's terrifying palm force was crazily aimed at Lu Ming's body. The devouring force of the Nine Dragons' bloodline was unleashed, devouring almost half of the bald man's palm force. However, the remaining half still landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was sent flying backward as if he had been hit by an ancient mountain. Behind him was the deep pit. What are you guys doing? Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man were stunned. They did not understand why the bald man would suddenly attack Lu Ming. Haha, Lu Ming die. The bald man burst out laughing. Meanwhile, the bald man transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who asked you to offend the Thunder Hall Master? You're courting death. Besides, Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao are heading to the Scorching Sun Empire in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Your friends and family will die. Bang! The bald man's words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes turned red instantly. Thunder Hall Master, Qiu Chongkong, Xue Chao, damn you, die. Lu Ming screamed in his heart. Clang. Chapter 472. Dozens of black iron chains, each as thick as a person's wrist, pierced through the air like black poisonous snakes with terrifying power. Every one of them had 4 to 5 iron chains on them. Get lost. The bald man roared as he slashed out with his saber. Rays of saber light split the iron chains apart. Swish. Swish. There were also 5 iron chains that wrapped around Lu Ming. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming waved his hand, condensing long spears that flew in all directions to block the iron chains. At the same time, his true chi burst out, and his body was about to soar into the sky. However, as soon as his body moved, a piercing pain came from his chest. He was indeed caught off guard by the bald man's sudden attack. The bald man had mocked Lu Ming as soon as they met, which made Lu Ming let down his guard. Now that he thought about it, it was all on purpose. Rise! Lu Ming roared as he forced his way up. Get down! The bald man roared as he held his saber with both hands. A blazing saber light slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Clang! Lu Ming blocked with his spear, but his body couldn't help but fall. Swish! Swish! The iron chains danced in the air, as more than 10 iron chains wrapped around the bald man and Lu Ming. At the same time, more than 10 iron chains rushed out of the deep pit. Lu Ming resisted with all his strength, but in the end, he was still entangled by one of the iron chains. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming died obediently. The bald man laughed. Come down together. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he waved his hand. 7 or 8 spear lights pierced towards the bald man. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the iron chains. He suddenly swung it, and the iron chain was infused with 3 types of intent as it attacked the bald man. The bald man roared as he tried his best to resist the iron chains around him. He also had to deal with the 10 spears that Lu Ming had thrown out. He was suddenly flustered. At this time, Lu Ming's iron chains broke through the bald man's defense and firmly entangled him. Damn it! The bald man was incomparably shocked and angry, roaring again and again. What are you shouting for? Let's go down together. Lu Ming sneered. Break. The bald man was so anxious that his bald head was covered in cold sweat. He frantically chopped at the iron chain with his saber. However, he didn't know what kind of material this iron chain was made of, but it was incomparably hard. The bald man simply couldn't break it in a short time. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, more iron chains wrapped around Lu Ming and the bald man, dragging them into the deep pit. Outside the crater, Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the white-haired old man did their best to escape the range of the iron chains. Huff huff, the iron chain dragged Lu Ming and the bald man down. No, I can't die here. The bald man struggled with all his might, roaring again and again. However, he could not break free from the shackles of the chains. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was very calm as he looked around. Along the way, Lu Ming had encountered countless dangerous situations. He knew very well that the more dangerous it was, the more he couldn't panic. Only then could he find a way to break free. The true dragon battle art in his body was circulating at full force, healing his injuries. The crater was really deep. The iron chains dragged the two of them down more than 2,000 meters before they finally reached the bottom. Bam! Bam! The iron chains dragged the two of them and slammed them to the ground. Then the iron chains actually loosened, and Lu Ming and the bald man regained their freedom. Once he regained his freedom, the bald man hurriedly retreated to the side and looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Lu Ming glanced at him and then looked around. The crater was very dark and the distance one could see was very limited. Around them, one could vaguely see figures sitting cross-legged on the ground. On each of them, there were a few iron chains that swayed like poisonous snakes. At a glance, there were at least over 100 figures. Hehe. Now that you have fallen into my 10,000 corpse ritual array, be obedient and become my refined corpses. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. People of the Heavenly Corpse sect, how dare you? I am a second-grade Heavenly Divine Guard of the Emperor, Heavenly Divine Palace. I advise you to release me quickly. Otherwise, when the experts of my Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace arrive, it will be the time of your death. The bald man roared. Hehe. So what if you are from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace? Just now there were indeed a few people who escaped. However, even if they reported to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace sent experts here, it would take at least 3 days. 3 days is enough for me to complete my task and refine you all into refined corpses. That cold voice rang out again. You want to refine me into a refined corpse? Dream on. The bald man roared and soared into the sky, wanting to charge out. However, the iron chains danced in the air from all directions and appeared above his head. Dang! Dang! The bald man continued to attack the iron chains, but it was to no avail. Hehe, in my 10,000 corpse ritual array, even a third-grade martial king realm martial artist would not be able to charge out, let alone a first-grade martial king realm martial artist like you. Be obedient and become my refined corpse. That voice sneered. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as the voice finished speaking, gusts of wind seemed to blow in the deep pit. At the same time, waves of gray fog filled the air. Oh no, it's corpse chi. The bald man's expression changed drastically. Don't make any useless resistance. Under my corpse chi, become a refined corpse. That voice laughed loudly. The dense corpse chi immediately enveloped the bald man and Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned and circulated his true origin to cover his entire body, blocking the corpse chi in the surroundings. However, sizzle sizzle, when the corpse chi came into contact with the true origin, it actually started to corrode the true origin quickly. On the other side, the bald man roared. Apparently, he was facing the same result. I told you it's useless. This is the corpse chi condensed by the 10,000 corpse ritual array. It can corrode true origin. You can't resist it at all, haha. That voice sounded again. Damn it, Lu Ming, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. The bald man roared again and again. He was scared to death. If Lu Ming hadn't dragged him down, he wouldn't have been in such a desperate situation. Lu Ming didn't bother to pay attention to him. He circulated his true origin with all his might, and at the same time, controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to erupt with the devouring power. Whoosh whoosh. The corpse chi around Lu Ming was indeed devoured by the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline. It had no effect on Lu Ming at all. Of course, Lu Ming used it very secretly, and no one else noticed. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his chi to heal his injuries. However, in the eyes of others, he was circulating his chi to resist the corpse chi. Damn it, damn it. The bald man kept roaring. He also sat down cross-legged and circulated his chi to resist. Crack crack. Lu Ming's body made a slight sound as he moved to recover. With Lu Ming's current physical strength, his recovery ability was simply terrifying. Coupled with the true dragon battle art, Lu Ming's recovery ability had reached an abnormal level. In just an hour, Lu Ming's injuries were healed. Swoosh. Lu Ming opened his eyes, stood up, and strode toward the bald man. Just now he was only trying to heal his injuries. He didn't think of letting the bald man go. Chapter 473. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Kill me? You're still thinking about killing me at this time. Now we should work together and find a way to get out. The bald man shouted. In just an hour, the bald man's aura had weakened a lot. A layer of gray corpse chi appeared on his face. No need. I'll find a way out after I kill you. Lu Ming sneered and strode toward the bald man. The bald man's face was covered in cold sweat as he retreated. Hee hee. A cold voice came from all around as if it was watching a good show. Lu Ming, you're also corroded by corpse chi. I don't believe you can kill me. If you fight me now, you'll only speed up the corpse chi's corrosion. You're digging your own grave. The bald man shouted. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his hand and a long spear appeared. Buzz. The long spear shook and 3 different wills burst out. A terrifying spear light blasted toward the bald man. The bald man roared. His battle saber appeared and he fought with Lu Ming. However, he had been corroded by corpse chi and was greatly weakened. How could he be Lu Ming's opponent? In just a few moves, he was forced to retreat and spit out a mouthful of blood. How can you be fine? The bald man shouted in disbelief. He discovered that Lu Ming's combat ability was still at its peak and nothing had happened to him. Roar. Lu Ming's long spear pierced out and a tricolor true dragon flew out, colliding with the bald burly man. The bald burly man screamed miserably, spurting blood from his mouth. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the bald man. No, don't kill me. Please spare me. The bald man shouted in horror. At this time he was seriously injured and could not resist. When you attacked me just now, did you think about sparing me? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. The bald man was stunned and his face kept changing. He wanted to kill Lu Ming. How could he spare Lu Ming? Now, I'll send you on your way, Lu Ming said. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu Ming, I've worked so hard to reach the martial emperor realm. I don't want to die like this. The bald man shouted. Martial emperor. However, Lu Ming's gaze was cold and unmoved. Also, I'm one of Palace Master Lei's men. If you kill me, Palace Master Lei will definitely not let you off. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, the bald man decided to use the hard approach. Lu Ming said coldly. You're dreaming. Let me tell you, the Sacred Clan is behind the Sacred Clan, one of the 2 great clans of the Tianxian domain. The bald man shouted. You talk too much. Boom. Lu Ming shouted and took a step forward. This step contained the power of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Crackle, crackle. Crack. Crack. The bald man's bones were broken, and he lay on the ground like a pile of mud. I won't kill you. I'll let you slowly feel yourself turning into a refined corpse. Lu Ming sneered. No, Lu Ming, you'll die a horrible death. You won't be able to escape after I turn into a refined corpse. You won't be able to escape either. You'll become a refined corpse sooner or later. Ha! Seeing that there was no hope, the bald man laughed wildly. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He looked up. Whoosh! His body suddenly soared into the sky, and he thrust his spear at the top of his head. A tricolor true dragon flew out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, iron chains appeared in all directions, covering the sky and the sun. The iron chains lashed down on the tricolor dragon. There were too many iron chains, more than a few hundred of them. In just 2 breaths, the tricolor dragon collapsed and turned into nothingness. Lu Ming couldn't break out at all. He landed on the ground. Ha ha ha, it's useless. Lu Ming, you're dead meat too. The bald man laughed. Hee hee, you'll all become my refined corpses. That gloomy and cold laughter sounded again. Lu Ming frowned and sat down cross-legged to think of a solution. With my current strength, I can't break out of this 10,000 corpse array. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of anxiety. He wasn't anxious because of his own safety. The corpse aura in the surroundings couldn't do anything to him. He just needed to wait a few days. Perhaps the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would come to save him. However, he couldn't afford to wait for a few days. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao had already gone to the Blazing Sun Empire. With Xue Chao's strength as a martial king, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley couldn't compete with him, and could only be destroyed. Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao should have arrived at the Blazing Sun Empire long ago. They should be mobilizing their troops and sending a large army to besiege the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lu Ming didn't have much time left. That was why he was anxious. If the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was destroyed and something happened to his parents, he would regret it for the rest of his life. How can I break out of this 10,000 corpse array? If I can break through to the Martial King realm now, I might be able to break out. Lu Ming's mind was racing. Martial King, Martial King. It was easier said than done to break through to the Martial King realm. During this period, Lu Ming's thunder will had improved the fastest. However, he was still a distance away from condensing the intent rune. It would be difficult to condense the intent rune in a short period of time. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, a trace of madness flashed across his eyes. Now, I can only take a risk. Lu Ming immediately focused his mind. In the next moment, his consciousness appeared in his mind. Looking at the huge lightning cauldron in front of him, the madness in Lu Ming's eyes intensified. Previously, he didn't dare to get too close to the lightning cauldron. He was afraid that the lightning on the lightning cauldron would destroy his mind and soul. But now, Lu Ming decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the lightning energy on the lightning cauldron to speed up his comprehension of the thunder will, and break through to the Martial King realm. Step. Lu Ming took a step forward and walked towards the lightning cauldron. Step by step, Lu Ming walked faster and faster. He quickly approached the lightning cauldron. Sizzle. Lightning flickered on the lightning cauldron. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's manifested mind was trembling violently. However, the closer he got to the lightning cauldron, the clearer the thunder will became. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the thunder will was speeding up. Not enough. It's still not enough. I'm still far from it. Lu Ming's consciousness got closer to the lightning cauldron. Finally, Lu Ming was only a few meters away from the lightning cauldron. At this point, Lu Ming's consciousness started to tremble violently. It felt like it would dissipate at any moment. I'll go all out. Success or failure depends on this. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness and viciousness. In the next moment, he suddenly took a step forward and charged forward. Then he threw a palm strike at the lightning cauldron. Bang! When the palm strike landed on the lightning cauldron, an unimaginably horrifying thunder will burst out and drown Lu Ming's consciousness. Chapter 474. Lu Ming's vision went black and he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming finally regained some consciousness. However, he did not know where he was. It was as if he was floating in an endless void. At the same time, he felt numb and itchy all over his body. It was as if there was an endless electric current flowing through his body. Where am I? Lu Ming tried to open his eyes but found that it was pitch black and he could not see anything. However, He could feel that there was an endless intent realm around him. Thunder intent realm. What a strong thunder intent realm. I feel that I have become one with the thunder intent realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately tried his best to comprehend the thunder intent realm. His comprehension of the thunder intent realm improved by leaps and bounds. It could only be described as terrifying. It was unknown how much time had passed, but his comprehension of the concept of thunder had become several times stronger than before. Lu Ming felt that he had reached a limit. The next step was to condense intent realm runes. Buzz. At this moment, the world shook and Lu Ming felt his vision blur. In the next moment, he saw that he was in midair and a palm had hit the thunder cauldron. Clang. The thunder cauldron shook slightly and a strong force surged out. Lu Ming's body could not help but fly backward. Step. Step. Lu Ming took a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. What's going on? Could it be that everything I've experienced before was just an instant? Lu Ming thought in shock. That action was the action he took when he hit the thunder cauldron. If that was the case, it would be extremely shocking. Let's go out and take a look. With a thought, Lu Ming left the sea of consciousness and looked at the bald man. The bald man hadn't died yet. He was still screaming miserably as the corpse chi continued to corrode his body. It seems that not much time has passed. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling more at ease. He was afraid that too much time had passed, and he could not rush back to the burning Sun Empire. Amazing! That lightning cauldron is really amazing. In just an instant, my thunder intent has increased by several times. However, such a thing can only happen once. It was too dangerous just now. Previously, Lu Ming had really thought that his soul had dissipated. Fortunately, for some unknown reason, he had managed to pull through in the end. However, even if he could survive this time, he might not be able to do so the next time. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ming would not use this method to comprehend the concept of thunder. If things went wrong, his soul might really scatter. That would be an injustice. Now, can I start condensing the concept of lightning? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. It was the pure aura of the concept of thunder. Of course, it was only an instant before the aura of lightning concept was completely restrained. Condense. Lu Ming let out a low growl. Wang. Through Lu Ming's 3 divine veins, the concept of thunder seemed to connect with the great Tao of heaven and earth. In the vast great Tao of heaven and earth, there was a great Tao of thunder that resonated with Lu Ming. Strands of concept appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Then these strands of concept started to gather together. Soon, these strands of concept gathered together and gradually formed a rune. It was the concept of thunder rune. Not far away, the bald man was dumbfounded. He shouted in disbelief. Condensing the concept rune and breaking through to the martial king realm. He is about to break through to the martial king realm. He could not believe what he had just seen. Previously, although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely strong, it was mostly due to the fusion of 3 concepts and a powerful Tian rank martial skill. A single concept was not very strong. The strongest concept of thunder was still a long way from condensing the concept of thunder rune. However, in just a few minutes, Lu Ming's concept of thunder could actually condense the concept of thunder rune. This was simply unbelievable. This cheating, you're cheating. The bald man screamed. Under such circumstances, the bald man could only use the word cheating to describe it. Damn it, you're trying to break through to the martial emperor realm at this time. Damn it. The icy voice could be heard once again. However, this time it was filled with panic. Die. The icy voice screamed. Over 100 iron chains were whipped toward Lu Ming from all directions. Rumble. However, at that instant, the wind and clouds in the sky changed rapidly. Dark clouds gathered together, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. An unimaginably strong aura spread across the place. This suppression was the suppression of the heavens. The heavenly tribulation was necessary to break through to the martial emperor realm and condense the concept of thunder rune. Bring it on. Lu Ming suddenly rose from the ground. His concept of thunder was unleashed, which was extremely strong. He ignored the 100 iron chains that were whipping toward him. Rumble. Crack. In the next instant, the heavens and earth were lit up. Over 10 lightning bolts as thick as an arm descended from the sky and struck toward Lu Ming. Along the way, the iron chains were shattered into pieces by the lightning bolts. 8. The cold voice shrieked. "Bring it on!" Lu Ming let out a roar. At that instant, an inch-long rune appeared above his head, shining brightly. Bang! Bang! Over 10 lightning bolts struck the concept of thunder rune above Lu Ming's head. The concept of thunder rune vibrated continuously, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Luckily, when the lightning bolts disappeared, the concept of thunder rune did not dissipate. Instead, it became even brighter and more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his body going numb. A portion of the force of the tribulation flowed through his body through the concept of thunder rune, tempering his flesh and chi. Although the tribulation of thunder rune was dangerous when breaking through to the martial emperor realm, as long as one could survive it, the benefits would be great. Rumble. In the sky, the dark clouds continued to churn and the rumbling grew louder. It seemed that Lu Ming had managed to withstand a round of attacks, and that had angered it. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if an even stronger lightning tribulation was brewing. At this moment Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He moved and rushed to the side. Around him, he could faintly see figures. Those should be refined corpses. Lu Ming's body rushed over, and the tribulation cloud above his head moved with Lu Ming. The range of the dark cloud also enveloped the refined corpses. "Ah boy, what are you doing? Get out of my way! Get out of my way!" That gloomy voice screamed in panic. "Chirp, chirp, chirp, I'll let you have a taste of the lightning tribulation." Lu Ming sneered. The tribulation was a very magical moment. Any living being that was enveloped by the lightning tribulation would be struck by the lightning tribulation. Moreover, the stronger the living being was, the stronger the power of the lightning tribulation would be. However, the lightning tribulation that struck the person undergoing the tribulation was the same. It would not change. Therefore, when others were undergoing the tribulation, it was difficult for others to interfere. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, or how high one's martial Tao realm was, they would not dare to help others, because that would only bring trouble to themselves. Therefore, one could only rely on themselves to pass the tribulation. Sizzle, at this moment, more than 10 lightning bolts struck down from the sky. Chapter 475. Half of the lightning struck toward Lu Ming, while the other half struck toward the refined corpses. Lu Ming controlled the intent runes and tried his best to resist. After dozens of booming sounds, Lu Ming successfully blocked this wave of thunder bombardment. The rune of thunder concept became even more sparkling and translucent. However, the refined corpses were much more miserable. Refined corpses were originally evil creatures. They were most afraid of lightning and fire, which were the most yang energy. Furthermore, the lightning calamity was their nemesis. After a wave of lightning calamity, at least 20 refined corpses were turned into charcoal. When the cold wind blew, they turned into dust and dissipated. Damn it, little bastard. There are only 3 waves of lightning calamity. Once the 3 waves are over, I will tear you into pieces. That cold and gloomy voice roared, filled with heartache. Obviously, those refined corpses were the corpses of the martial ancestor realm experts that they had killed from the illusory sword sect and the other 2 sections. He had set up the 10,000 corpse array to refine a powerful refined corpse. But now more than 20 refined corpses had been destroyed. The 10,000 corpse array had been broken. His heart was bleeding. Is that so? Then let's continue. Lu Ming moved and rushed to the other side. There was also a pile of refined corpses here. The voice roared again and again, but there was nothing he could do. Rumble. Dozens of lightning strikes struck again. This time, the power of the lightning was stronger than the previous one. Half of it struck Lu Ming, and the other half struck the refined corpses. Block it! Lu Ming roared. He did not block the lightning, but used all his strength to control the intent runes. Boom! Boom! Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly struck the concept rune. Every time they struck, the concept rune would tremble, as if it were about to collapse. But in the next moment, it withstood the attacks and became even more solid. After the lightning passed, the intent runes did not dissipate. They were crystal clear and had the color of purple jade. On the side, dozens of refined corpses were turned into charcoal. Little bastard, the 3 waves of lightning have passed. Go to hell. That cold and gloomy voice sounded. At the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. One by one, the refined corpses pounced on Lu Ming. Among the refined corpses, Lu Ming saw a youth in a black robe. The youth looked to be in his mid-20s. His face was pale and his eyes were long and narrow, filled with a cold light. Little bastard, I will refine you into my corpse and make you my puppet and fight for me for the rest of your life. The youth said coldly. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't get the chance. There was an inexplicable smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. He moved his feet and dashed toward the black-robed young man and the pile of refined corpses. Rumble. Above Lu Ming's head, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A terrifying pressure spread and seemed to be stronger than before. What? What is going on? Why is your lightning tribulation still not over after 3 rounds? No, retreat now. The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically. He screamed as he backed away frantically. However, it was too late for the refined corpses to retreat. Rumble. Another dozen bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. This time, the power was even stronger. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and firm. He did not block the lightning and let the intent runes block it. The intent runes trembled like candles in the wind. They seemed like they would be extinguished at any moment, but they held on. The intent runes have grown longer. After the lightning, Lu Ming was surprised to find that the lightning intent runes had grown longer. At first, it was only an inch, but now it had grown by a little. Normally, the newly formed intent runes were level 1 intent runes. Level 1 intent runes were divided into beginner, small success, great success, and perfection. Normally, Martial King Realm martial artists would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Coincidentally, the 4 levels corresponded to the 4 levels of Martial King Realm. Normally, low-level Martial Kings would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Their intent runes would be 1 inch longer. Small success Martial Kings would comprehend level 1 intent runes. Their intent runes would be 2 inches longer. So on and so forth. If a Martial King Realm martial artist wanted to break through, they had to break through their intent first before their cultivation could break through. Now Lu Ming had not completely broken through to Martial King Realm, but his intent runes were already more than 1 inch long. This was extremely rare. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but the black-robed youth was roaring in anger. The previous wave of lightning had turned a large number of refined corpses into charcoal. At a glance, there were at least 50 corpses. The main reason was that the refined corpses were too concentrated. They were all wiped out. My refined corpses! The black-robed youth screamed. His heart was bleeding. Don't worry, there's more. Continue. Lu Ming laughed and rushed toward the other refined corpses. In the sky, there was actually another wave of lightning striking down. The 5th wave. Normally, when a martial artist broke through to Martial King Realm, there would only be 3 waves of lightning tribulation. But now, Lu Ming's lightning tribulation had a 5th wave. The black-robed youth wanted to cry. Crackle. Another wave of lightning struck, turning a large number of refined corpses into charcoal. However, Lu Ming managed to survive it. His intent runes grew slightly longer, approaching 2 inches long. You pervert, you monster! The black-robed youth roared. He was extremely furious. His cultivation had reached the 3rd layer Martial Emperor realm, making him extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he could kill Lu Ming with a single slap. However, he did not dare to do so under the circumstances. He was afraid that if he were to attack, the lightning tribulation would envelop him and drag him into it. He roared in his heart. Once Lu Ming was done with the tribulation, he would have 100 evil ways to deal with Lu Ming. Scolding me? Come at me together. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he dashed toward the black-robed youth. Little bastard, what are you doing? The black-robed youth was shocked and quickly backed off. 9 dragons stomping the heavens. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and took 2 steps forward, causing his figure to disappear. In the next instant, he appeared not far away from the black-robed youth. Meanwhile, the tribulation cloud appeared above Lu Ming's head in the blink of an eye. This time, the black-robed youth was encapsulated within it. No, no, no. The black-robed youth's expression changed tremendously as he let out a crazy scream. Rumble. The only response he received was a sky full of lightning. This time, there were more than 100 lightning strikes striking down. Most of them were aimed at the black-robed youth. Furthermore, each of the lightning strikes was more than 10 times stronger than the ones aimed at Lu Ming. The black-robed youth yelled in a frenzy as he tried his best to defend himself. However, as the lightning strikes struck downward, the black-robed youth's head was badly damaged, causing his body to emit a gray mist. The mist was the corpse chi, which was emitted by the lightning strikes. The black-robed youth spat out mouthfuls of blood as he let out cries of agony. Block it! This time, Lu Ming did not rely on his intent runes to block the lightning strikes. He held the spear in his hand and leapt into the air, blocking half of the lightning strikes. Bang! Bang! Chapter 476. In the end, the sixth wave of lightning passed. However, the dark clouds in the sky had yet to dissipate. They seemed to be extremely furious and were surging crazily as if they were going to exert all their strength to destroy the two ants below. No, no, how can this be? Why isn't it over yet? You can't do this, you can't do this. Seeing this scene, the black-robed youth was scared out of his wits and screamed in horror. However, in the next moment, rumble! Lightning fell. This time, the power of the lightning was several times stronger than before. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Boom! In the next moment, both his bloodlines were activated, and the wind and fire concepts were also released. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand, and continuously attacked the lightning falling from the sky. Boom! Boom! Every time a lightning fell, Lu Ming's body would tremble violently. His muscles and bones trembled as if they were about to be torn apart. And when some lightning struck the runes of the thunder concept, the runes twisted crazily and trembled as if they were about to collapse at any time. Hold on, I must hold on! Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. True Dragon Strike. Lu Ming stabbed out with the long spear, and a three-colored vacuum flew out, but it dissipated after being hit by a few lightning bolts. Then the lightning bolts struck Lu Ming's body one after another. Puff! Lu Ming coughed up blood as his body fell to the ground, crashing into a big pit. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming rushed out of the pit and continued to resist. Boom! Boom! There were a few more thunderbolts. Cracks appeared on Lu Ming's body and beads of blood seeped out from them continuously. The seventh wave of lightning was too strong. Lu Ming was miserable, but the black-robed youth was even more miserable. He screamed again and again as a large amount of fog emerged from his body. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body was smoking. His body was almost broken, and there were many charred pits. In the end, his body was almost broken into two, and even his bones and organs could be seen. Those who practiced the evil sect's martial arts were most afraid of lightning. It was much more difficult for them to pass the tribulation compared to other martial artists. At this moment, they were naturally in a miserable state. However, the black-robed youth was indeed powerful. His life force was incomparably exuberant. He was able to pull through like this, but his injuries were incomparably heavy. He had almost died. When the lightning dissipated, he desperately flew into the distance. An incomparably resentful shout echoed between heaven and earth. Little bastard, I swear I won't be a man if I don't get my revenge. The voice disappeared, and the person also went far away. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky finally dispersed, and the world returned to tranquility. Huff huff, Lu Ming let out a few long breaths. The lightning tribulation, the further it went, the stronger it became. By the seventh round, Lu Ming was already on the verge of being unable to withstand it. Everyone else has 3 wheels, but I actually have 7. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, the benefits were self-evident. Lu Ming's intent runes shone brilliantly like sparkling purple jade. Most importantly, his intent runes were actually 2 inches long. This was already a level 1 intent rune that had reached the lesser success stage. An ordinary lesser success stage king's intent realm cultivation was only at this level. He had just passed the lightning tribulation, but his intent had already reached the lesser success stage. If others saw this, they would be scared to death. Not far away, there was indeed a person. It was the bald man. At this moment he was still alive. He looked at Lu Ming in disbelief and screamed in horror. How is this possible? How is this possible? He had cultivated for dozens of years, but his intent runes were only 2 inches long. Compared to Lu Ming, it was like heaven and earth. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He sat cross-legged and circulated the true dragon battle art with all his might. At this moment, it was the final crucial stone inscription. After being tempered by the lightning, the true qi in Lu Ming's body had completely transformed into true yuan. It was a 100% transformation. At the same time, the vortex in his dantian spun crazily. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards Lu Ming. However, this amount of spiritual qi was far from enough. Lu Ming waved his hand, and piles of supreme-grade spiritual crystals appeared around him. Explode! Lu Ming's arm shook. Suddenly bam! Bam! At least 20,000 pieces of the supreme spiritual crystals exploded, and an endless amount of spiritual qi gushed out. The 9 dragons' bloodline opened its mouth and sucked in the surging spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth continuously transformed into true yuan. The true yuan in Lu Ming's body began to increase crazily and became stronger. Now, although Lu Ming had broken through, the amount of true yuan in his body had not caught up. Now he had to replenish the amount of true yuan. Moreover, Lu Ming cultivated the true dragon battle art, and had already reached the 9th level. His true yuan was extremely strong, and the amount of spiritual qi he needed was too much. The 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals were quickly consumed. Lu Ming took out another 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. He continued to devour and refine them crazily. The true yuan in Lu Ming's body continued to increase, and the aura he emitted became stronger and stronger. This was the aura of a king. In this way, Lu Ming finished devouring the 20,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals, and took out another 20,000. In total he did this 8 times. In other words, Lu Ming had devoured a total of 160,000 supreme-grade spiritual crystals. What kind of terrifying number was this? Not far away, the bald burly man was almost scared to death. His eyes were in a daze as he looked at Lu Ming. He kept muttering to himself, "Demon, this is a demon. I shouldn't have listened to Palace Master Thunder's bewitchment, and dealt with such a demon. Palace Master Thunder, if you don't kill him now, you will die sooner or later." The bald man laughed loudly. After a while, his aura rapidly weakened and he died just like that. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up. His eyes flickered with excitement. Martial King, is this the Martial King realm? Too strong. The difference between a half-step Martial King and a Martial King is like heaven and earth. No wonder people say that those below the Martial King realm are ants. Lu Ming felt the boundless true yuan in his body and sighed. Now his true yuan was 10 times stronger than before. Furthermore, it was 100% pure. When he circulated it, there was no difficulty at all. My physical body has also reached the peak of grade 6. Lu Ming discovered that after experiencing the tempering of the thunder tribulation, his physical body was 1 step closer to the peak of grade 6. He was only 1 step away from attaining grade 7. The most important thing is the state. Lu Ming carefully sensed and discovered a 2-inch-long state talisman quietly floating in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and grabbed the air. Instantly, the power of the thunderbolt in the universe gathered crazily in Lu Ming's palm. In the blink of an eye, a long spear that was completely condensed by thunderbolts appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Sizzle. Thunder flickered and there was a burnt smell in the air. Even the air was burnt by the power of thunder. Shwa. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the thunder spear turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of the deep pit and into the clouds before exploding. Rumble. In the sky, thunder and lightning filled the sky. Grade 1 Small Success Thunder Realm. How strong, how strong. Chapter 477. The lesser success stage of a first-level intent was the intent of the lesser success stage of the Martial Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming had already mastered it. Just how strong is my current combat strength? It shouldn't be a problem for me to defeat a second-layer Martial Emperor Realm Cultivator. Lu Ming pondered. The difference between each layer of the Martial Emperor Realm was extremely huge. It was extremely difficult to defeat someone with a higher level. Furthermore, those who were able to break through to the Martial Emperor Realm were usually Battle 3 geniuses. In other words, any Martial Emperor Realm cultivator would be a Battle 3 geniuses at the Martial Ancestor Realm. Those Battle 4 geniuses, or even Battle 5 geniuses at the Martial Ancestor Realm, would not be able to defeat someone with a higher level after breaking through to the Martial Emperor Realm. At most, they would be the best among their peers. Those who were able to defeat someone with a higher level after breaking through to the Martial Emperor Realm were definitely rare geniuses. Lu Ming was currently at the early first layer Martial Emperor Realm. With the help of the True Battle Dragon technique, the combination of 3 intents, and the 3 unique skills of the Dragon God, he was confident that he could defeat, or even kill, a peak second layer Martial Emperor Realm cultivator. Together with the Thunder intent of Lesser Success stage, Lu Ming's strength would be even more terrifying. Third layer Martial Emperor Realm cultivators, I should be able to defeat them, right? Lu Ming mumbled. After all, the Martial Emperor Realm was too unfamiliar to Lu Ming. Without fighting them, Lu Ming would not be able to tell. If I were to combine the Wind and Fire intents into intent runes, my strength would be truly strong. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, combining the Wind and Fire intents into intent runes was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He had to do it step by step. Shush! In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared before the bald man. With a wave of his hand, he kept the storage ring of the bald man. At the same time, a powerful devouring force burst out and devoured the blood essence of the bald man. Qiu Changkong Shueqiao, just you wait. This time, I swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. With a deep roar, Lu Ming's figure sprang into the sky and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward the Cloud Emperor mountain range and the Blazing Sun Empire. As he hurried along, he refined the bald man's blood essence. He didn't absorb the energy of the blood essence and transform it into true essence. Instead, he used all the power of the blood essence to enhance his bloodline. The blood essence of a peak first layer Martial King Realm martial artist was extremely rich. The 9 Dragons bloodline was being refined crazily. His entire body was glowing with a bloody light. His 5 silver chakras were flickering with a dazzling silver light. Wang. After a while, another chakra appeared on the 9 Dragons bloodline. The 6th silver chakra. 6th level King grade bloodline. The 6th chakra of the 9 Dragons bloodline was pale silver at the beginning. Gradually, its color deepened and finally turned dark silver like the other 5 chakras. Only then did the bald man's blood essence run out. The blood essence of a bald man was enough to raise Lu Ming's bloodline by an entire level. If a few more of them come, won't my bloodline rise to the 7th or 8th level of the King Realm? Lu Ming thought excitedly, then shook his head. The higher one's bloodline was, the harder it was to raise it. Especially from the 6th level to the 7th level of the King grade bloodline. There were many people with the 6th level of the King grade bloodline, but very few people with the 7th level of the King grade bloodline. Quick, quick. Lu Ming hurried on with all his might. However, he didn't use the 9 Dragons sky-stomping steps because it would consume too much of his true essence. Even so, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Endless mountains and rivers passed under Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning. A few martial grandmasters were flying in the sky when they suddenly felt a bolt of lightning flashing over their heads. What followed was a series of sonic booms. Then, a violent gust of wind blew over, almost blowing the martial grandmasters away. So powerful. What was that? Just by flying, it caused such a terrifying power. A younger martial grandmaster's face changed greatly. A king-grade bloodline. It must be a king-grade bloodline. And it's not an ordinary one. It's too powerful. A white-haired elder said in a deep voice. The few of them gasped. They looked in the direction that Lu Ming flew past with some respect and awe. Thousands of miles of land passed under Lu Ming's body as he hurried towards the Blazing Sun Empire. However, this place was too far away from the Blazing Sun Empire. Even with Lu Ming's current speed, it would take at least 5 days. In the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect in the Blazing Sun Empire, the upper echelons of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, the upper echelons of the Crimson Cloud Valley, and Huaqi were all seated. However, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. This was because a few days ago, the Decimo Sword Sect suddenly sent out an army and launched a fierce attack on the territory of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley. For a time, the allied forces of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Huaqi, and the Crimson Cloud Valley were defeated. They couldn't resist at all. The experts of the various forces also suffered heavy casualties. They had no choice but to withdraw their forces and retreat continuously. In these few days, the Decimo Sword Sect's army was almost at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Now the Crimson Cloud Valley had completely abandoned their sect and joined the Mystic Essence Sword Sect to defend against the Decimo Sword Sect's attack. How did this happen? Why did the Decimo Sword Sect's army suddenly become so strong? The Crimson Cloud Valley Master, Ling Patian, slammed the table and roared. Most importantly, the Decimo Sword Sect's army has an additional army of 100,000 people. It's too strong. Even the Crimson Blood Scale Wolf army couldn't resist it. Huaqi said with a solemn expression. It's said that the army is wearing armor with a sun embroidered on it. It's confirmed that they are the Sun Army from the Blood Zhao Empire's Great Sun Palace. Lin Shui sighed and said. The moment she said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. It's really the Sun Army from the Great Sun Palace. But why would the Great Sun Palace send troops to help the Decimo Sword Sect? Ling Patian shouted. The only person who can make the Great Sun Palace send troops to help the Decimo Sword Sect is probably Qiu Changkong. He came with the identity of the Ditian Divine Guard, so the Great Sun Palace had to give him face. Lin Shui's frown deepened. Qiu Changkong, how dare he? Isn't he afraid that Lu Ming? Speaking up to hear, Ling Patian stopped as a bad feeling flashed across his eyes. The others felt the same. If Qiu Changkong dared to make a move, did something happen to Lu Ming? It can't be. Brother Lu is a genius. How could something happen to him so easily? Huaqi shook his head in disbelief. However, the atmosphere was still solemn. Although they didn't want to believe it, it was a fact that Qiu Changkong led the army to attack. No matter what, we have to hold on. Lin Shui gritted her teeth and said. At this moment, a figure ran in anxiously and shouted. Not good. Sect Master, the Decimo Sword Sect's Sect Master, Qiu Wuyang, led an elite army and is outside the sect. What? So fast? Everyone in the main hall was shocked. Gather everyone and fight the enemy with me. Chapter 478. When they arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's mountain gate, they saw that outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there was an army as far as the eye could see. The army was divided into two groups. One of them was clad in golden armor, and they were riding golden lions that looked like little golden suns. There were at least 100,000 soldiers. The Sun Legion was the Sun Legion of the Great Sun Palace. On the other side of the Sun Legion was a legion wearing blue battle armor. This legion was the most elite of the 10 Direction Sword Sect, and there were about 100,000 of them. The two legions added up to 200,000, and their aura was so powerful that it made many disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect break out in cold sweat. It was with these two elite legions that the Decimo Sword Sect broke through and unexpectedly arrived before the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Shua. When Lin Shui and the others came out, a figure charged out from the 10 Direction Sword Sect's army and stood in the air with a powerful aura. It was Qiu Wuyang, the sect master of the 10 Direction Sword Sect. Lin Shui, you're already at the end of the road. Surrender now, and perhaps we can spare your life. Qiu Wuyang stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Lin Shui with disdain. Shua. Lin Shui took a step forward and also floated in the air, facing Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang, you've only borrowed external power. It's not much. Lin Shui said coldly. Haha, Lin Shui, you're too naive. The winner takes all. You still don't understand this principle. No wonder you lost. Qiu Wuyang laughed complacently. Lin Shui didn't look at him, and instead looked at the Sun Legion. She cupped her fists and said, Everyone from the Great Sun Palace, my Mystic Essence Sword Sect has never offended the Great Sun Palace. Why did you send an army to surround us? Haha, never offended our great Sun Palace? What a joke. 3 figures flew out from the Sun Legion. Each of them wore golden battle armor and had a powerful aura. These 3 were all half-step kings. The one in the middle was a burly man who was more than 2 meters tall. He was the one who had just spoken. He looked at Lin Shui coldly and said, "Your Mystic Essence Sword sect has a grudge with my great Sun Palace for a long time. You just don't know about it." The old grudge he was talking about was the matter between Lu Ming and Yang Liuji. Lin Shui naturally didn't know about it and was stunned. The burly man sneered and continued, "Moreover, even if there were no old grudges, all of you should still be destroyed. Who asked you to offend the genius of the Dtian Divine Guards?" Dtian Divine Guard. It is indeed the Dtian Divine Guard. Qiu Changkong, is it you? At this moment Ling Patian flew up to the sky and stood beside Lin Shui. Haha, that's me. At that moment, a figure flew out from the army of the Decimo Sword faction. It was Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong's eyes were cold as he laughed. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, the Burning Sun Empire should be unified. You are so stubborn, you are digging your own graves. Qiu Changkong, as the Empyrean Divine Guard, you actually used your personal authority to mobilize the armies of other empires and start a war. You have violated the rules of the Empyrean Divine Palace. If this matter is investigated, you will not be able to escape punishment. Lin Shui said. Investigate? Haha, what a joke. With just the 2 of you? Even if you report me to the Empyrean Divine Palace, who would listen to you? Who would investigate a genius like me, the Empyrean Divine Guard, just because of ants from a small empire? What a joke. Qiu Changkong laughed without any fear. Damn it. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others gritted their teeth as their anger soared. However, they felt helpless in their hearts. They understood that Qiu Changkong was right. They were just a few half-step kings from small empires. In the eyes of the Empyrean Divine Palace, they had no weight at all. Even if they reported, no one would care about them. Qiu Changkong, don't be arrogant. Lu Ming is an Eastern Sky Divine Guard. If he knows about this matter, he will definitely not let this matter rest. Hua Qi shouted from the mountain peak of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming, hee. I advise you not to expect anything from Lu Ming. He is probably already dead. Qiu Changkong sneered. Impossible? Qiu Changkong, you are bullshitting. How could anything happen to Lu Ming? You are still alive, so how could Lu Ming die? Hua Qi shouted. Hua Qi. Qiu Changkong roared as a cold killing intent burst out from his body. His body emitted a mountain-like aura that was extremely terrifying. Half-Step King, you have reached the Half-Step King realm? Lin Shui shouted in disbelief. At this moment, the aura that Qiu Changkong emitted was indeed the aura of a half-step king. It seemed like Qiu Changkong's cultivation had also improved greatly during this period of time. His cultivation had reached the peak of martial ancestor realm, and he had comprehended a trace of thunder intent. He was indeed in the half-step king realm. Ling Patian, Hua Qi, Sheng Guanming, Yin Quan, and the others' faces turned ugly. In such a short period of time, Qiu Changkong's cultivation had already reached the half-step king realm. It was terrifying. Qiu Changkong sneered, looking at Lin Shui and the others as if he was looking at ants. In the end he looked at Hua Qi and shouted coldly, Hua Qi, how dare you? I'm a Dtian Divine Guard. You're just a prince of a fallen empire. How dare you scold me? You're simply courting death. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me in front of everyone. I will spare your life. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Qiu Changkong, kill me if you dare. You want me to kneel down and apologize? Impossible. Hua Qi shouted coldly, not giving Qiu Changkong any face. You are courting death. Qiu Changkong's gaze turned cold as his palm slashed out like a sword. Shoo. A lightning sword instantly crossed the void and slashed towards Hua Qi. It was fast, indescribably fast. Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others wanted to help, but it was too late. Eighth Prince, be careful. Beside Hua Qi, an aged figure suddenly rushed out. His body emitted a vast aura as he slashed out a saber light. However, the blade light was shattered like tofu by Qiu Changkong's sword light. Poof. Blood spurted out as the old figure was split into two by Qiu Changkong's sword light. Imperial Grandfather! Hua Qi let out an earth-shattering roar. The person who stood in front of Hua Qi was the last imperial uncle of the imperial family. He was the last martial ancestor realm 9th realm expert, and he had died just like that. The imperial uncle had been standing beside Hua Qi, and that was why he was able to save Hua Qi's life in time. Qiu Changkong, I will fight you to the death. Hua Qi's eyes were red as he stared at Qiu Changkong. You're just an ant. You want to fight to the death with me? Die. Qiu Changkong shouted coldly as he slashed out another blade light. Clang. This time Lin Shui was prepared. Her aura surged as she slashed out a blade light towards Qiu Changkong's blade light. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and a figure was forced to retreat. It was Lin Shui. At that moment, her body was trembling. The crowd saw a deep wound on Lin Shui's chest that was bleeding profusely. Hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Chapter 479. Lin Shui, the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect and a half-step king, was injured by Qiu Changkong in one move. Moreover, Qiu Changkong didn't seem to have used his full strength. Qiu Changkong's battle power was too horrifying. Everyone on the Mystic Essence Sword sect side was shocked. Humph. Don't think that you can stop me just because you're a half-step king. Let me tell you, you're just an ant in front of me. Qiu Changkong looked down at Lin Shui from above, looking extremely arrogant. Lin Shui's face turned ugly as she retreated quickly. At the same time, Ling Patian followed behind her, and the two retreated back to the sect gate. Activate the sect protection array. Lin Shui yelled. Wang. Wang. As Lin Shui's voice rang out, the Qilin Peak, Azure Dragon Peak, Vermilion Bird Peak, Black Tortoise Peak, and White Tiger Peak of the Mystic Essence Sword sect trembled slightly. Then, an extremely dazzling light as large as a mountain shot out from each of them. The 5 lights converged and formed a huge light screen that covered the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Within the array, endless sword qi flowed, protecting the Mystic Essence Sword sect. This array had been damaged from the inside by the Duanmu family during the battle of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Now it had been completely repaired, and its power was even stronger than before. Humph. Stop me? Dream on. Qiu Changkong snorted as his bloodline appeared. At the same time, a battle sword with lightning appeared in his hand. Slash. Qiu Changkong shouted and slashed out with his combat sword. A dazzling thunderbolt sword chi slashed towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect's protective array. Wang. The protective formation of the Mystic Essence Sword sect trembled slightly. In a flash of light, a sword ray as large as a mountain was formed. It flew out and collided with Qiu Changkong's sword chi. With a loud boom, the 2 sword lights disappeared without a trace. Everyone on the Mystic Essence Sword sect let out a sigh of relief. With the sect protection array, it wouldn't be easy for Qiu Changkong to break through. Damn it. Qiu Changkong roared and wanted to continue attacking. Junior brother, let me do it. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Then, Xueqiao walked out with his hands behind his back and appeared in front of Qiu Changkong. Senior brother. It would be great if you could make a move. Qiu Changkong was overjoyed. Yes. Xueqiao nodded and turned to look at the Mystic Essence Sword sect. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said, It's just a small array. Child's play. Who can it stop? With that, Xueqiao took another step forward and appeared above the Mystic Essence Sword sect, overlooking the entire sect. Who is this person? Lin Shui and the others looked worried. Boom. At this moment, Xueqiao's aura erupted without the slightest restraint. A mighty and terrifying aura filled the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. As soon as Lin Shui and the other half-step kings sensed this aura, their faces changed drastically and became deathly pale. A king. This is the aura of a king. This is a king. Lin Shui roared in horror. Her eyes were full of shock. How could this be? Even the kings of the Tian Divine Guards have been mobilized. Ling Patian also roared. What? Was this a king? Heavens, such a young king? We're finished. We're finished. The Mystic Essence Sword sect was in an uproar. Countless shocked eyes looked at Xueqiao in the air. Seeing the expressions of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Xue Chao felt extremely comfortable. He loved the look of awe on her face. Just a small array. Break for me. Xue Chao roared and waved his hand. Boundless lightning energy gathered toward Xue Chao. 1,000-meter-long lightning sword formed in the air and slashed toward the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Activate the array. Activate the array. Defend with all your might. Lin Xue roared. Wang. The array shook violently. Boundless light gathered and formed a huge sword that slashed toward Xue Chao's lightning sword. Boom. This time, however, the giant sword formed by the Mystic Essence Sword sect's great protective array was instantly destroyed. However, the huge lightning sword did not stop there. Instead, it landed heavily on the Mystic Essence Sword sect's protective array. Boom. With an earth-shattering boom, the Mystic Essence Sword sect's grand protective array collapsed. Pung. Pung. 5 consecutive explosions occurred on the Qilin Peak and the other 4 peaks. Smoke and dust filled the air. This was the explosion of the Grand Protective Formation's foundation. The people controlling the Grand Protective Formation were either killed or injured. Countless people on the Mystic Essence Sword sect were dumbfounded as they looked at Xue Chao in fear. Heavens! The Great Sect Protecting Formation is broken. It was broken in one move. How can he be so strong? Is this the power of a king? Countless people cried out in shock. Lin Xue, Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the others looked at Xue Chao with fear in their eyes. He was too strong. They were like ants in front of such power. Not only them, but even Qiu Wuyang and the experts of the Sun Core looked at Xue Chao with reverence. A king was beyond the scope of ordinary people. Ha ha ha, what kind of array is this? It can't even block one move from my senior brother. Qiu Changkong laughed. Everyone listen up. Prepare for battle. Lin Xue roared. At this point, what else could he do? They could only fight. You want to fight with me? You're not even enough for me to kill. How about this? I'll give you a chance. As long as you surrender, I'll spare your life. How about it? Who wants to surrender? Xue Chao sneered as his gaze swept across the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Some people's eyes flickered. They were obviously tempted. People of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, listen up. We'd rather die than live in dishonor. If we surrender, we'll be cursed for thousands of years. I'd rather die than surrender. Lin Xue roared. People of the Crimson Cloud Valley would also rather die than surrender. Ling Patian also roared. People of the royal family will never surrender. Hua Qi also shouted. Ah, good, very good. Since that's the case, I'll give you a few days to consider. If you want to surrender, you can come and find me. If you don't surrender when the time is up, I'll kill you without mercy. When he said the last sentence, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Xue Chao's body and enveloped the entire place. Many people shuddered. Surround the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Don't let anyone escape. Xue Chao ordered Qiu Wuyang. Yes. Yes. Qiu Wuyang quickly nodded. Then, Xue Chao turned around and came to Qiu Changkong's side. If Lu Ming is still alive, he'll definitely come when he hears the news. We'll give Lu Ming a few days to come here and die. Xue Chao whispered to Qiu Changkong. Senior brother is wise. With master's arrangement, if Lu Ming is still alive and comes here, he'll also die. Haha, I really hope that he's still alive and can come here. I'll kill his family and friends in front of him and make him regret offending me. Chapter 480. They had surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect, but did not kill them because they were waiting for Lu Ming to arrive. Moreover, Xue Chao and Qiu Changkong hated and feared Lu Ming at the same time. They would not be at ease until they confirmed that Lu Ming was dead. Rumble. The Solar Legion and the Decimo Sword sect's legions spread out and surrounded the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Xue Chao waved his hand and a jade table and a few jade chairs appeared. The table and chairs floated in the air, and Xue Chao sat on one of the chairs. Qiu Changkong immediately took out a pot of wine and poured a cup for Xue Chao. He also poured a cup for himself and accompanied Xue Chao as they waited. Lin Xue and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. They're trying to use psychological warfare to force those with weak wills to surrender. They're trying to humiliate us. Hua Qi said in a deep voice. The other party had a martial king expert and could easily crush them. However, they were not doing anything. In their opinion, they were trying to humiliate them. Sigh. Lin Shuai sighed. Even if they knew, what could they do? They were not as strong as the other party. Stay at your post and wait for any changes. Lin Shuai ordered. He sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate and stared at Qiu Changkong and the others. Then Ling Patian, Hua Qi, and the other higher-ups also sat cross-legged in front of the mountain gate. Remember, if you want to live, surrender now. It'll be too late by the time I change my mind. Xue Chao drank his wine, and his cold voice spread throughout the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, many people had different expressions. Some people were filled with righteous indignation and were ready to die. Some people's eyes flickered and wandered. Time passed slowly and the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became more and more oppressive. I surrender. I choose to surrender. Suddenly, someone ran out from the foot of the mountain and shouted loudly. A middle-aged man ran out frantically. It's a deacon of the White Tiger Institute. Damn it, he's been with the Duanmu family for too long. He's a traitor. A golden-robed elder roared. Ha, good. We won't kill him if he surrenders. Sect leader Qiu, he'll be part of the Decimo Sword sect from now on. Xue Chao laughed. Yes. Qiu Changkong nodded. I surrender too. I want to surrender too. At this time more people shouted and ran outside. There were more than 10 people. Traitor, damn traitor. Someone roared. The crowd could tell that these people were originally from the White Tiger Hall. It's good that they're gone. Lin Shui said. Then everyone fell silent. However, the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword sect became even more oppressive. The first day passed just like that. Apart from the dozen or so people who had surrendered from the White Tiger Hall, no one else surrendered. On the second day, the people's hearts became even more unstable. Some people became more and more anxious. This was like waiting for death. Who could endure it? Although Lin Shuai and the others knew, there was nothing they could do. The third day. I surrender. I surrender. On the third day, someone finally shouted and rushed out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. This time, it wasn't limited to the White Tiger courtyard. People from the other courtyards also began to rush out of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. There were bronze-ranked disciples, silver-ranked disciples, and even elders. Alas! Lin Shuai sighed, as if she had aged a lot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was the fourth day. On the fourth day, the number of people who surrendered suddenly increased greatly. I surrender. The people who were shouting to surrender were all over the place. There were at least a few thousand people. There were people from the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. Damn it, traitor, damn traitor. Ling Patian flew into a rage. He wanted to rush out and kill those who surrendered. However, the number of people who surrendered continued to increase. On the fourth day, there were close to 4,000 people who surrendered. On the fifth day, there were fewer people who surrendered, but there were still about 1,000 people who surrendered. On the sixth day, Xue Chao suddenly slammed the table heavily. More than 5 days have passed, and Lu Ming still hasn't come. In my opinion, Lu Ming is already dead. Xue Chao said. Senior brother, why don't we wait a few more days? What if Lu Ming isn't dead? Qiu Changkong said. He was afraid of Lu Ming from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, what are you afraid of? Let's attack first and take them all down. It won't be too late to wait. Xue Chao said. Then, all right, let's do as senior brother said. Qiu Changkong nodded. Shua. Xue Chao stood up and took a step forward. Bang. At this moment, Lin Shuai suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from her body. Who will fight with me? Me. Ling Patian roared. Me. Me too. Sheng Guanming, Yan Quan, and the other 2 half-step kings from the Mystic Essence Sword sect in Crimson Cloud Valley, as well as some golden-robed elders, all responded. Their auras erupted and gathered together, stirring up the wind and clouds. Roar. With a low roar, a tall figure appeared beside Lin Shuai and the others. It was the Golden-Eye Blood Zombie. Haha, mere half-step kings, and some ants who aren't even half-step kings, want to fight with me? You're overestimating yourselves. You're courting death. Xue Chao sneered. A dog like you dares to attack the Mystic Essence Sword sect? You're even more overestimating yourself. You're courting death. As Xueqiao's voice fell, another cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Xueqiao and Qiu Changkong's bodies shook violently as they cried out involuntarily, Lu Ming. As for Lin Xue, Hua Qi, and the others, their bodies also shook violently as they cried out, Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. Everyone couldn't help but look toward the source of the voice. In the distant sky, a bolt of lightning flashed and flew over. Too fast, it was really too fast. A moment ago, it was at least a few dozen li away, but in the next moment, it was right in front of them. With a flash of lightning, a handsome figure appeared in the sky. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? Good, I've made it. Lu Ming's gaze swept over, and he immediately felt relieved. In these 5 days, he hadn't slept or rested as he madly rushed over. He had finally made it. Lu Ming, why did you come alone? The other side has a king. Hurry up and leave, and report this matter to the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lin Xue hurriedly cried out. That's right. Lu Ming, hurry up and leave. As Emperor Heaven Divine Guards, they actually abused their authority and mobilized the Blood Zhao Empire's army. This is against the rules of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. As long as you report this, I don't think they will dare to do anything to us. Hua Qi also cried out. The other side had a king, and Lu Ming wasn't their opponent at all. It was better to leave first and report the situation to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming was an Eastern Sky Divine Guard, and his status wasn't something they could compare to. As long as he reported the situation, the upper echelons of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace would definitely pay attention to it. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand slightly, and Lin Xue and the others quieted down. Unknowingly, Lu Ming already had great prestige in the hearts of Lin Xue and the rest. Chapter 481. As soon as he said that, Xueqiao and Qiu Changkong's faces darkened. How dare you insult my master? You're courting death. Xueqiao shouted. Insult your master? I called him an old dog because I think highly of him. Today, I'll kill you first and then kill that old dog in the future. Lu Ming said coldly. Lin Xue and the others were stunned when they heard that. Although they didn't know who Xueqiao's master was, Xueqiao himself was a king. Therefore, they knew that Xueqiao's master was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, what did Lu Ming just say? Kill Xueqiao? Kill a king? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, you want to kill me? You're the one who's going to die today. Xueqiao laughed maniacally. Is that so? Lu Ming sneered and took a step forward toward Xueqiao. Lu Ming, don't be afraid of me. I'll let you have a taste of my new ultimate skill, the Immortal Lightning Slash. Xueqiao roared and a battle sword that was flickering with lightning appeared in his hand. The aura of a martial king erupted from his body. He became one with the sword and turned into a lightning sword light that charged toward Lu Ming. Be careful. Lin Xue and the others shouted in horror. However, it was too late. The sword light arrived in front of Lu Ming in an instant. It was too fast. At that moment, they were in despair. They thought that Lu Ming would most likely die under the sword. However, what happened next petrified them. Whoosh! With one hand behind his back, Lu Ming used his other hand to slap him. Then, Xueqiao's attack, sword chi, and lightning were all defeated in an instant. Slap! A loud slap resounded throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming's slap landed on Xueqiao's face. Xueqiao flew a few thousand meters away, and spun a few hundred times in the air, before coming to a stop. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. Not a single tooth was left in his mouth, and blood was flowing down his face continuously. However, Xueqiao didn't seem to have any reaction to this. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Qiu Changkong was stunned, Qiu Wuyang was stunned, and so were the experts of the Solar Legion. On the Mystic Essence Sword sect side, Lin Xue, Ling Patian, Hua Qi Yinquan and the others were completely dumbfounded. The entire place was silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Xueqiao was a king-level figure. 5 days ago, Xueqiao had destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword sect's grand formation with a casual slash of his sword. His strength made people despair. But now, such a powerful king had unleashed all his strength to kill Lu Ming, but Lu Ming had sent him flying with a slap as though he was a chick. What was going on? How was this possible? Everyone's brain seemed to have short-circuited, unable to react for a moment. Martial King, Lu Ming, you actually broke through to the Martial King realm. After a while, Xue Chao finally let out a hysterical scream. His voice was filled with disbelief. How long had it been? Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. He simply couldn't accept it. After all, he had been a half-step king for several years, accumulating strength for several years before he was lucky enough to break through. But now, how long had it been since Lu Ming had broken through? Monster, he's a monster. Xue Chao felt his heart trembling as he emitted endless fear. Hua! Xue Chao's scream ignited the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. What? Lu Ming, he broke through to the Martial King realm? Martial King, ha ha ha. My Mystic Essence Sword sect finally has a Martial King. Hey, Lu Ming has already left the Mystic Essence Sword sect. I don't care, I'm sure he's from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Such a young Martial King, this is unbelievable. We're saved now. Regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword sect or the Crimson Cloud Valley, they were so happy that they were about to lose their minds. They only knew how to shout crazily to express the ecstasy and excitement in their hearts. Among them, there were even many old elders who were the same. As for Lin Xuei, Ling Patian and the other higher-ups, they were not any better. They were all trembling with excitement. Martial King, Lu Ming has broken through to the Martial King realm. Lin Xuei roared, his voice trembling. If Lu Ming could break through to the Martial King realm in the future, he would not be surprised. But now, Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial King realm. This was simply too shocking. How old was Lu Ming? Not even 20 years old, right? A Martial King younger than 20 years old had never appeared in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. How is this possible? How is this possible? Let's go. Qiu Changkong screamed. He was scared out of his wits. He frantically flew away, as far as possible from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was simply going to become his nightmare. Leave. Qiu Changkong, you have nowhere to go today. Lu Ming looked coldly at Qiu Changkong. Qiu Changkong's body was emitting cold air. He was so scared that he almost wet himself. At this moment, boom, boom. Suddenly, 5 auras burst out from the army of the Shifeng Sword sect. Each of the 5 auras was boundless and as heavy as a mountain. These 5 auras were all of the auras of Martial Kings. Moreover, each of them was much stronger than Xue Chao's. In particular, one of them was extremely terrifying. It was vast and mighty, like a surging ocean. The terrifying pressure covered the entire area. Many of the weaker cultivators fell to the ground. Then 5 figures stepped out and floated in the air. They were 5 muscular men. They were extremely burly and their muscles were as solid as steel. The man in the middle had a single eye. He was the one who had released the most terrifying aura. 2 of them are early stage and 2 of them are mid-stage Martial King. The middle-aged man has reached early stage Martial King realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw through the man's cultivation. Lin Xuei and the others opened their eyes wide in fear. Martial Kings, more Martial Kings. Moreover, 5 Martial Kings had appeared at once. Judging from their auras, each of them was much stronger than Xue Chao. How could this be? The Blazing Sun Empire had not produced a Martial King for thousands of years. Even Lin Xuei and the others, who were half-step Martial Kings, had only seen a few Martial Kings in their lives. But what was going on today? Why were there Martial Kings appearing one after another? What was the purpose of these Martial Kings? Lin Xuei and the others had a bad feeling in their hearts. Lu Ming, you can't kill anyone today. On the contrary, today is your doomsday. At this moment, the one-eyed man in the middle spoke. His voice was filled with killing intent. Lin Xuei and the others were shocked. Were these Martial Kings here to kill Lu Ming? Who are you? Lu Ming's eyes were calm as he asked indifferently. You don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that we are here to kill you. The one-eyed man let out a hollow laugh. Do you really think I don't know if you don't tell me? It's none other than that old dog, the Thunder Hall leader. That old dog is so cunning. In order to kill me, he has set up a series of traps and sent so many martial kings here, including a third-layer martial king expert. Chapter 482. Now how could Lu Ming not understand? Since he had accepted the mission, it had been a series of traps. While he was doing the mission, Song Ku and the bald man had been bribed by the Thunder Hall Master to kill him. It would be best if they could kill Lu Ming during the mission. If Lu Ming did not die, they would tell Lu Ming about Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao attacking the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Lu Ming would definitely rush back at all costs. Furthermore, the Thunder Hall Master had already placed experts here, waiting for Lu Ming to take the bait and kill him in one fell swoop. It was a series of traps, one after another. Their goal was to put Lu Ming to death. After hearing this, the one-eyed man and the others laughed coldly, but did not say anything. It was a tacit agreement. Haha, Lu Ming, let's see how arrogant you are now. Today is the day you die. When Qiu Changkong saw the appearance of the one-eyed man and the others, he finally stopped running away. He gathered his courage and looked at Lu Ming with disdain as he burst out laughing. Kill him for me. No, don't kill him yet. Beat him until he is crippled. I want to kill all his friends and family in front of him. I want him to watch his family die in front of him. I want him to regret it and die in regret. Xue Chao yelled crazily. After being tortured by Lu Ming time and time again, his hatred for Lu Ming had penetrated deep into his bones. If you two dogs don't run now, you won't have the chance later. Lu Ming glanced coldly at Qiu Changkong and Xue Chao. The two of them could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, when they thought about the presence of the one-eyed man and the others, their courage was boosted. So what if Lu Ming had broken through to the Martial Emperor realm? He had just broken through to the Martial Emperor realm. The difference between each layer of the Martial Emperor realm was huge. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, it was impossible for him to fight against the one-eyed man who was 2 layers above him. Furthermore, with the help of the other 4 experts, Lu Ming was doomed. Lu Ming, cut the crap. Die. The one-eyed man exuded an astonishing aura. Big brother, he's just a brat who just broke through to Martial King. Why would he need you to take action? I'd like to see what kind of ability this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Another large man walked out, holding a spear in his hand, showing off his sharpness. That's fine. 5th brother, you go first. Let's see what skills this Eastern Sky Divine Guard has. Some people are very strong in the Martial Ancestor realm, but after breaking through to the Martial King realm, they become ordinary. Therefore, just because the Martial Ancestor realm is strong, it doesn't mean that after breaking through to the Martial King realm, their battle prowess will remain strong. The one-eyed man said, even if Lu Ming is a genius, he can still fight those above his level. That great Han Dynasty cultivator is only at the early stage of the 2nd layer Martial King realm, so he should be able to protect himself. The one-eyed man thought. Haha, good. The burly man strode towards Lu Ming. The aura on his body was incomparably violent. He coldly shouted, Lu Ming, die. Whoosh. The long spear in the burly man's hand was thrust forward. A sharp spear pierced through the air, aiming at Lu Ming. Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way first. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. True Dragon Strike. Roar. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward, and a tricolor True Dragon lunged forward with a furious roar. Bang. The spear of the burly man was shattered by the tricolor True Dragon's claw. The tricolor True Dragon did not stop there, and continued to lunge at the burly man. 5th brother, watch out. The one-eyed man yelled. However, it was too late. The tricolor True Dragon fiercely collided with the burly man's body. The burly man let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying backward like a broken sack. Blood spurted out from his body in midair. He was severely injured in one move. Die. A thunderbolt spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. With a wave, the thunderbolt spear turned into a flash of lightning, thrusting toward the burly man. It was too fast for the burly man to dodge. Slash. The thunderbolt spear pierced through the burly man's chest, leaving a large hole. Ah, big brother, avenge me. The burly man did not die immediately. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his life was cut off. 5th brother. 5th brother. The remaining 4 burly men let out blood-curdling screams one after another. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Lin Shuai and the others were dumbfounded. Although the martial king realm was beyond their knowledge, judging from their auras, they knew that the 5 burly men were extremely terrifying experts. Any one of them was several times stronger than Xue Chaoqiang. However, such powerful experts, such existences that they had to look up to, were killed by Lu Ming in just 2 moves. Lu Ming's combat strength was simply beyond their imagination. Heavens, how long has it been? Lu Ming has already grown to this stage. Indeed, the Blazing Sun Empire is too small. It's like a quagmire, and Lu Ming is a true dragon. Only when a true dragon leaves the quagmire can it soar to the 9 heavens and display its true brilliance. The ancestor of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Ming, muttered to himself. On the other hand, Qiu Chongkong and Xue Chao were the complete opposite. Their faces were pale and bloodless. Especially Xue Chao, who was drenched in cold sweat. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him just now, he would have been dead already. When he thought of this, he shuddered. How can this be? How can Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? Why? How did he cultivate? Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why am I not the one who is so strong? Qiu Chongkong stared at Lu Ming with jealousy as he roared in his heart. Lu Ming, how dare you kill my 5th brother? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Kill. Let's attack together and tear Lu Ming into pieces. Don't let any of his family members go. The one-eyed burly man roared. Kill. Kill. The other burly men's eyes were bloodshot as they emitted a cold killing intent. A long spear appeared in each of their hands. Whoosh. Whoosh. The 4 burly men joined forces and unleashed shocking means to assassinate Lu Ming. You will be the ones to die. Lu Ming shouted and waved his hand. Between heaven and earth, endless power of thunder and lightning gathered and condensed into a long spear. This long spear of thunder and lightning exuded a terrifying thunder concept. Thunder and lightning flashed, just like the power of heaven. The experts of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, Sun Core, and Decimo Sword sect, such as Qiu Wuyang, widened their eyes and stared at Lu Ming. Under this pressure, it was as if they were facing the might of the heavens. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt down. Is this Lu Ming's strength? They thought with trembling hearts. Level 1 Lesser Success Lightning Intent. Impossible. Didn't you just break through to the Martial King realm? How is this possible? The one-eyed burly man roared in horror. Kill. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with them. He shouted and thrust his long spear out. Whoosh. Whoosh. 4 spear radiances instantly pierced through the void and stabbed towards the 4 burly men. Bam. 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 4 explosions sounded, and the attacks of the 4 burly men were destroyed at the same time. The lightning spear did not stop and continued to pierce through. Following which, 3 blood-curdling screams were heard. Apart from the one-eyed burly man, the other 3 burly men followed in the footsteps of the previous man. Their chests were pierced by the lightning spear, and their hearts were burnt by the power of the lightning. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Although the one-eyed burly man had escaped death, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and screamed. Big brother, leave quickly. This man is monstrous. You are no match for him. One of the burly men roared before he breathed his last. Ah, Lu Ming, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 483. The one-eyed man did not try to escape. Instead, he charged towards Lu Ming. Swoosh. Zhan Mao streaked across the sky and instantly traversed a distance of a few thousand meters, charging toward Lu Ming. Run. Run. On the other side, Xue Chao and Qiu Chongkong were screaming in fear as they flew away. They did not dare to stay any longer. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a devil. It's too late to run. Lu Ming sneered. With a thought, the demon banishing spear appeared in his hand. Extreme Dao Strike. Swoosh. Man and spear became one, forming the Extreme Dao Strike. Puchi. When Lu Ming's figure appeared, there was also a big hole in the chest of the one-eyed burly man. Lu Ming unleashed his most powerful attack, and killed the one-eyed burly man in seconds. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and sucked in the blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others. Lu Ming devoured all of them. Immediately after, Lu Ming took a step forward and chased after Xue Chao. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Xue Chao. Oh no! Xueqiao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. His face was pale as he retreated frantically. Xueqiao, I said that you will die today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. It won't do you any good. Xueqiao screamed in fear. Don't worry. It won't be long before that old dog, Palace Master Lei, will accompany you. Lu Ming said coldly. Soon after, he stabbed out with his spear. No. Xueqiao roared crazily and used all of his strength to block the attack. However, it was all in vain. Lu Ming's spear pierced through and all of his resistance turned into ashes. Blood splattered as Xueqiao was pierced through by the spear. Xueqiao was dead. At the same time, Xueqiao's blood essence was devoured by Lu Ming. His storage ring was also taken away by Lu Ming. With a turn of his body, Lu Ming disappeared. Run, run, run. Qiu Changkong's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. But in the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming, don't kill me. Qiu Changkong roared. His body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down his face. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. Just as Qiu Changkong was overjoyed, Lu Ming continued. Because the person who killed you shouldn't be me. Bang. Lu Ming directly kicked out at Qiu Changkong's dantian. Violent energy surged into Qiu Changkong's dantian, directly dispersing the cyclone. Qiu Changkong's cultivation base was crippled. Lu Ming, you crippled my cultivation. You crippled my cultivation. You bastard, you bastard. Qiu Changkong screamed in despair. Nonsense. Lu Ming gave Qiu Changkong a slap, sending him flying dozens of miles away to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Take him down. Lin Shui shouted excitedly. Immediately, an expert flew out and took Qiu Changkong down. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, Qiu Wuyang and the experts of the Sun Corps were all scared out of their wits. They screamed crazily, wanting to retreat. But how could an army move so quickly? Today, none of you will be able to leave. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the sky above the Sun Corps. King, please spare us. We are from the Great Sun Prefecture, and our old ancestor is also a king. An armored general roared. But what answered him was Lu Ming's punch. This punch contained an endless amount of power of thunder, and it exploded out directly. Sizzle. Countless lightning bolts flickered in the sky. Below, the soldiers of the Sun Corps screamed. In an instant, at least a few thousand soldiers of the Sun Corps were killed by the lightning bolts. Including the few half-step kings, they were all killed. Attack. Everyone attack. Annihilate the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps. Lin Shui roared. Everyone attack. Ling Patian also roared. Shua. Shua. Figures rushed out from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and charged towards the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps. Kill. In addition, those martial artists below the martial ancestor realm also roared furiously and charged out of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. How could this be? The sect master of the omnidirectional sword sect, Qiu Wuyang, let out a mournful wail before running away. As for the rest of the omnidirectional sword sect, he couldn't care less about them. Even if everyone died, how could it compare to his life? But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Lu Ming. Qiu Wuyang roared in horror. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. He kicked Qiu Wuyang's dantian, and Qiu Wuyang immediately followed in Qiu Changkong's footsteps. Sizzle. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, and dozens of lightning spears appeared. The next moment they shot out. Puff. Puff. In the army of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps, all martial artists above the 9th martial ancestor realm were pierced by the lightning spears and killed. After killing these people, Lu Ming didn't attack again. He stood quietly in the air and began to refine the blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others. Once the higher-ups of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Corps died, the rest were like a sheet of loose sand. They were no match for Lin Shui and the others. It was a one-sided massacre. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Ming to attack. Rumble. The blood essence of the one-eyed man and the others was extremely rich. Lu Ming converted half of it into true essence and used the other half to upgrade the second bloodline. After a while, the second bloodline shook and the 6th silver chakra appeared. The second bloodline also upgraded to the 6th level of the king class. After a while, the second bloodline reached the limit of the 6th level of the king class. Lu Ming's cultivation also improved a little, and reached the peak of the early stage of the martial king realm. 1 LV3 martial king, for LV2 martial king, and 1 LV1 martial king can only improve my cultivation by a little. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. It seemed that he would need more resources to break through to the martial king class, and improve his cultivation. Not far away, battle cries shook the sky, but it was a completely one-sided situation. Soon the battle cries died down. Only a few of the people of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sun Core escaped. Most of them were killed, especially the higher-ups of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sky Demon sect. This time, in order to annihilate the Mystic Essence sword sect in one fell swoop, the 10 Directions sword sect had sent out 90% of their experts, and the Heaven Fiend sect had sent out 80% of their experts, but all of them had been annihilated in the battle, including the sect leaders of the omnidirectional sword sect and the Sky Demon sect. Roar. At this moment, a roar was heard. Lu Ming looked over. Golden-eyed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie was wrapped in an extremely rich blood chi. The blood chi gathered and formed a huge blood cocoon in the air. Golden-eyed blood essence has also absorbed the blood of the one-eyed man and the others. It seems that it's going to evolve again after absorbing the blood of a king-class expert. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Lin Xuei, Ling Patian, Shengguan Ming Yin Quan, and the others appeared not far from Lu Ming. Greetings, Lord King. Lin Xuei wanted to call out to Lu Ming, but she quickly reacted and bowed with cupped fists. Greetings, Lord King. Chapter 484. In the world of martial arts, strength was the most important. The stronger one was the higher one's status. It had nothing to do with seniority. At this moment, Lin Xuei and the others looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. A king. The Blazing Sun Empire had finally given birth to another king. Moreover, he was so young. They were trembling with excitement. 5 days ago, Xue Chao had displayed his king's strength and destroyed the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's sect protection array. How powerful was that? They were already in despair. However, they did not expect that the moment Lu Ming appeared, the situation would be completely reversed. With Bai Inai Tianxia's spirit, he had defeated his opponent. In the crowd, Yin Quan had mixed feelings. In his mind, the various situations of the Mo family in the Yin Moon Empire appeared in his mind. At that time, Lu Ming was so weak. Compared to him, the difference was like heaven and earth. However, after a short while, the situation had completely reversed. Now Lu Ming was much stronger than him. This is the legendary supreme talent. I didn't expect to meet him. Yin Quan sighed. Let's return to the mountain gate. Lu Ming said. Outside the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, there were naturally many people dealing with the aftermath. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had already returned to the mountain gate. Lu Ming, I beg you, let me go. Please let me go. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the mountain gate, Qiu Changkong begged hysterically. At this moment, Qiu Changkong's cultivation had been crippled and all his meridians were broken. He was even worse than an ordinary person. He lay on the ground and begged miserably. Changkong, what's there to beg for? The winner takes all. The worst that can happen is death. Qiu Wuyang was similar to Qiu Changkong, but he was much more stubborn. He sat on the ground and shouted coldly. Shut up, old man. It's all because of you. I, Qiu Changkong, was a genius and had a bright future. It's all because of your ambition that I offended Lu Ming and ended up like this. It's all because of you, old man. Hurry up and die. Qiu Changkong stared at Qiu Wuyang and shouted crazily. Qiu Wuyang stared blankly at Qiu Changkong. He could not believe that Qiu Changkong would talk to him like that. Lu Ming, it's all because of this old man. It's all because of this old man. He was the one who instigated me. If you want to kill someone, kill him. I'm innocent. Qiu Changkong shouted. Really? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He then moved and flew toward a mountain peak behind the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. There was a small mountain behind the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. On top of the mountain, There was a courtyard where Lu Yuntian and Li Ping lived. Brother Tian Ming'er should be back. Will he be all right? Li Ping said worriedly. Just now, Qiu Changkong and the others had shouted Lu Ming's name, and it had spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. Naturally, they had also heard it. Ming'er is a prodigy. He should be fine. Don't worry. Lu Yuntian consoled. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with worry. The battle just now was too shocking. It was as if the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. It was like the end of the world. This kind of scene had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. Therefore, they couldn't help but worry that Lu Ming had encountered an unimaginable enemy. Master, madam. At this moment, a burly man rushed in. How is it? How's the situation? Li Ping asked anxiously. Master, madam, it's a great victory. Young Master Lu Ming has returned and killed his opponent. Now Shifeng Sword Sect is almost destroyed. The burly man said excitedly. Really? Lu Yuntian widened his eyes in shock. In his heart, Shifeng Sword Sect was an invincible force that dominated the Blazing Sun Empire. Now it was almost destroyed? How was that possible? Did Ming'er do it? Lu Yuntian thought to himself. Old Master, madam, there is another piece of great news. Young Master Lu Ming seems to have become a king. A high and mighty martial arts king. The burly man said excitedly. His voice was trembling as he spoke. What? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were stunned. A martial king? Ming, has become a martial king? After a while, they came to their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and excitement. With their previous status, it was naturally impossible for them to come into contact with a martial king. It was even difficult for them to come into contact with a martial king. However, they had heard of the martial king many times. They were legendary figures who were like immortals that had the power to destroy the world. They had a lifespan of thousands of years, and could overlook the changes in the world. There hadn't been a martial king in the Blazing Sun Empire for thousands of years. Now their son had become such a figure? They thought they were dreaming. Lu Chun, is it true? Lu Yuntian's voice was trembling. He used to be a real martial artist, so he knew what it meant to be a martial king. In the past, Lu Yuntian had worked hard to reach the martial king realm. As for the martial king realm, he didn't even dare to think about it. Now his son Lu Ming had reached it? It's true. There's no doubt about it. The burly man said firmly. Buzz. At this moment, the space trembled, and a figure emerged. They were shocked, but when they took a closer look, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Ming. Li Ping hurriedly walked in front of Lu Ming and looked at him carefully. In her eyes, whether Lu Ming was a martial king or not, it was the same. He was her son. Father, Mother, Ming'er is back to see you. Lu Ming said. Ming'er, you broke through to the martial king realm? Lu Yuntian asked with a trembling voice. He looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Father, I was lucky to break through 5 days ago. Lu Ming scratched his head and said. Ha, you really broke through to the martial king realm. Ha, that's great. My son is a martial king, and such a young one. After receiving Lu Ming's confirmation, Lu Yuntian was extremely excited and laughed loudly. He was even happier than when he broke through to the martial king realm. Father, I'm here today to ask you about an old matter. Lu Ming said. An old matter? Lu Yuntian was puzzled. Father, Mother, come with me. Lu Ming waved his hand and a true essence light screen enveloped Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared in front of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. So fast? Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were shocked. That mountain was dozens of miles away from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, but they arrived in an instant. In their eyes, such means were no different from the means of a god. But this person was their son, so they were even happier. Greetings, Master Lu, Madam Lu. Lin Shui and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. They didn't dare to slight them. Sect Leader Lin, seniors, you're too polite. Lu Yuntian bowed back. Qiu Changkong? Chapter 485. Lu Yuntian, no, Old Master Lu, no, Uncle Lu, I beg you, please spare me. Qiu Changkong screamed hysterically when he saw Lu Yuntian. Haha, Qiu Changkong, You still have the face to ask me to spare you? Haha, you've finally fallen to this state. The heavens have eyes, ah. Lu Yuntian laughed loudly. Uncle Lu, it was my fault in the past. I was blinded by greed. I was wrong, ah. Please spare my dog life for the sake of my ignorance. Chiu Changkong wailed again and again, tears and snot dripping down his face. Lu Ming admired Chiu Changkong for this. Tears and snot flowed down his face as he wished. Chiu Changkong, shut up. You're a disgrace to my Chiu family. Chiu Wuyang bellowed from the side. Old man, you're the one who should shut up. What is the Chiu family? How much is it worth? Don't mention the Chiu family to me. Chiu Changkong shouted. You, Chiu Wuyang almost vomited blood from anger. His chest heaved up and down as disappointment filled his eyes. Was this still the Chiu family's once-in-a-thousand-years genius? What a disgrace. Old man. Suddenly, Chiu Changkong's eyes hardened. He struggled to get up, took out a dagger from his robe, and walked towards Chiu Wuyang. Lu Ming, Lin Shui, and the others' eyes flickered, but they did not make a move. Bastard, what are you trying to do? Chiu Wuyang roared. What am I trying to do? It's all your fault, go to hell. Chiu Changkong's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as the dagger in his hand pierced towards Chiu Wuyang. Chiu Wuyang roared and rolled to the side, dodging the dagger. However, Chiu Changkong immediately followed up with another stab. This time, Chiu Wuyang couldn't avoid it. The dagger pierced through his back, causing blood to spurt out. Bastard, you bastard! Chiu Wuyang screamed. His eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, and disbelief. He couldn't believe that Chiu Changkong would kill him. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar and breathed his last breath. At the side, Lin Shui, Ling Patian, and the others had complicated expressions in their eyes. Chiu Wuyang, the overlord of the Burning Sun Empire, the half-step king of his generation, the hero who had almost unified the entire Burning Sun Empire, was killed by the junior he thought highly of. It was truly tragic. Lu Ming, Uncle Lu, look, I'm truly remorseful. I've even killed Chiu Wuyang. I beg you, please let me go. Chiu Changkong knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Even the heavens wouldn't allow me to spare someone like you. Lu Yuntian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming flicked his finger and condensed his true essence into 4 long spears. They flew out and nailed Chiu Changkong's limbs to the ground. Chiu Changkong let out a miserable shriek. Lu Ming waved his hand and a battle sword appeared. He said, Father, I'll leave Chiu Changkong's life to you. Lu Yuntian was once captured by Chiu Changkong and tortured for 8 years. In this world, the one who should kill Chiu Changkong the most was Lu Yuntian. Moreover, Lu Ming also knew that Lu Yuntian had a knot in his heart. All right. Lu Yuntian took the battle sword and strode towards Chiu Changkong. No, Uncle Lu, don't kill me. Chiu Changkong was still begging for mercy. Shut up, Uncle Lu. You're not worthy to call me that. Die. Lu Yuntian snorted and slashed out with his battle sword. Chiu Wuyang's head flew high into the air. Who, after killing Chiu Changkong with a single slash, Lu Yuntian seemed to be relieved of a heavy burden, and let out a long sigh. Ming'er, thank you for letting me kill Chiu Changkong. Lu Yuntian said to Lu Ming. Father, you and I are father and son. There's no need to thank me. This is what I should do. Unfortunately, I still couldn't find a treasure that can help you recover. Lu Ming sighed. Haha, Ming, or there's no need to force yourself. Father is already very satisfied with your current achievements. Lu Yuntian laughed. Father, mother, why don't I see the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming asked curiously. From the very beginning, Lu Ming didn't see the mid-autumn moon. This was very strange. After such a big battle, the mid-autumn moon shouldn't have left Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's side. At the mention of the mid-autumn moon, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's expressions changed slightly. Lu Ming naturally noticed the changes in their expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that something happened to the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel anxious. Father, mother, what happened to the mid-autumn moon? Lu Ming asked. Ming, don't worry. The mid-autumn moon is fine. Li Ping quickly said. Then why don't I see her? Sigh, this is a long story. Ming, let's go back to our residence first and talk about it in detail. Lu Yuntian sighed. All right. Then Lu Ming waved his hand and returned to their residence with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The matters outside were temporarily left to Lin Shui and the rest. Back in the residence, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. Ming 3 months ago the mid-autumn moon left. Li Ping sighed, her eyes were filled with reluctance. Left? Where did she go? Lu Ming asked. Ming, it's like this. About 3 months ago, a middle-aged woman suddenly appeared. She said that she took a fancy to the mid-autumn moon's talent, and that the mid-autumn moon's bloodline was suitable to inherit her legacy. She wanted to take the mid-autumn moon as her disciple, and take her away from here. Lu Yuntian explained. Ah, there's such a thing? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yes, according to the middle-aged woman. She was traveling the world to find a suitable successor to inherit her legacy. She found the mid-autumn moon based on the resonance of the bloodline, and insisted on taking the mid-autumn moon as her disciple. In the beginning, we and the mid-autumn moon didn't agree, but later on, the middle-aged woman displayed shocking means. With a wave of her hand, the day suddenly turned into night. The most shocking thing was that she could tear apart space and travel. It's simply the means of a deity. Seeing her incredible means, I decided to let the mid-autumn moon follow her. After all, it's good for the mid-autumn moon too. Lu Yuntian said. What? With a wave of her hand, the day turned into night and she could tear apart space? Lu Ming was shocked. What kind of means was this? It was too terrifying. Yes, but the mid-autumn moon girl wanted to wait for your return, and was unwilling to acknowledge you as her master. In the end, she was forcefully taken away by the middle-aged woman. Lu Yuntian said. Forcefully taken away? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Yes, but Ming, you don't have to worry. I think that the middle-aged woman sincerely wants to take the mid-autumn moon as her disciple. She shouldn't make things difficult for the mid-autumn moon. Lu Yuntian said. Although Lu Ming said so, he still felt uncomfortable. Would he never see the mid-autumn moon again? Father, mother, did the other party leave any news? Did she say which sect she's from? Lu Ming asked. The other party only left a sentence. The only one above the divine wilderness. Lu Yuntian said. The only one above the divine wilderness? What does that mean? Chapter 486. Above the divine wilderness? Could it be above the divine wilderness? It was said that there were other continents above the divine wilderness, but that was too far away and was just a legend. Also, what did it mean to be the only one in the world? Lu Ming was puzzled. Minger, don't worry. Autumn moon will be fine. When she's done cultivating, she might come back to find you. That girl can't bear to part with you. Seeing that Lu Ming was a little unhappy, Lu Yuntian comforted him. Dad, Mom, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled and calmed himself down. Then he started chatting with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. An hour later, Lu Ming bade farewell and left. Lu Ming strode into the meeting hall of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Lin Shui and the others were inside. When they saw Lu Ming enter, they quickly stood up and bowed. Greetings, King. We're all familiar with each other, so there's no need to be so polite. Hua Qi, I promised you that I would let you flatten the Shifang Sword Sect. Now the time has come. Lu Ming waved his hand and said directly. There was a look of ecstasy on Hua Qi's face. He came before Lu Ming and bowed deeply, saying, Brother Lu, I will definitely remember this in my heart, and be eternally grateful. Haha, Hua Qi, with our relationship, there's no need to be so polite. We'll go to the imperial capital, and help you take back the imperial capital. Then we'll kill the Shifang Sword Sect. Lu Ming said. Let's go together. Lin Shui, Ling Patian and the others said. Alright, sect leader Lin, Hua Qi and I will go first. You guys lead the experts above martial ancestor realm, and follow behind. Lu Ming said. After all, Lin Shui and the others had to take care of the aftermath. With that, Lu Ming's true essence swirled and disappeared with Hua Qi. Gather the experts above martial ancestor realm, and we'll set off. Lin Shui ordered. Lu Ming brought Hua Qi with him. Like lightning, they left the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and rushed toward the imperial capital. More than 10,000 miles away from the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, an army was rushing towards the sect at top speed. This army looked crimson-red and had a terrifying aura. It was Lu Ming's crimson blood-scaled wolves. Oh, oh, the scarlet blood-scaled wolves were howling. Every single one of them was covered in blood. Quick, quick. Earlier, the Decimo Sword Sect's army of 100,000 and the Solar Legion broke through the encirclement and charged towards the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. They're using the other armies to delay us. They're definitely going to surround the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Huang was extremely anxious and kept yelling. A lieutenant said, "Even if it's useless, we still have to go. The 8th prince is in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Even if we die, we still have to go." Huang scolded. "Yes, General," the lieutenant replied. What's that?" Suddenly, one of the lieutenants looked at the sky. Hua Ying and the others also looked over. At the end of the horizon, there was a bolt of lightning that was rapidly approaching them. In the next moment, the lightning arrived in the sky above them. When the lightning dissipated, 2 young figures appeared in the sky. That's the Marquis Champion? It's really the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back with the 8th prince. Cries of alarm rang out from the Qixia cavalry. Greetings to the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. Hua Ying rushed into the sky and bowed. Greetings to the Marquis Champion and the 8th prince. All the scarlet blood-scaled wolves bowed to Lu Ming and Hua Qi. However, the first person they greeted was Lu Ming, followed by the 8th prince. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves were built by Lu Ming. In the hearts of the scarlet blood-scaled wolves, Lu Ming was the supreme existence. They immediately followed Lu Ming's orders. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves were Lu Ming's scarlet blood-scaled wolves, the Marquis Champion's scarlet blood-scaled wolves. Even though Hua Ying was a member of the imperial family, they still put Lu Ming first. No need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand. Marquis Champion, 8th Prince, it's great that you're fine. We're on our way to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, but we didn't expect to meet you here. Could it be that the Mystic Essence Sword Sect has been defeated? Hua Ying said with a dignified expression. He wondered if the Mystic Essence Sword Sect had been defeated and Lu Ming had rescued Hua Qi and broken out of the siege. Yes, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's battle is over. Hua Qi nodded. What? The Mystic Essence Sword Sect has been annihilated? Hua Ying's expression changed drastically. If that was really the case, then the situation was really over. With just a few of them, there was no way they could make any waves. They could only retreat to the border as soon as possible. You're wrong. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect's battle is over. The Decimo Sword Sect and the Solar Core were annihilated. The Marquis Champion and I are heading to the Imperial capital to kill the traitor, Sky-Suppressing King. Hua Qi said. What? Hua Ying and the others were dumbfounded. They had never expected such an outcome. I forgot to tell you that the Marquis Champion has reached the King Realm. How could those clowns from the Decimo Sword Sect be a match for the Marquis Champion? Hua Qi said. What? King? King? All the scarlet blood-scaled wolves were stunned as they stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. King, this word seemed to have some kind of magical power, shocking all of them. After a while, all of them were trembling with excitement. They looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of crazy reverence. The Marquis Champion is mighty. The Marquis Champion is invincible. Tens of thousands of scarlet blood-scaled wolves shouted crazily. They were extremely excited. Their general, their commander, had actually broken through to the King Realm. They were extremely excited. They were the army that Lu Ming had created. They shared honor and disgrace. Lu Ming's glory was their glory. They were naturally excited and excited. From now on, the scarlet blood-scaled wolves would not only be famous in the Burning Sun Empire, but also in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Scarlet blood-scaled wolves, listen to my order. Lu Ming shouted. Yes, sir. Tens of thousands of scarlet blood-scaled wolves roared as they felt their blood boiling. The 8th Prince and I will head to the Imperial capital first. You guys will follow us and attack the Imperial capital, Lu Ming ordered. Yes, attack the Imperial capital. The scarlet blood-scaled wolves roared. Let's go. Then Lu Ming and Hua Qi continued their journey to the Imperial capital. In the Imperial capital, people were singing and dancing in the Imperial palace. In the imperial garden of the imperial capital, Sky-suppressing king was wearing a dragon robe as he sat on the dragon throne. Beside him were a few beautiful concubines. Below him, Huajie was wearing a dragon robe as he sat there with a bored expression on his face. Below him sat the civil and military officials. In the center of the imperial garden, many girls were dancing. Sky-suppressing king was enraptured. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Right now, the Decimo Sword faction and the Sun Legion are attacking the Mystic Essence Sword sect. The Mystic Essence Sword sect will fall soon, and the Burning Sun Empire will be unified. Your Majesty will be the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire. A crafty-looking minister was trying to flatter Heavenly King's suppression. Ha ha. You are right. Chapter 487. Then the other officials started to flatter the Heavenly King one after another. The Heavenly King couldn't stop smiling. He felt like he was about to fly into the sky. Now that the Burning Sun Empire had no more suspense, his position as the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire was more or less secured. Who cared if he was a puppet of the Decimo Sword faction? As long as he was sitting on the throne, he could enjoy himself without restraint. Heavenly King Suppression hugged the two beauties on his left and right. His palms wandered around the two beautiful girls. Just as he was enjoying himself, a burly man in iron armor rushed in anxiously. Your Majesty, bad news. Bad news. The burly man shouted. Heavenly King Suppression was instantly displeased. His face darkened as he shouted coldly. Su Feng, why are you in such a panic? Can't you see that I am holding a banquet for the officials to discuss important matters of the empire? If you are so flustered, how are you going to follow me to conquer the empire and dominate the world? You are a disgrace to me. Men drag Su Feng away and flog him 100 times as a warning to others. Heavenly King Suppression waved his hand. Two tall guards strode forward and walked toward Su Feng. Your Majesty, let me finish. There is urgent news from the front lines. The Decimo Sword faction and the Sun Legion were annihilated in the battle with the Mystic Essence Sword faction. Qiu Wuyang and Qiu Changkong are dead. Su Feng hurriedly roared. Silence. Everyone fell silent. The dancing girls seemed to have frozen in their movements. The civil and military officials were about the same. Their movements froze. Some of them were drinking wine, but the wine almost poured into their nostrils. Heavenly King Suppression opened his mouth and looked at Su Feng in a daze. Then his pupils dilated and his body began to tremble. He asked with a trembling voice, Su Feng, are you serious? If I find out that you are lying to me, I will kill your entire family. It's true, Your Majesty. A general of the Decimo Sword faction was lucky enough to survive. The news reached me through multiple voice transmission talismans. Su Feng said loudly. Clang. The purple jade cup in Heavenly King Suppression's hand fell to the ground and shattered. His face was pale without a trace of blood. First, his lips began to tremble. Then his entire body began to tremble. How could this be? How could this be? With the Decimo Sword faction's strength, how could they kill Qiu Wuyang and the others? Heavenly King kept muttering in disbelief. It's the Marquis Champion. The Marquis Champion is back. He easily killed all the experts from Omnidirectional Sword faction and Solar Core. Su Feng said. Lu Ming, it's actually him. I knew it long ago. I can't let him live. Heavenly King Suppression. Heavenly King. Retreat, count the troops. Take all the treasures and bring. Take all the treasures all. Heavenly another. Don't you think it's too late to leave? They were Lu Ming and Hua Qi. Heavenly King Suppression's face turned pale when he saw Hua Qi and Lu Ming. He looked at the two people in the sky in horror. Old man, today is the day you die. I'll take your head and offer it to my father's soul in heaven. Hua Qi's eyes turned red when he saw Heavenly King Suppression. He was filled with hatred. Kill them. Heavenly King Suppression roared. Whoosh, whoosh. 6 figures rushed out from the crowd. Each of them exuded the aura of a martial ancestor realm 9th realm. Heavenly King Suppression had secretly recruited 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts. He was extraordinary. What champion Marquis? A middle-aged man with a cold and vicious face slashed at Lu Ming with his saber. At the same time, the other 5 people appeared. In an instant, the world became extremely violent. Spiritual qi was boiling. Various sword qi and saber energy blasted at Lu Ming. 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts joining forces. Even a large city would be destroyed in an instant. Die. Heavenly King Suppression's eyes were filled with hope. Clown, Lu Ming said calmly. He stood in the air motionless. Lightning flashed in his eyes. Then 6 bolts of lightning shot out from his eyes. Bang! Bang! 6 crisp sounds were heard. The 6 martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts under Heavenly King Suppression turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Bang! Heavenly King Suppression sat on the ground. His body trembled uncontrollably, and it was several times more intense than before. The other civil and military officials were not much different. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. In their eyes, the invincible martial ancestor realm 9th realm experts were turned into ashes by Lu Ming's glare. It was unbelievable. It was the work of a deity. It was not something that could be defeated by a human. The champion marquis is invincible. Your servant Gao Chuan welcomes the champion marquis and the 8th prince back to the palace. Suddenly, a crafty-looking official shouted from below. He looked at Lu Ming and Hua Qi flatteringly. Lu Ming and Hua Qi were slightly startled. The champion marquis, 8th prince, you don't know. I've always been loyal to the late emperor. I endured the humiliation and stayed by Heavenly King Suppression's side. My goal was to wait for the 8th prince to come back one day. The heavens have eyes. 8th prince, you're finally back. Gao Chuan shouted with a flattering face. Damn it, this Gao Chuan is really quick to change his mind. The other civil and military officials gritted their teeth. Oh, from what I know, you were the first to surrender when Heavenly King Suppression attacked the imperial capital. You even opened the city gates and let Heavenly King Suppression's army in. Hua Qi sneered. Gao Chuan's expression changed drastically. He forced a smile and said, 8th prince, you've misunderstood. There's no need to explain to me. Go and explain to my father. Hua Qi unsheathed his sword and cut Gao Chuan in half. Old man, it's your turn now. Hua Qi looked at Heavenly King Suppression. Chuchir, I'm your uncle. We're related by blood. I beg you, please let me go this time. Heavenly King Suppression shouted. Let you go? Ha ha, what a joke. Back then, when you killed my father, why didn't you think that he was your blood relative? Now, you're actually saying the word, blood relative. You're simply shameless. Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he pointed his sword at Heavenly King Suppression. No, protect me. Guards, protect me. Heavenly King Suppression shouted crazily. However, no one moved. Everyone sat there in silence, not moving at all. Chapter 488. Hua Qi, kill him. Lu Ming nodded at Hua Qi at the same time. A surge of true qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Instantly, Hua Qi felt his body brimming with energy. Go to hell, you old man. Hua Qi shouted as he charged at Heavenly King Suppression. You're the one who's going to die. Heavenly King Suppression saw that there was no way out. He waved his hand and a broad battle sword appeared in his hand as he slashed at Hua Qi. Heavenly King Suppression's cultivation was not weak. He had reached the 7th martial ancestor realm. Hua Qi was only a 9th martial grandmaster, and had not reached the martial ancestor realm. However, Hua Qi's sword contained Lu Ming's true qi. True qi was many times stronger than true qi. Furthermore, it was Lu Ming's true qi. Hua Qi's sword had destroyed all of Heavenly King Suppression's attacks. He had split Heavenly King Suppression's sword and body in half. Heavenly King Suppression was dead. Haha, father, did you see that? I've finally avenged you. Hua Qi knelt on the ground and laughed. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he laughed. It was as if he wanted to release all of the hatred that had accumulated in his heart. Lu Ming did not say anything as he watched quietly from the side. Hua Jie, don't go. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Lu Ming smiled when he saw it. It turned out that Hua Jie wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but was caught by some ministers. Now that Heavenly King Suppression was dead, how could these officials be loyal to him? They wanted nothing more than to dig out their hearts and confess to Hua Qi. How could they let Hua Jie escape? No, let me go, let me go. Huajie screamed in horror. Huajie, I'll send you to accompany your father. Huaqi's sword dripped with blood as he walked towards Huajie. Don't kill me, no. Huajie screamed. Then a stench filled the air. This guy was so scared that he peed his pants again. Huaqi's eyes were filled with killing intent. The sword in his hand flashed and Huajie stopped screaming. Eighth Prince, I welcome the Eighth Prince back to the palace. I welcome the Eighth Prince back to the palace. All of the civil and military officials knelt down. Huaqi's gaze was like lightning as he looked around. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. They were afraid that Huaqi would kill them. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to have frozen. After a while Huaqi said, You guys gather the troops and capture all of Heavenly King Suppressing's allies, troops and families. Huaqi didn't kill these people. Although these people were despicable, they still needed to rely on them if he wanted the Burning Sun Empire to continue running. If he killed them all, who would help him? Yes, I will do it right away. Eighth Prince, leave this matter to me. The civil and military officials scrambled to agree, and then hurriedly went to carry out the orders. What a joke. This was a good opportunity to express her feelings to Huaqi, who would miss it. Very soon, some of the ministers with large military forces retreated. The rest of the people were weak civil officials. They looked at Huaqi and Lu Ming anxiously. Marquis Champion, please. Huaqi waved his hand and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and sat at a table casually. As for Huaqi, he sat at Heavenly King Suppressing's seat. The women knelt at the side and trembled. The civil officials also knelt on the ground and waited. Time passed and the imperial capital was in chaos. Countless troops ran and surrounded Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. There were battles everywhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, Lin Shui and the others arrived and appeared in the sky. Sect leader Lin, send people to help clear out Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. Lu Ming said to Lin Shui. Okay. Lin Shui nodded. Then, hundreds of martial ancestor experts scattered around the imperial capital to help clear out Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen. With the help of these experts, Heavenly King Suppressing's henchmen, and those loyal to him were quickly killed. The entire imperial capital was filled with killing. Many ordinary people knew that the imperial capital was going to change again. From now on, the imperial capital was going to have a new ruler. When many people knew that it was the Eighth Prince who had returned, they were very happy. They didn't have a good time under Heavenly King Suppressing's rule. One day later, the battle in the imperial capital was over. The imperial capital had completely fallen into Huaqi's hands. 2 days later, the Red Blood Cavalry arrived and helped Huaqi take control of the imperial capital. He would leave the rest to Huaqi. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. Sect leader Lin, it's time to go to the Shifang Sword Sect. Lu Ming said to Lin Shui in a courtyard. Okay. Lin Shui's eyes flashed with madness and anticipation. He had waited for this day for too long. 1 hour later, nearly 100 people led by Lu Ming flew to the Shifang Sword Sect. The Shifang Sword Sect wasn't far from the imperial capital. It was about 10,000 miles away. They arrived after an hour. More than 100 people floated above the Shifang mountain. Activate the Sect Protection Array. Hurry up and activate the Sect Protection Array. As soon as Lu Ming and the others arrived, a loud roar came from the Shifang Sword Sect. Buzz buzz, light shone everywhere in the Shifang Sword Sect. Inscriptions flashed and formed a Sect Protection Array that enveloped the Shifang Sword Sect. Countless sword chi swam around. This Sect Protection Array was similar to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's Sect Protection Array. However, it was more powerful and mysterious. Obviously, the Shifang Sword Sect had already received the news. It seems like there are still many experts in the Shifang Sword Sect. There's even a half-step king among them. Lin Shui and the others said. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. They could only rely on Lu Ming to break the Sect Protection Array of the Shifang Sword Sect. If they were to go, they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. Whoosh! Lu Ming clenched his fist and a long spear condensed in the air. Then the long spear slashed down at the Shifang Sword Sect. At the same time, the long spear rapidly enlarged to the size of a mountain and blasted towards the Shifang Sword Sect. Block it! Block it! Angry roars came from the Shifang Sword Sect. The sect protection array of the Shifang sword sect flickered crazily. At the same time, a few huge sword chi soared into the sky and blasted towards Lu Ming's spear light. However, under the pressure of the spear light, the sword chi collapsed like tofu. Boom. The spear light blasted heavily on the sect protection array of the Shifang sword sect. Bang. Bang. Almost immediately, the formation bases of the sect's grand defensive formation in the Decimo sword sect exploded. Screams came out one after another. Those who controlled the array were directly shocked to death by the backlash. With one move, the sect protection array of the Shifang sword sect was broken. Although they had long known that Lu Ming's battle strength was shocking, and that he was a peerless king, Lin Shui and the others were still shocked when they saw this scene with their own eyes. Sect leader Lin, I'll leave the rest to you, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming no longer had the slightest interest in the following battles. Okay, don't worry. Lin Shui nodded. Then they charged in. It was a completely one-sided massacre. 90% of the experts of the Shifang sword sect had died in the battle at the Mystic Essence sword sect. How could the remaining be a match for Lin Shui and the others? Chapter 489. However, Lin Shui and the rest did not kill the innocent. They only killed the higher-ups of the Shifang sword sect. Most of them were martial grandmasters and above. They did not kill anyone below that. That was because those below the martial grandmaster level were not much of a threat. Soon, the Shifang sword sect quieted down. Lu Ming looked at the Shifang sword sect calmly without any expression on his face. In the world of martial arts, killings were carried out every day. Every day, there would be sects destroyed and sects rising. It was very normal. Lu Ming was silent for a while, then turned around and left. There was no need for him to do anything. Lin Shui and the rest were enough to destroy the Sky Fiend sect. The higher-ups of the Sky Fiend sect were almost all dead in the Mystic Essence sword sect. They could not stop Lin Shui and the rest. Lu Ming stepped on the air and traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. He headed towards the Mystic Essence sword sect. Soon he returned to the Mystic Essence sword sect. Goldeneye, after this evolution, he will probably enter the King realm. In the air in front of the Mystic Essence sword sect, Lu Ming looked at the blood cocoon floating in the air, and thought to himself. Then Lu Ming moved and flew towards the depths of the Mystic Essence sword sect. Lu Ming came to the courtyard of Lu Yintian, and the rest. Lu Yintian and Li Ping were drinking tea and chatting. Now that Lu Ming had become a king, his name was well known in the world. Both of them were very happy and always had smiles on their faces. Father, mother. Lu Ming pushed the door open and called out softly. Ming, you're back? Take a seat. Li Ping said with a smile. Lu Ming sat down. Ming, why didn't I see Miss Nianqing this time? Li Ping asked. In the past, Xian Yanqing was by Lu Ming's side every day. This was a well-known fact. Later, Xian Yanqing followed Lu Ming to participate in the assessment of the Imperial Divine Guards. Many people thought that Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were a couple. Li Ping and Lu Yintian were also quite fond of Xian Yanqing, so they were naturally very concerned about him. Father, mother, Miss Xie has other matters to attend to. She did not return to the Burning Sun Empire. Lu Ming said. At the mention of Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming had a complicated look in his eyes. He was also very worried. Unfortunately, there were no clues at all. Ming, did you guys quarrel? As a man, sometimes you should let a girl have her way. You should learn from your father about this. Li Ping said earnestly. Cough, cough. Lu Yintian coughed dryly. Father, mother, it's nothing. Miss Xie is just busy. Oh, right. Having said that, Lu Ming waved his hands and more than 10 jade bottles appeared on the table. Father, mother, these pills can nourish your body, replenish your blood, and prolong your life. Although they can't mend your meridians, they can still nourish your body. Lu Ming said. Lu Yintian and Li Ping happily kept the pills. They knew that Lu Ming had reached the martial king realm. These pills were no longer of much use to Lu Ming. In the following days, Lu Ming would take time to visit Lu Yintian and Li Ping every day. He would spend the rest of his time cultivating. After reaching the martial emperor realm, his comprehension of the martial path and his understanding of the martial path had improved tremendously. His comprehension of martial skills had also greatly increased. Lu Ming had already reached the limit of the second step of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. 7 days later, Lu Ming had successfully reached the third step. With 3 consecutive steps, the power of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps had increased by more than tenfold. It had reached the 6th level of a lower heaven-class martial skill. In terms of power, it was no weaker than the 3rd level of the 3 skills of Dragon Mountain. Lu Ming had gained another trump card. In these 7 days, the Burning Sun Empire was shaken. Decimo Sword Faction and Sky Demon Sect were destroyed. The 8th Prince killed Sky Suppressing King and took back the imperial capital. Every piece of news was enough to shake the Burning Sun Empire. The most shocking news was that the Marquis of Champion Lu Ming had made a strong return and had reached the Martial King realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Then, wherever the Mystic Essence Sword Faction, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family's army passed, the Decimo Sword Faction and Sky Demon Sect's forces surrendered. There were almost no fierce battles. Half a month later, the entire Burning Sun Empire was under the control of the Mystic Essence Sword Faction, Crimson Cloud Valley, and the Imperial family. The Burning Sun Empire was unified like never before. As the saying went, a country could not be without a ruler. At this time, many people suggested that Hua Qi should inherit the throne and become the emperor of the Burning Sun Empire. But Hua Qi did not agree. He refused with the reason that the Burning Sun Empire had just gone through a great war. 2 days later, people tried again, but Hua Qi still refused. At this time, someone found Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming could persuade Hua Qi to ascend the throne. Lu Ming nodded and went to the imperial capital. Then, the imperial family announced to the world that Hua Qi would officially ascend the throne in a month's time in the imperial capital. At the same time, the Mystic Essence Sword Faction and Crimson Cloud Valley were made the 2 sacred grounds of the Burning Sun Empire. In addition, Lu Ming was made the champion king and the commander-in-chief of the empire. The Lu family was made a first-class family, on the same level as the noble families. When the news spread, it attracted the attention of the world. Countless forces were preparing to go to the imperial capital to celebrate the ascension of the new emperor. This was because everyone knew that Lu Ming was the one behind Hua Qi, a king who was not even 20 years old. That was the main point. As long as Lu Ming was alive, Hua Qi's power would be impregnable. The entire Burning Sun Empire was looking forward to the arrival of the new emperor. Even the other 35 empires were paying attention. However, Lu Ming did not care about any of this. He took Lu Yuntian and Li Ping back to the Lu family in Firestorm City. The Lu family was filled with red lights. It was a joyous scene. Countless people came in and out. It was very lively. The Lu family was now a first-class family, similar to the noble families. In the past few days, all the forces in a few hundred cities had come to congratulate them. The young master is back, and so is the family head and madam. A loud roar caused the entire Lu family to boil. Family head, madam, the young master is back. The news spread throughout the Lu family. When Lu Ming and the others walked to the front door of the Lu family, they were stunned to see countless people rushing out. At the front were the few remaining core elders of the Lu family, and the branch masters of a few branches. Behind them, there were at least a few hundred people that Lu Ming did not know. Greetings to the family head, madam, young master and family head. It has been many years since we last met. I can die without regrets. One of the core elders bowed in greeting. Looking at Lu Yuntian, tears almost fell from his eyes. Everyone please rise. Lu Yuntian's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After so many years, he had finally returned to the Lu family. I am the city lord of Flowing Light City. Greetings to the champion king, family head Lu, and Madam Lu. A stout man squeezed out of the crowd and bowed to Lu Ming. I am the family head of Lu family of Wutong City. Greetings to the champion king. Family head Lu, do you still recognize me? I am Lucio, the city lord of Fragrance City. Behind them, a group of people came over to greet them. Alright everyone, let us in first. Lu Ming waved his hand and shouted. Chapter 490. After Lu Ming's group entered, the Lu family's core elders and the various lineages leaders followed closely behind. The various lineages leaders secretly rejoiced that Lu Yunxiong had failed to kill Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Lu family wouldn't be where it was today. The stronger the Lu family was, the more benefits they would reap. Now, as a mere lineage's leader, they had more authority than some of the major cities' city lords. Those city lords had to listen to them, which made them extremely happy. Naturally, they treated Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and the others with even more respect. The group arrived at the Lu family's courtyard. There were already dozens of banquet tables in the courtyard. Everyone invited Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping to the highest table. Everyone, thank you for coming. This Lu hasn't been back for many years. Now let me propose a toast to everyone. Lu Yuntian raised his wine cup and said loudly. Back then, Lu Yuntian had been quite famous in many major cities. Many of his old friends were present as well. Brother Yuntian, it's been many years. I didn't expect to see you again. Suddenly a voice sounded. Lu Yuntian looked over and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Brother Zhou, haha, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lu Ming also looked over, and a smile appeared on his face. The person who spoke just now was actually Zhou Linshan. Lu Ming still remembered clearly that when he first joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he met Zhou Linshan on his first mission. It was also from Zhou Linshan that he learned that Lu Yuntian was still alive. Uncle Zhou, please take a seat. Lu Ming also stood up and cupped his fists. Champion King, there's no need to be so polite. I don't dare, I don't dare. Zhou Linshan quickly waved his hand. His heart was filled with complicated emotions as he sighed inwardly. When he first met Lu Ming was only a little guy in the martial master realm. In just a few years, Lu Ming had already become a king whose name shook the world. That was a king. Just thinking of that word made his heart tremble. Brother Zhou, there's no need to be so polite. Come. Lu Yuntian waved his hand. Back then Lu Yuntian had entrusted the Heavenly Star Sword and 2 other important items to Zhou Linshan. This was enough to show their relationship. Lu Yuntian was overjoyed to see his old friend again. At this time, Zhou Linshan did not decline and walked towards Lu Ming and the other seats. Haha, Brother Zhou, long time no see. You and I have both aged. Come, let's drink 3 big bowls. Lu Yuntian laughed heartily. Instead of using cups, he poured 2 bowls full of wine. Haha, good. Infected by Lu Yuntian's heroic spirit, Zhou Linshan also let loose. Laughing heartily, he downed 3 bowls of wine with Lu Yuntian. The surrounding castellans and aristocratic families' patriarchs cast envious gazes at Zhou Linshan. Zhou Linshan was actually on such good terms with the Lu clan? What kind of honor was it to be able to sit at the same table as Lu Ming and Lu Yuntian? Many people were even thinking about building a good relationship with Zhou Linshan in the future. Immediately, Lu Ming also toasted Zhou Linshan. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping retreated. The others continued to drink. In the next few days, people came to the Lu clan to congratulate them. Lu Ming did not meet any of them as he focused on cultivating. As for Lu Yuntian, he met some of his acquaintances. Time slowly passed, and Lu Ming's comprehension of concept grew deeper. However, there was still a long way to go before he could condense concept runes for his wind and fire concept. On the other hand, due to the existence of the lightning cauldron, his lightning concept improved at lightning speed, advancing by leaps and bounds every day. As for the 3 ultimates of the dragon god, they had completely stabilized at the 3rd level. However, in order to reach the 4th level, he needed to condense concept runes for all 3 concepts. Soon more than 10 days passed. At this time, the Lu clan's people were preparing to depart for the capital city. The Lu clan was an important guest this time. Lu Ming, Li Ping, and Lu Yuntian arrived at the capital city 1 step ahead of them. On the 2nd day in the capital city, Lu Ming went to the Hall of General and headed towards the Earth Essence Cave. During this time, the Hall of General had started operating again. Some of the students who did not die in battle had also returned to the Hall of General. In the Blazing Sun Empire, the only thing that Lu Ming was curious about was the Earth Essence Cave. The Earth Essence Cave had a total of 13 levels. It was said that it was opened by the former king of the royal family. It was said that only kings could enter the 12th and 13th levels. Moreover, there was another saying that the 13th level opened by the king of the royal family was not the limit. Because with that king's strength he could only open up the 13th level. Beyond that, even the king could not do it. Soon Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the Earth Essence Cave. Champion. The few burly men guarding the door were shocked at the sight of Lu Ming. They stuttered for a long time and could not utter a complete sentence. Lu Ming smiled and walked in without consulting anyone. Only then did the guards realize what was going on. Nestle, who is that? He actually walked in just like that. He seems very arrogant. There were some other young men around. A young man with an arrogant face said indignantly, "Are you fucking blind? That is Lu Ming, the Champion King. Don't you know him? Are you a new student who just joined?" Someone at the side said with disdain. "What? That is Lu Ming? No, that is the Champion King? My idol, my idol. Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh my god, I miss my idol just like that. No, I will wait for him here." The arrogance on the face of the arrogant young man disappeared. It was replaced by admiration. The news of Lu Ming's arrival at the Earth Essence Cave spread throughout the Hall of General. Countless people gathered around the Earth Essence Cave. Some of the young men who were in closed-door training also ended their training and rushed to the Earth Essence Cave when they heard the news. Among them, the majority were girls. Lu Ming had reached the Martial King realm before the age of 20. Not to mention the Blazing Sun Empire, he was unprecedented even in the Cloud Empire's 36 countries. Young girls worshipped heroes and loved geniuses. Lu Ming was such a peerless genius. Naturally, there were many girls who adored and loved him. Countless people gathered outside the Earth Essence Cave and waited. Lu Ming naturally did not know how big of a commotion he had caused. He went all the way down and did not stop. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 9th floor. At this point, the spiritual chi of fire was extremely dense and violent. Ordinary people could not cultivate here at all. The violent fire spiritual chi would burn their meridians and damage them. However, to Lu Ming, the fire spiritual chi was like a spring breeze. He did not feel anything. He continued going down. When he arrived at the 10th floor, he felt that the fire spiritual chi on the 10th floor was several times richer and more violent than the 9th floor. Lu Ming did not stop and continued going down. 11th floor, 12th floor. When Lu Ming arrived at the 12th floor, his expression changed slightly. The fire spiritual chi here had reached an exaggerated level. Endless fire spiritual chi was incomparably violent, wantonly ravaging everything. The surrounding walls were completely crystallized and were extremely hard. Lu Ming felt that even if a half-step king were to cultivate here, he would be killed by the fire spirit energy here. Chapter 491. Lu Ming was amazed. This place was really strange. The deeper he went, the denser and more violent the fire spiritual chi became. What was down there? How could such a strange place be formed? Lu Ming was curious. He continued to go down to the 13th floor. Boom. Surging fire spiritual chi rushed toward him. Lu Ming felt as if he had walked into a volcano. An extremely hot aura spread throughout his body. This fire spiritual chi is too abnormal. Lu Ming activated the fire intent realm to resist the fire spiritual chi outside. Then he looked around. The 13th floor was very small. It was only the size of an ordinary secret room. The surrounding walls had completely turned into fiery red crystals. The stone room was empty. There was nothing in it. Lu Ming could sense that the raging fire spirit energy was emanating from beneath his feet. It seems that the martial king of the imperial family could only dig up to this point, and did not have the strength to continue. That's right, the fire spiritual chi here is too strong for an ordinary martial king to bear. Lu Ming thought. However, although he was only an early-stage martial king, he was not an ordinary martial king. His strength was so strong that he could kill a third-stage martial king expert. With the protection of 3 intents and the eruption of true yuan, the fire spiritual chi here could not do anything to him. Then I'll continue to dig and see what's down there? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. A LV5 spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. Whoosh! Lu Ming slashed at the ground with the saber. 3 intents were entwined on the saber. Clang clang. The saber hit the ground as if it had hit a piece of iron. Sparks flew everywhere. However, pieces of glass-like stones were still cut off from the ground. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and put away the stones. Then he continued to slash at the ground. Very soon, Lu Ming cut a big hole in the ground and continued downward. After about 10 meters, Lu Ming began to expand the hole. 2 hours later, a stone room appeared. The 14th floor. The fire spiritual chi here had reached a terrifying level. However, he still could not see what was emitting it. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. The reason for that was because this was his limit. If he were to continue down with his strength, he might not be able to withstand it. This was too terrifying. Incredible. No matter what is down there, it must be incredible. Forget it, I'm not strong enough now. When I'm strong enough in the future, I'll dig to the bottom and see what's down there. Lu Ming secretly decided. Now there are only a few days left before the flower pond. I should be able to cultivate here. The fire spiritual chi here was extremely dense. Moreover, it contained a powerful fire mentality. It was perfect to cultivate and comprehend the fire mentality here. It would definitely be many times better than the outside world. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged, and the 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth, and fire elemental spiritual chi gathered in his dragon mouth. The raging fire spiritual chi was directly converted into vital essence after being refined by the 9 dragon bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming extended his mind and began comprehending the concept of fire. As expected, comprehending the concept of fire here was many times faster than outside. Lu Ming's understanding of the concept of fire gradually deepened. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. There were only 2 days left before the flower pond's coronation. Lu Ming finished his cultivation and walked out of the Earth Essence Cave. Look, Lu Ming is out. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Earth Essence Cave, he heard a scream. Then Lu Ming saw a large group of girls looking at him with shining eyes. Is that the champion Lu Ming? He's so handsome. Oh no, I'm tempted. What should I do? I want to marry him. At least a few hundred girls were looking at him with shining eyes. Are you kidding me? I've been cultivating for a few days. Why are there still people waiting here? Lu Ming was speechless. He moved his body and left the place, leaving behind a group of sighing girls. The imperial capital was getting more and more lively. Tens of thousands of cities in the Burning Sun Empire had sent envoys to congratulate him. Not only that, but envoys from other empires had also come. The imperial capital was filled with a joyous atmosphere. In the imperial garden of the imperial palace, 3 figures sat facing each other in a pavilion. Come, Big Stone, the 3 of us haven't drunk together for a long time. Come drink with me and 3 big bowls. Hua Qi raised a big bowl of wine and said to a tall young man. The 3 of them were Lu Ming, Hua Qi and Pang Shi. A few days ago, Pang Shi had followed the Mystic Essence Sword Sex team to the imperial capital. When Lu Ming came out of seclusion, Hua Qi pulled Lu Ming and Pang Shi to drink. Lu Ming also smiled. He and Pang Shi had not seen each other for a long time. The scene of the 3 of them drinking together in the dormitory was still vivid in his mind. Okay, I'll drink with you. Pang Shi raised the big bowl and drank it all in one gulp. He then scratched his head and said with a silly smile, I didn't expect that among the 3 of us, one of us is going to become the emperor. One of us is going to become the emperor. And one of us is going to become a world-famous emperor. I'm the only one who's still at the 9th layer martial master realm. Big Stone, don't be discouraged. Your specialty is to be steady and have a solid foundation. Your future is limitless. In the future, I might have to give up my position as the kingdom's commander-in-chief to you. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said, Haha, senior brother Lu Ming, I'm not discouraged. I'm happy for the 2 of you. When I return to the village in the future, and say that I know the 2 of you, I wonder how many people will envy me. Pang Shi smiled. Yes, right. At this moment, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a few books and jade bottles appeared on the table. Lu Ming picked up 3 books and passed them to Pang Shi, saying, Big Stone, there are 3 cultivation technique manuals here. All of them belong to the Earth level inferior grade. They are very suitable for you to cultivate. What? Earth rank martial skill manuals? Senior brother Lu Ming, these are too precious. I can't take them. Pang Shi waved his hand. Big Stone, take them. To be honest, I don't have any use for these martial skill manuals. It would be a waste to keep them. You should take them and cultivate. Lu Ming smiled. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Pang Shi accepted them. He was very grateful to Lu Ming. Lower Earth rank martial skill manuals were definitely the best in the Blazing Sun Empire. Huaqi, these are for you. Lu Ming handed the other books to Huaqi. Thank you. Huaqi did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. He knew that with Lu Ming's cultivation, these martial skill manuals were not useful to Lu Ming. Also, these elixirs can help you break through the shackles and increase your cultivation. Lu Ming pointed at the elixirs and said to the two of them. Then he divided the elixirs into 2 portions and gave one each to Huaqi and Pang Shi. Many of these elixirs were obtained from the storage rings of martial kings. They were definitely of high quality. Chapter 492. With Lu Ming's secret manuals and pills, their cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Then the two of them chatted as they drank. They drank for a few hours before dispersing. 2 days later, in front of the imperial palace, there was a spacious plaza filled with tables. Around the square, there were countless armored soldiers guarding the square, making it so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. In the middle of the plaza, there was an altar. Huaqi was wearing a dragon robe. Surrounded by civil and military officials, as well as city lords, he prayed to the heavens and ancestors, officially ascending to the throne as the Blazing Sun Empire's emperor. After the meeting, it was time for a grand banquet. The champion king and grand marshal have arrived. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu have arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the plaza. Lu Ming, Lu Yintian, and Li Ping walked in from the outside. This humble subject greets your majesty. This humble subject greets your majesty. Lu Ming, Lu Yintian, and Lu Yintian cupped their fists at Huaqi and bowed. Champion king, Uncle Lu, Auntie Lu, rise, rise. Men, give them a seat. Huaqi hurried to welcome them, helping Lu Ming, Lu Yintian, and Lu Yintian up. Then he welcomed the 3 of them and sat down next to him. It was the seat closest to him. The Mystic Essence Sword Sect Master has arrived. The Crimson Cloud Valley's Valley Master has arrived. Then Lin Shuai and Ling Patian led the 2 sects' golden-robed elders and several young elites into the plaza. Everyone first greeted Huaqi, then presented their congratulatory gifts. Then some of the smaller forces of the Blazing Sun Empire also entered the plaza to greet the new emperor and present their gifts. Bloodjiao Empire's Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord has arrived. Suddenly, a shout made the whole place quiet down. Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord? Lin Shuai, Ling Patian, and the others were shocked. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face. It was said that the Great Sun Prefecture's prefecture lord was one of the 2 kings of the Bloodjiao Empire, and he had lived for several hundred years. Outside the plaza, an old man in a sun robe walked in with dozens of elders and burly men. Great Sun Prefecture Lord Jin Yang greets the new Emperor Blazing Sun. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord led the crowd and bowed to Huaqi before shifting his gaze to Lu Ming. Great Sun Constabulary, hee. I haven't even gone to look for you and you've already delivered yourselves to me. Lu Ming slowly got up and the aura emanating from his body rose rapidly. Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The Great Sun Mansion Lord's expression changed drastically as he shouted. Oh, misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that your Great Sun Palace's 100,000 Sun Legion is attacking the Burning Sun Empire? Lu Ming sneered. Champion King, it's a misunderstanding. I was in seclusion at the time, and had no idea that such a thing had happened. It was all because my subordinates were bewitched. When I came out of seclusion and learned of this, I killed the general of the Sun Corps. I'm here today to apologize to Champion King and everyone else. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord quickly explained in an honest manner, without the dignity of a king. Everyone knew that it was all because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord wouldn't have come to congratulate Huaqi. Even if he did, he would have come to avenge the 100,000 Sun Corps. However, because of Lu Ming, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord didn't even dare to say a word about the death of the 100,000 Sun Corps. Instead, he came to apologize pitifully. After the Great Sun Prefecture's lord finished speaking, he waved his hand and boxes appeared on the ground. Inside the boxes were various spiritual weapons, elixirs, and smithing materials. Furthermore, they were all of high grades, most of them being LV4. Champion King, these are a little gift from me, please accept it. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord said with a smile. He was indeed afraid. Previously, when Lu Ming killed the kings, he was afraid that Lu Ming would attack the Great Sun Prefecture in a fit of rage. If that happened, he would be finished. He was only a first-layer martial emperor realm cultivator, thus it was unlikely that he could survive a single attack from Lu Ming. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord wore a flattering smile as he stared at Lu Ming. This caused the crowd to be astounded. In the past, the Great Sun Prefecture's lord was a legendary figure, standing high above the masses. Even if they wanted to meet him, they wouldn't be able to. Now, such a figure was behaving like a junior in front of Lu Ming, cautiously putting on a flattering smile, causing the crowd to feel strange. Some of the young cultivators were trembling in excitement, clenching their fists tightly and yelling in their hearts. This is what a real cultivator should be like in the future, so that I won't waste my life. Lu Ming did not answer immediately, but closed his eyes as if he was in deep thought. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord stared at Qin Nan without daring to utter a word. A moment later, Lu Ming opened his eyes and said, "Today is a joyous day for the Blazing Sun Empire, so I won't hold it against you. However, remember this, if you dare to offend the Blazing Sun Empire again, I will personally flatten the Great Sun Prefecture." Murderous intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes as he said the last sentence. The Great Sun Prefecture's lord and the other higher-ups broke out in cold sweat, their hearts turning cold. "Thank you, Champion King." The people of the Great Sun Prefecture cupped their fists together and expressed their gratitude. "You're a guest, have a seat." Lu Ming waved his hand and said. The people of the Great Sun Prefecture heaved a sigh of relief as if they had been granted amnesty, and sat down at the side. Jiuyi Empire's Night Moon Emperor has arrived. At that moment, a loud shout could be heard. The crowd fell into silence once again. The Night Moon Emperor of the Jiuyi Empire was a famous martial emperor expert in the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, the strongest expert in the Jiuyi Empire. Who would have thought that such a person would be here? Hua Qi, Lin Shui, and the others were overjoyed, and quickly stood up to welcome the arrival. A tall and thin middle-aged man walked in with a group of people. "Haha, Night Moon congratulates the new emperor of the Blazing Sun Prefecture, and greets the Champion King." The Night Moon Emperor bowed slightly to Hua Qi, and then solemnly bowed to Lu Ming. Everyone knew that the Night Moon Emperor had come for Lu Ming. "Night Moon Emperor, please take a seat." Lu Ming waved his hand and said, "The Patriarch of the Wuhui sect has arrived. The Grand Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect has arrived. The Jinkei King has arrived." Then, one after another, loud shouts could be heard. Everyone at the scene was shocked to the extreme, because the people who came were all overlords of the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, and they were all martial emperor experts. Every one of them was an invincible figure in the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire, and they were all legendary almighties. Most of the time, they were extremely elusive. Yet at this very moment, they were actually gathered here together. Finally, almost all the martial emperors of the 8 intermediate countries in the Imperial Cloud Mountain Range had arrived, and there were a total of 15 of them. One should know that there were no more than 20 martial emperors of the 36 countries of the Imperial Cloud Empire. It could be said that most of the martial emperors were here. At the scene, everyone from the Blazing Sun Empire was excited. This was a kind of glory, and this glory was brought by Lu Ming. Everyone knew that these experts were here for Lu Ming. A martial emperor who was less than 20 years old was too amazing, and his future was limitless. Naturally, they wanted to curry favor and befriend him as soon as possible. Chapter 493. Champion King, I think the scar on your father's face should have been left within the past 10 years. I have a portion of crystal mourning ointment here. Although it cannot heal your father's meridian injuries, it should be enough to heal this scar. The one who spoke was a white-haired old man. He was one of the retired emperors of the Cloud Desolate Empire. He was a mid-third level martial king, and was known as one of the top 3 experts of the 36 countries. At this moment, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, senior." Lu Ming was overjoyed and took it without hesitation. Although it couldn't heal Lu Yuntian's meridians, it could heal the scar on his face. Lu Ming was also very happy. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping also bowed to the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire. Haha, no need to be so polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation. The Cloud Desolate Empire's retired emperor laughed. Then everyone sat down. At this moment, almost everyone who should be here had arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Sir, you have been watching for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself?" What? When Lu Ming said this, everyone was shocked and looked towards the sky. But the sky was very clear. There was not a single cloud. How could there be anyone? Without clouds, how could anyone hide? Lu Ming couldn't have sensed wrongly, right? At this moment hee, as expected of the champion king. Becoming a king at such a young age is indeed extraordinary. You can actually sense me. A cold laugh rang out from the sky. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was a white-haired old man wearing a black robe. His face was cold. "It's you, Hell King Manor's old ghost Yu Ming." When the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire saw this old man, he roared. On the field, the other kings were also shocked. Could this old man be the strongest assassin of the Hell King Manor? The one who was as famous as the retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire? One of the top 3 experts of the 36 countries of the Cloud Desolate Empire? Yu Ming? This was a name that would make people pale. Hell King Manor was the #1 assassin organization in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. It had branches in every empire. In the Burning Sun Empire, there was also a branch of the King of Hell Mansion. It was also known as one of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Burning Sun Empire. Hell King Manor could be said to be the enemy of all the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor. Almost every powerful force had people assassinated by Hell King Manor. At this moment, Yu Ming's appearance caused many people's expressions to change. "You've been hiding in the sky, sneaking around. Do you think I don't know? If you're here to congratulate me, I'll welcome you. If not, scram." Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning as he stared at Yu Ming. "Hee, Champion King, you are indeed young and full of vigor. What a big tone." Yu Ming sneered and continued. "Lu Ming, the one who shouldn't have appeared is you. Once you appear, the balance of the 36 countries will be broken sooner or later. Therefore, it's best that you disappear from this world." "You want to kill me?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Hee, I heard that some time ago, you killed a warrior in the early 3rd level of Martial King Realm. I can only say that rumors are really powerful. Those who spread these rumors are also brainless people who don't understand the mystery of the Martial King Realm. In the Martial King Realm, a warrior who has just broken through to the Martial King Realm can't kill a warrior in the 3rd level of Martial King Realm. So many people are really stupid. How can they believe such words?" Yu Ming sneered and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Lu Ming's rise made Hell King Manor feel threatened. Now, Hell King Manor could call for wind and rain in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. Many forces were in awe of them. He was used to such a life. However, Lu Ming had appeared. Such a young king would definitely surpass him in the future. At that time, Hell King Manor would have a hard time. Therefore, he decided to kill Lu Ming before he grew up. "Then you can try," Lu Ming said. "Try, I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light suddenly burst out from Yu Ming's hand. This sword light was extremely sharp and unbelievably fast. It silently pierced towards Lu Ming's throat. Fast, too fast. It passed through a few thousand meters of the void. Yu Ming was fast, but Lu Ming was faster. Whoosh! The long spear had appeared in Lu Ming's hand out of nowhere. He stabbed the sword light with the spear. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sword light was knocked away. Whoosh! The sword light flew back to Yu Ming's hand. "Not bad," Yu Ming said faintly. "Now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming rushed up to the sky. Boom! Lu Ming didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. He directly stepped out. The 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps erupted with 3 different wills at the same time. Incomparably terrifying energy erupted and blasted towards Nether Spirit. "Break for me." With a sword cry, A sword light burst out from Yu Ming's hand. It was even stronger than before. However, this sword light collapsed under Lu Ming's foot. Under the pressure of the powerful force, Yu Ming was forced to take 5 or 6 steps back. Boom. Then Lu Ming took a second step. A force several times stronger than before suddenly burst out. So strong? Yu Ming's expression changed for the first time. He became extremely serious. His body flashed with silver light as the power of his bloodline burst out. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled as a black sword light pierced forward. As the sword light pierced out, countless ghostly shadows could be seen flickering. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion between heaven and earth. The entire imperial capital shook. Puff. In the next moment, Yu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated wildly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. He's even stronger than the rumors said. He now believed that Lu Ming had really killed an early-stage martial king realm expert. However, it was too late to believe it now, because Lu Ming had already taken his third step. The 9 dragons sky-stomping steps. 3 steps in a row, the power kept increasing. This step was as powerful as the vast ocean. It was endless and drowned Yu Ming. No. No. Yu Ming roared wildly. He burst out with all his strength, trying to rush out of the range of the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps. However, it was all in vain. As the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps landed, Yu Ming's body cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then he exploded in the air. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour Yu Ming's essence and blood. At the same time, he took off Yu Ming's storage ring. Then he waved his hand and a flame appeared, burning Yu Ming's body to ashes. Below, countless people were dumbfounded. Especially those kings. They kept gasping and felt cold all over. Their backs were wet with cold sweat. Lu Ming's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Yu Ming, who had been famous in the 36 countries of the Cloud Emperor for hundreds of years, who made countless people pale at the mention of his name, had actually been killed by Lu Ming so easily. Chapter 494. As a matter of fact, most of the martial emperors had the same thought as Yu Ming. They did not believe that Lu Ming had managed to kill a third-layer martial emperor realm cultivator, not long after he had broken through to the martial emperor realm. After all, a third-layer martial emperor was much stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. They had come to befriend Lu Ming mainly because of Lu Ming's potential. They valued his future instead of his current strength. Now they finally realized that Lu Ming's strength had reached a terrifying level. Killing Yu Ming in just a few moves meant that he was the strongest person in the 36 kingdoms of the Cloud Emperor. The Patriarch of the Great Sun Prefecture, in particular, began to tremble. Lu Ming's combat ability was beyond his imagination. If he wanted to kill him, he did not need one move. Half a move would be enough. Impressive, truly impressive. It seems like I'm getting old. The retired emperor of the Cloud Desolate Empire exclaimed as he collected his thoughts. That's right. The Champion King is truly a rare genius. In the future, he will definitely become a famous powerhouse on the continent, and his name will shake the world. Immediately, the dozen or so martial kings revealed smiles and flattered Lu Ming. Everyone else at the scene was dumbfounded. They realized that the martial emperors who used to be superior were now acting like ordinary people, flattering the stronger ones. Everyone, the problem has been solved. Please take a seat and continue drinking. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. After cultivating in the Earth Element Cave for more than 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the mid-first layer martial emperor realm. His strength had improved once again. Lu Ming was not surprised that he was able to kill Yu Ming with the third step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Immediately, the banquet continued. However, everyone was in a different mood at the feast. The people of the Blazing Sun Empire were excited. With an expert like Lu Ming in charge, the Blazing Sun Empire would surely prosper. Meanwhile, the people of the other empires were having different thoughts. The feast lasted for 5 hours before it was announced that it was over. The crowd slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Lu Yuntian, and Li Ping stayed in the imperial city for 2 days before returning to the Lu clan. On this day, Lu Ming sensed something and flew towards the Mystic Essence Sword sect. When Lu Ming arrived at the Mystic Essence Sword sect, the air above the sect was filled with the smell of blood. It was the blood cocoon formed by the golden-eyed blood zombie. It seemed that the evolution was complete. 1. The blood cocoon trembled, and the surrounding blood chi was so dense that it could not be dispersed. After a long while, the blood chi gathered toward the blood cocoon and disappeared into it. Gotcha! Then the blood cocoon cracked open, and a muscular figure walked out from it. The golden-eyed blood zombie's body was covered in a blood-red mist, and its skin had turned pale gold. Moreover, the hair on its body and the fangs in its mouth had disappeared. It looked very similar to a normal person. A terrifying aura emanated from the golden-eyed blood zombie. This was the aura of a king. The golden-eyed blood zombie had successfully evolved into a true king after absorbing the blood of 5 or 6 kings and hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Master! When the golden-eyed blood zombie saw Lu Ming, a trace of excitement flashed across its face. It bowed to Lu Ming. Golden-eyed, you can speak? Lu Ming was taken aback. Yes, I can speak as soon as I become a king. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed. As expected, it said that once a monster reaches the king level, it can speak as well. It seems that the king level is indeed a hurdle. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He took out a set of clothes and tossed it to the golden-eyed blood zombie. Put these on. Yes, master. The golden-eyed blood zombie took the clothes and put them on. Golden-eyed, follow me back to the Lu family. From now on, you'll be responsible for the safety of my parents. Lu Ming ordered. Yes. The golden-eyed blood zombie bowed. Lu Ming was overjoyed that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king. Initially, he was worried about Lu Yuntian and Li Ping's safety. Now that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king, he felt more at ease with it protecting Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. In a flash, they headed back to the Lu family. Not long after, they arrived at the Lu family. When Lu Yuntian found out that the golden-eyed blood zombie had become a king, he was shocked at first. Then he was pleasantly surprised. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In 7 days, the scars on Lu Yuntian's face had completely disappeared. Not a single trace was left behind. He had regained his former handsomeness and resembled Lu Ming by 60 to 70%. Lu Ming, Li Ping, and the rest were overjoyed. At this time, Lu Ming bade farewell to Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. It was time to return to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. After Li Ping's reminder, Lu Ming soared into the sky and left in a flash. However, he did not head to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace immediately. Instead, he went to the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial capital. This was because there was still one thing that had not been resolved. Although Lu Ming had killed Yu Ming and the King of Hell Manor, there were still some experts below. If Lu Ming left, there was no guarantee that these experts would harm Lu Ming's family. He had to deal with this scourge first. In the 36 countries of the Cloud Wilderness Empire, the one who understood the King of Hell Manor the most was undoubtedly the retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. Lu Ming's arrival shook the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial family. Naturally, he was able to meet the retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire. The retired Emperor of the Cloud Wilderness Empire was named Huang Su. When he heard that Lu Ming was going to deal with the King of Hell Manor, he was naturally overjoyed. King Champion, my Cloud Wilderness Empire has been investigating the King of Hell Manor for close to 100 years. Although the King of Hell Manor's headquarters is extremely secretive and no one knows about it, I have already known about it. In the past, I was afraid of Yu Ming's strength. That was why I did not attack the King of Hell Manor's headquarters. Now that Yu Ming is dead, it's time to get rid of this scourge. Huang Su was overjoyed. Senior Huang, there's no need for too many people. Just the 2 of us is enough. Lu Ming said. All right, I'll bring you there immediately. Huang Su said. After that, Lu Ming and Huang Su flew out of the Cloud Wilderness Empire's imperial capital and headed towards the north. The north of the Cloud Emperor mountain range was incomparably desolate. There were mountains everywhere and powerful demonic beasts roamed about. There was no empire here and not many people lived here. Lu Ming and the ruins came to the top of a wide lake. As far as I know, there's another world under this lake. The King of Hell Manor's headquarters is under this lake. Huang Su said. It's really secretive. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's go. After that, Lu Ming and Huang Su rushed into the lake. True essence covered their bodies as the two silently headed towards the bottom of the lake. The lake was very deep. The deepest part was actually 1,000 meters. At the bottom of the lake, there wasn't much silt. Most of it was smooth rocks. In the middle of the rocks, there was a 2-meter wide crack. This crack was inscribed with inscriptions, blocking the lake water, so that the lake water couldn't flow down. Obviously, the King of Hell Manor's headquarters was below. The two restrained their auras and silently passed through the inscriptions. After passing through the inscriptions, their eyes suddenly opened up. Below, there were some naturally formed underground caverns that extended in all directions and were incomparably wide. In front of them, there was a faint sound of talking. The two of them moved and moved forward. In a small cave, several Hell King Manor's assassins dressed in black robes were conversing. Chapter 495. Then, the two of them continued to go deeper and more assassins from the King of Hell Mansion were killed. Lu Ming did not show any mercy. The hands of the assassins from the King of Hell Mansion were stained with blood. They were paid to kill and many innocent people had died in their hands. Every one of them deserved to be killed. In a short while, more than 100 people had died in their hands. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Finally, someone discovered Lu Ming and the ruins. Horrified shouts could be heard in the underground cave. Boom! Boom! Since they had been discovered, there was no need for them to hide their auras. The two of them unleashed their full strength and killed their way in. No one could stop the two of them. He had to admit that the King of Hell Mansion was indeed very powerful. There were actually 6 Martial King Realm experts in this underground cave. However, the most powerful of the 6 Martial King Realm experts was only at the peak of LV2 Martial King Realm. They could not resist Lu Ming and Huang Su and were easily killed. There was a loud explosion in the underground cave, and it started to shake violently. Rumble. In the end, the entire underground cave collapsed. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 figures rushed out from the bottom of the lake and stood in the air. They were Lu Ming and Huang Su. Below them, the lake water surged. As the underground cave collapsed, it formed a huge whirlpool. The lake water flowed down and flooded the underground cave. No one from the King of Hell Mansion escaped. Haha, great. Champion King, thanks to you, we can get rid of the tumor in the Cloud Emperor mountain range. Huang Su laughed heartily. Senior Huang, you are too polite. I just did it out of convenience. By the way, I will have to trouble you to take care of the remaining branches of the King of Hell Mansion. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Hahaha, no problem. Once I return, I will summon all the countries to kill the people from the King of Hell Mansion." Huang Su laughed. "That's great. I will take my leave then." After saying that, Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. He is a genius. I wonder what heights he will reach in the future. I am looking forward to it. Huang Su muttered to himself as he looked in the direction Lu Ming had left. Lu Ming headed towards the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The distance from the Cloud Emperor mountain range to the Myriad Star City was shorter. Lu Ming only spent 3 days to return to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Then he reported his mission and returned to the Eastern Sky Courtyard. In a large hall of the Thunder Palace, the Thunder Palace Master's face was extremely gloomy as he sat on the highest chair. What's going on? It's been so long. Why aren't Chao and Changkong back yet? Also, those 5 guys didn't send me any messages either. The Thunder Palace Master muttered, feeling a little anxious. It had been so long, but Chiu Changkong and Xue Chao still hadn't come back, which gave him a bad feeling. Could it be that Lu Ming really didn't die? That's impossible. According to Su Zhong and the others, Lu Ming should be dead for sure. Even if he didn't die, he would still die when he reached the Burning Sun Empire. But why aren't Changkong and the others back yet? What happened? Damn it, I'm being watched closely by strange old Feng and the others. I can't even send people to get information. The Thunder Palace Master roared in his heart. When Su Zhong, Huang Jing, and the others returned to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, they immediately reported the matter of the Heavenly Corpse sect and the bald man attacking Lu Ming. This caused an uproar. Especially the Wind Palace Master, Fire Palace Master, and the others. They were furious, and they immediately suspected the Thunder Palace Master. However, the Thunder Palace Master naturally denied it. The other Palace Masters didn't have any evidence, so they couldn't do anything to the Thunder Palace Master. However, they sent people to keep an eye on the Thunder Palace Master to see what he would do. Therefore, during this period, the Thunder Palace Master didn't know what had happened in the Burning Sun Empire. He also didn't know that the people he sent had been killed by Lu Ming. Palace Master, Palace Master. At this moment, a young man hurriedly ran in. What's the matter? Speak. The Thunder Palace Master frowned. Palace Master Lu Ming has returned. The young man shouted. What? Lu Ming didn't die? How is that possible? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Thunder Palace Master abruptly stood up from his chair, almost roaring out loud. It's true. I saw him submitting the mission with my own eyes. He has already returned to the East Sky Yard. The young man reported. Damn it. Why isn't that little bastard dead yet? How is that possible? The Thunder Palace Master roared. According to his plan, Lu Ming should be dead for sure. Even if he had escaped from the Heavenly Corpse sect, he would still die when he returned to the Burning Sun Empire. However, Lu Ming had returned alive. Could it be that someone is secretly helping him? It's possible, very possible. Those Palace Masters and the Palace Master might have sent people to help him secretly. That must be it. The Thunder Palace Master's eyes flickered. Lu Ming, that little bastard, can't be left alive. I must find a way to get rid of him. A cold killing intent flashed across the Thunder Palace Master's eyes. At this moment, his expression changed, and a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in his hand. He scanned it with his mind. At first, he was slightly stunned, but then he was overjoyed. The Sheng family actually sent people here at this time. Good. Doesn't Lu Ming have a grudge with Sheng Wushuang? I can use this opportunity to provoke the Sheng family, and use them to kill Lu Ming. The Thunder Palace Master was overjoyed. Go welcome the Sheng family. Then the Thunder Palace Master strode out. In the west of the Myriad Star City, 5 figures were heading towards the Myriad Star City. One of them was a white-haired burly old man, while the other 4 were young people. They were all in their 20s, and there were 3 men and 1 woman. The 4 of them had one thing in common, and that was a cold and arrogant expression. At this moment, 2 figures flew out from the Myriad Star City and greeted the 5 people. One of them was Sheng Wushuang, and the other was the Thunder Palace Master. Ha, so it's Brother Xing Yao. What brings Brother Xing Yao to the east of the Tianxian domain? The Thunder Palace Master cupped his fists and laughed. Brother Zheng, I hope you've been well since we last met. I'm here for a small matter. The white-haired old man smiled. Sheng Wushuang greets Elder Xing Yao. Sheng Wushuang stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Sheng Yao looked at Sheng Wushuang, and his face turned cold. He nodded slightly in response. Sheng Wushuang. I heard that you were badly beaten up by a divine guard from the same batch. Sheng Wushuang, you're a disgrace to the Sheng family. A young man from the Sheng family mocked. That's right, Sheng Wushuang. You're really a piece of trash. You were beaten up in the east of the Tianxian domain. If you return to the central region, you're worse than trash. Another young man sneered. Chapter 496. He was furious, but he dared not say anything. In the Sheng family, he was just a side branch disciple. The young men in front of him were direct disciples of the Sheng family. They were much higher than him in terms of status and cultivation. He could not be compared to them at all. The Sheng family was the oldest family in Tianxian domain. It was also one of the 2 strongest families of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in Tianxian domain. One was the Sheng family, and the other was the Mu family. The Sheng family was located in the central region of Tianxian domain. The central region was the most fertile and vast place in Tianxian domain. It was also the place with the richest spiritual qi. The central region of the Tianxian domain was 10 times the size of the eastern region. There were countless geniuses and monstrous geniuses. It was the core of Tianxian domain. The young men in front of him were direct disciples of the Sheng family. Sheng Wushuang could not afford to offend them. Sheng Wushuang, don't worry. Although you're trash, you're still a member of the Sheng family. Even if you're a dog of the Sheng family, we'll make you pay 10 times the price. Don't worry, we'll avenge you. One of the young men smiled faintly. Sheng Wushuang's face darkened. What did they mean? Did they compare him to a dog? Lu Ming, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been humiliated like this. I won't let you off. Sheng Wushuang roared in his heart. He did not dare to offend the direct disciples of the Sheng family. He could only blame it on Lu Ming. Haha, Brother Sheng and the rest of you, let's go in and have a chat. Temple Master Lei said with a smile. All right. Sheng Yao nodded. They immediately went into Temple Master Lei. Someone had already prepared spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. They took their seats. Brother Sheng, may I know why you're here? Perhaps I can be of some help. Temple Master Lei spoke first. I'm sorry, Brother Zheng. I've been asked by the young master of Star Palace to do something. Sheng Yao said. What? The young master of Star Palace? Hearing that, both the Thunder Hall Master and Sheng Wushuang's expressions changed greatly. Sheng Xingqian was the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Sheng family. Reaching Martial King at the age of 21 had shaken the entire Tianxian domain. In the eastern region of the Tianxian domain, what is it that has caught the young master's attention? Thunder Palace Master asked. It's not a big deal. Young Master Xingqian mainly wants to find someone, and then he wants us to bring this person to the central region. Holy Glory said. Looking for someone? Young Master of Stars, who are you looking for? Thunder Palace Master asked. We don't know either. Therefore, we still need the help of the Thunder Palace Master. Holy Glory said. I will do my best. I wonder if there are any clues? The Thunder Palace Master immediately looked like he was going all out. Brother Zheng, you should know Palace Lord Mu's daughter, Miss Mulin's, right? Xing Yao asked. Palace Master Lei's expression changed once again as he said. Palace Master Mu's daughter, young Lady Mulin's? Of course I know her. Moreover, I heard that young Lady Mulin's was engaged to young Master Xingqian since she was young. The Palace Lord they were talking about was not the Palace Lord of the eastern region of the Tianxian domain, but the Palace Lord of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace's branches in the entire Tianxian domain. That's right. However, that girl Mulin's did not want to marry young Master Xingqian. She even ran away from home and hid in a remote place like the Cloud Emperor mountain range. However, she actually went back some time ago. Young Master Xingqian has already sent people to investigate. That girl Mulin's went back to ask for an invitation to the Emperor Sky Divine Guard selection on behalf of someone else. Young Master Xingqian is looking for this person. The person that Mulin's asked for an invitation is from the Burning Sun Empire of the Cloud Emperor mountain range. I heard that he has already joined the Emperor Sky Divine Guards. Sheng Yao explained once more. Hearing this, Thunder Palace Master's face was filled with joy. Brother Sheng, I know this person. His name is Lu Ming. There were 2 Emperor Sky Divine Guards from the Burning Sun Empire. Qiu Changkong was definitely not one of them. The only one left was Lu Ming. Lu Ming. Hearing this, Sheng Wushuang's expression changed drastically. What's wrong? Is this Lu Ming famous? A young man from the Sheng family asked. To be honest, this Lu Ming is an Eastern Sky Divine Guard from the Eastern Sky Divine Guard of the Tianxian domain. Moreover, he is the one who injured Sheng Wushuang. Thunder Palace Master explained. He was overjoyed. He was still thinking about how to use the Sheng family to get rid of Lu Ming. Now he realized that he did not need to do anything. The Sheng family would not let Lu Ming go. Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. Thunder Palace Master thought to himself coldly. So it's the same person. Haha, that's good. It saves us some trouble. Let me teach him a lesson. I'll destroy Lu Ming's cultivation and bring him back to the central region for young Master Xingqian to deal with. A young man with dashing eyebrows laughed. Everyone, don't underestimate Lu Ming. His combat strength is terrifying. Not long ago, he defeated a genius who had just broken through to the Martial King realm as a half-step to Martial King realm. Thunder Palace Master said. Of course, he did not mention that the Martial King who was defeated was his disciple, as it would be too embarrassing. What? A half-emperor defeated a Martial King? Sheng Yao and the 4 geniuses of the Sheng family were astounded. How is this possible? How could a half-emperor defeat a real martial king? The young man with dashing eyebrows could not believe it. It's true. Sheng Wushuang was there too. He saw it too. Thunder Palace Master said. That's right, it's true. Lu Ming's combat strength is terrifying. Sheng Wushuang said in a cold tone. A half-step king can actually defeat a king. Although he has just broken through to the king level, it is still incredible. Since that is the case, all the more we can't let him live. Sheng Kong, Sheng Wei, both of you go and destroy Lu Ming's cultivation. Then, take him down and bring him back to the central region. Sheng Yao said. Don't worry, Elder. No matter how strong Lu Ming's combat strength is, he's only a half-emperor. I've already reached the early second-layer martial king realm. And Sheng Wei's cultivation has reached the peak second-layer martial king realm. Taking down Lu Ming will be a piece of cake. Sheng Kong said confidently. Furthermore, they were all geniuses. Their combat strength was unmatched among their peers, and they could even fight those with higher cultivation levels. Lu Ming should be at the East Sky Courtyard. I'll bring you there. Sheng Wushuang immediately said. His heart trembled with excitement as soon as he imagined seeing Lu Ming being beaten like a dead dog. Lu Ming, you dared to injure me and take 30,000 peak spirit crystals from me. I'll make you pay 10 times the amount. Sheng Wushuang roared in his heart. He immediately brought Sheng Kong and Sheng Wei to the East Sky Courtyard. As soon as Lu Ming returned to the East Sky Courtyard, he sat down cross-legged and thought about the direction of his cultivation. My thunder intent is progressing rapidly. It's almost at the middle stage of lesser success. However, my wind-fire intent is progressing too slowly. I need to speed it up. Chapter 497. It's still too slow for me to improve these 2 essences quickly, even in the Enlightenment Palace. Only ultimacy crystals can help me improve these 2 essences quickly. But it's not realistic to buy a large amount of ultimacy crystals. Let's go to the mystical treasure house later. Ultimacy crystals were consumables that had miraculous effects on the comprehension of essences. It was too difficult to buy them, because everyone needed them and they would not save up. Once they bought them, they would use them up. It might be possible to buy a small amount, but it would be difficult to buy a large amount. The supreme spiritual crystals I have now should be enough for me to break through to LV2 Martial King realm. During this period of time, Lu Ming had obtained the storage ring of the bald burly man, and the storage rings of the 6 kings, including Xue Chao, during the battle at the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. He had obtained a lot of supreme spiritual crystals. Now Lu Ming had another 150,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals. The most important thing in the Martial King realm was to comprehend the essences of heaven and earth. Only when the essences of heaven and earth had a breakthrough could one's cultivation break through. Once the essences of heaven and earth had a breakthrough, it would be much easier to improve one's cultivation. As long as one had enough resources and refined enough energy, they could break through their cultivation. Supreme spiritual crystals were undoubtedly the most suitable for this. Lu Ming had an advantage, which was the 9 dragons bloodline. The speed at which he refined the supreme spiritual crystals was dozens or even hundreds of times faster than others. Now let's improve my cultivation first. Lu Ming's thunder essence had already reached the initial success of level 1 essence. In other words, as long as Lu Ming had enough resources, he could break through to LV4 Martial King realm without any bottlenecks. Lu Ming waved his hands and 10,000 pieces of supreme-grade spirit crystals appeared. Explode. Lu Ming's genuine essence spread out, and the 10,000 supreme spiritual crystals exploded. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the courtyard was extremely dense. Devour. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and inhaled. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was swallowed by the 9 dragons' bloodline like water. The 9 dragons' bloodline began to refine rapidly. Even supreme spiritual crystals had impurities and required time to refine. At most, one could refine a few dozen or 100 spiritual crystals. However, Lu Ming refined tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit crystals at the same time at a terrifying speed. If others saw this, they would be scared to death. Huff huff, the 9 dragons' bloodline seemed to be breathing. With each breath, an incomparably pure energy would flow into Lu Ming's body. being absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation rose rapidly, approaching the late stage of LV1 Martial King realm. Soon, 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals were refined. Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals and began to refine them. When Lu Ming refined 30,000 spirit crystals, Lu Ming's body shook and a dragon's roar could be heard. He had broken through to the late stage of Martial King realm. My God, it took me 30,000 top-grade spiritual crystals to reach the late stage of the first layer Martial Emperor realm from the middle stage of the first layer Martial Emperor realm. That's too much of a consumption of top-grade spiritual crystals. I still have 120,000 top-grade spiritual crystals left. I guess I can only reach the early stage of the second layer Martial Emperor realm at most. Lu Ming was speechless at the consumption of spiritual crystals. This consumption was too terrifying. How could ordinary people afford it? It doesn't matter. No matter how much resources I consume, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Afterward, Lu Ming took out another 10,000 supreme-grade spirit crystals, exploded them, and began to devour and refine them. At this moment, Sheng Wushuang, Sheng Kong, and Sheng Wei arrived outside the East Sky Courtyard. Brothers, this is the East Sky Courtyard where Lu Ming lives. Lu Ming has just returned and should be inside. However, there is an inscription array outside the courtyard. Sheng Wushuang showed a flattering smile as he spoke to Sheng Kong and Sheng Wei. In the Sheng family, the difference between the status of a direct descendant and a branch descendant was too great. The Sheng family had been in the Tianxian domain for too long, and had countless branch descendants. Many of them were no different from servants. Although Sheng Wushuang was extremely talented, he was nothing in the eyes of the Sheng family's direct descendant. Sheng Kong nodded slightly and said, "So what if there is an inscription array? Just blast it out." Having said that, Sheng Kong thrust out his palm. Between heaven and earth, the spiritual qi of the earth gathered in a frenzy, forming a large yellow hand. The hand was the size of a small mountain as it directly slammed down on the East Sky Courtyard. Buzz. The East Sky Courtyard flickered with light as inscriptions appeared, forming a light screen. Boom. The yellow hand slammed into the light screen. Although it didn't shatter the light screen, it still caused the East Sky Courtyard to violently shake. At this moment, Lu Ming was in the middle of refining the spiritual qi of the spiritual crystals, when the entire courtyard shook violently as if it was about to explode. This was too sudden. Lu Ming was shocked. In his shock, the vital essence in his body involuntarily went on a rampage. PFFF. Lu Ming's face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, who is it? How dare they attack the East Sky Courtyard? Lu Ming roared inwardly, and then circulated the True Dragon battle art to stabilize his chaotic True Yuan. Outside, Sheng Kong's palm shook the entire mountain. One figure after another flew up into the sky. Who is it? How dare they attack the East Sky Courtyard? This is a violation of the rules. Look, that's Sheng Wushuang. Who is that person with him? The others burst into discussion. Who is it? How dare they attack the courtyard of another Empyrean Divine Guard? This is a violation of the rules. Follow me to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. A deacon flew over angrily and berated loudly. You're the one who's bold. The Sheng family's direct descendant is here to handle matters. Get lost. Sheng Kong shouted and then waved his hand. A purple gold jade token flew out and rapidly expanded. It flashed with light and two golden words were engraved in the middle. Sheng Tian. The Sheng family's Sheng Tian token. The deacon's expression changed drastically. In the Sheng family, only the direct descendants of the Sheng family had the Sheng Tian token. Moreover, only the most outstanding of the Sheng family's direct descendants had it. It represented their status. The scene was in an uproar. A direct descendant of the Sheng family had appeared here? Was he here to stand up for Sheng Wushuang? How could Sheng Wushuang be so capable to invite a direct descendant of the Sheng family? Now get lost. Sheng Kong shouted. The deacon squeezed out an ugly smile. He glanced at the East Sky Courtyard, clenched his teeth, and turned to leave. The rules were useful for ordinary people, but the Sheng family was one of the two strongest families of the Empyrean Divine Palace in the Tianxian region. Continue. Let's see if you can come out or not. Sheng Kong sent out another palm, and a huge palm smashed down on the East Sky courtyard, causing it to shake violently. Within the East Sky courtyard, killing intent exploded from Lu Ming's eyes. He immediately focused on stabilizing his true yuan. Boom. Boom. Sheng Kong's palms were constantly smashing down. The Eastern Sky Monastery was like a small boat in a storm, constantly shaking. Lu Ming is done for. Sheng Wushuang actually managed to invite a direct descendant of the Sheng family. Look at their auras. They're unfathomable. They're definitely not ordinary kings. The way I see it, there's definitely something else. Just Sheng Wushuang alone wouldn't make a direct descendant of the Sheng family come so far to cause trouble for Lu Ming. Chapter 498. Sheng Kong sent out 9 palms in a row. Just as he was about to send out the 10th palm, a roar came from the Eastern Sky Monastery. A crack appeared in the barrier, and a figure charged out. It's Lu Ming. He's charged out. Foolish, truly foolish. The Eastern Sky Monastery's grand formation can't be broken. If I were Lu Ming, I would hide in the Eastern Sky Monastery. That way they wouldn't be able to do anything. Charging out now is just courting death. Lu Ming is young and full of vigor and talent. Now that he is being bullied, of course he can't hold it in. It's a pity that his opponent this time is a direct descendant of the Sheng family, a powerful king. Xueqiao can't be compared to him at all. Standing in the void, Lu Ming spotted Sheng Wushuang, Sheng Kong, and Sheng Wei at a glance. Sheng Wushuang, it's you again. You're courting death. Roared Lu Ming, his eyes emitting icy killing intent. Haha Lu Ming, don't be so arrogant. This time the one to die is you. Sneered Sheng Wushuang without the slightest fear. Sheng Kong stepped forward, arrogantly looking at Lu Ming. So you're Lu Ming. Very good. I thought you would be like a coward hiding inside. Since you've come out, then cripple your own cultivation, and follow me to the central region of the Tianxian region. Sheng Kong clasped his hands behind his back, speaking in a commanding tone. Lu Ming looked at Sheng Kong like he was looking at an idiot. Who was this fellow? Did he have a problem with his head? As soon as he came out, he told Lu Ming to cripple his own cultivation and follow him. Who did he think he was? And so Lu Ming indifferently said, Where did this wild dog come from? Why are you barking in front of my door? Do you want to be my guard dog? What? What did you say? As soon as Lu Ming said that, Sheng Kong was stunned. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner? Bastard, do you know who I am? Listen carefully. I'm a member of the Sheng family, a direct descendant of the Sheng family. Now kneel down and admit your mistake, slap yourself 100 times, and cripple your own cultivation. Sheng Kong shouted. What bullshit Sheng family? I've never heard of it. Just now, it was you who attacked the Eastern Sky Monastery, right? Very well, you attacked me with 9 palms just now. I will slap you 9 times before you can leave. Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Lu Ming's arrogance knew no bounds. To think that he would be so arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the Saint family. This was practically courting death. Even without the name of the sacred clan, the other party was still a powerful martial king. Lu Ming was simply courting death. However, they didn't know that Lu Ming had never heard of the Holy Clan. Moreover, with Lu Ming's character, even if he knew, he would still have the same attitude. Sheng Kong, Sheng Wei, and the others were also dumbfounded. Especially Sheng Kong, whose face was flushed red and his body was emitting an extremely strong killing intent. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He glared at Lu Ming and shouted, Little bastard, you're courting death. You're courting death. No one can save you. Boom. A tsunami-like aura burst out from Sheng Kong's body. A terrifying pressure spread out for 10 miles. What a strong aura. That's a second-level martial king. Who is it? Who dares to attack the residents of the Dtian Divine Guards? Figures rushed out from a mountain in the distance. Those who lived in the mountain were the previous generation of Dtian Divine Guards. Many of them had even broken through to the martial king realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! These Dtian Divine Guards also flew over. When they found out that it was a direct descendant of the Sheng family, they were all shocked. No one dared to interfere. Now kneel down. Sheng Kong roared and took a step forward. With a wave of his palm, a huge khaki-colored palm pressed down on Lu Ming. How strong! That's a second-level martial king. His strength is definitely at the top among the second-level martial kings. He's a peerless genius. Lu Ming is done for. This person is more than 10 times stronger than Xue Chao. As soon as Sheng Kong attacked, various thoughts flashed through the minds of the people around him. What's there to be proud of with a mere second-level martial king? Just as the giant yellow palm was about to hit Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Then Lu Ming threw a punch and the huge khaki-colored palm exploded as though it was made of tofu. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of Sheng Kong in a flash. Sheng Kong had never imagined that Lu Ming would be able to break his attack so easily and appear before him so quickly. According to Palace Master Lei and Sheng Wushuang, wasn't Lu Ming just a half-step martial king 2 months ago? How could a half-step martial king be so strong? Therefore, it was too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming raised his hand and threw out a slap. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap could be heard from afar. Sheng Kong was slapped so hard that he spun more than 10 rounds on the spot. He then looked at Lu Ming with a dumbstruck expression. He was completely dumbfounded. The others were dumbfounded too. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Sheng Kong. Lu Ming had slapped Sheng Kong. How did he do it? Sheng Kong's aura had reached the second-level martial king realm. Everyone thought they were dreaming. First slap, 8 more to go. The crowd only woke up when Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Hiss, then, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Martial king, martial king. To be able to break Sheng Kong's attack and slap him, he was definitely a martial king. Lu Ming had reached the martial king realm. How was this possible? Wasn't this speed too fast? Not long ago, when Lu Ming had challenged Xue Chao, he was only a half-step martial king. In less than 2 months, Lu Ming had reached the martial king realm. He was simply a monster. One should know that even peerless geniuses had to stay in the half-step martial king realm for a period of time. The shortest was a year, and the longest was several years before they could break through to the martial king realm. Moreover, the success rate was not high. Now Lu Ming had achieved the emperor realm in just a few months' time. Furthermore, he had slapped a second-layer martial emperor realm genius in the face. This was unbelievable. Sheng Wushuang was so shocked that his eyes were about to explode. His body was trembling violently. A few months ago, his words of reprimanding Lu Ming were still vivid in his mind. Now, Lu Ming had completely left him in the dust. HHHH, you're courting death, you're courting death. Sheng Kong finally reacted and let out a frenzied cry. Pa! Lu Ming waved his hand and slapped Sheng Kong's face again. Sheng Kong's cry came to an abrupt stop as his body was sent flying into the distance. Courting death. On the side, Sheng Wei let out a furious roar as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Around his body, wisps of crimson flames filled the air as a blazing aura spread out, burning the space until it was distorted. The aura of a second-level martial king. Fiery dragon fist. Sheng Wei roared and threw a punch. A flaming dragon pounced toward Lu Ming, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its power was terrifying. Even an early-stage third-level martial king would not dare to take this attack head-on. Without a doubt, Sheng Wei was a peerless genius. Even at the martial king realm, he was able to fight those above his level. True Dragon Strike. The demon-suppressing spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He thrust out the spear and a 3-colored dragon danced in the air. Chapter 499. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion, and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the area. In the end, the fiery dragon was no match for the dragon. It exploded and disappeared into thin air. Roar. Although the tricolor dragon had shrunk significantly, it still charged toward Sheng Wei. Sheng Wei's body shook violently as he retreated frantically. There was dead silence at the scene. Lu Ming was too powerful. Not only had he broken through to the martial king realm, but Sheng Wei, who was at the peak of LV2 martial king realm, was no match for him. This was unbelievable. Boom. Lu Ming strode forward and waved his hand. A huge palm print shrouded Sheng Kong. Let's attack together. Sheng Kong roared. On the other side, Sheng Wei had also recovered his breath. He unleashed his full strength and charged toward Lu Ming. The combined power of the two was extremely terrifying. However, it was all in vain. Boom. Boom. After a few explosions, Sheng Wei coughed out blood and retreated like a cannonball. Then there was another crisp slap. Lu Ming had slapped Shen Kong's face again. The third slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Die, die, you little bastard. I want you to die without a burial place. Shen Kong roared like a madman. He was about to lose his mind. Who was he? He was a direct descendant of the Sheng family and a peerless genius. He had grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Who dared to treat him like this? Right now he had been slapped 3 times by Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was simply more unbearable than death. You talk too much. Fight. Lu Ming moved and charged toward Shen Kong again. Shen Kong roared in anger and attacked Lu Ming like a madman. However, it was useless. Slap. He was slapped hard on the face again. It was crisp and clear. The 4th slap. Lu Ming's calm voice was heard again. Ah! Shen Kong roared wildly. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The others felt a chill in their gums. It was as if they had been slapped in the face. Lu Ming, quickly release Shen Kong. Do you know that you've already caused a disaster? Sheng Wei roared from the side. His face was filled with shock, and he didn't dare to help. What a joke. I just gave him a few slaps, and it's a disaster? Just now he attacked the Eastern Sky Monastery. Why don't you say he caused a calamity? Lu Ming sneered and chided. Lu Ming, do you know that we are direct descendants of the Sheng family? We are different from you. Sheng Wei roared, especially the direct descendants of the Sheng family. What bullshit direct descendant of the Holy Family? In my eyes he's worthless. Pa. As soon as Lu Ming said that, Lu Ming slapped Shen Kong's face again. The 5th slap. Pa. The 6th slap. The 7th slap. The applause continued. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded as they stared blankly at the scene. Especially Sheng Wushuang. His face was completely drained of blood, and his body was trembling from fear. At this moment, Shen Kong's face was swollen like a pig's head. His meridians were sealed, and he had lost all ability to resist. Stop! When Lu Ming finished his 8th slap, and was about to deliver his 9th slap, an earth-shaking roar came from afar. Haha, Lu Ming, you're dead for sure. Why haven't you released Shen Kong yet? Sheng Wei was overjoyed when he heard that voice. That voice belonged to Elder Xing Yao. Lu Ming frowned, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. His palm didn't stop as he delivered his 9th slap. Pa. Shen Kong was sent flying by the impact. How dare you? You're courting death. That voice rang out again, filled with rage and incomparably cold killing intent. Shua. Shua. 2 figures appeared at the scene. One was the Thunder Hall Master, and the other was the Sheng family's elder, Sheng Yao. At this moment, their eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. Damn it, that little bastard Lu Ming has broken through to the martial king realm, and his battle strength is so strong. Chao Changkong and the others must be in deep trouble. The Thunder Hall Master roared in his heart. Previously, he had thought that someone was helping Lu Ming, but now it was proven that Lu Ming didn't need anyone's help. The experts he had sent were no match for Lu Ming. He had already tried his best to overestimate Lu Ming. He had set up a series of traps and even sent a 3rd-level Martial King and 4 2nd-level Martial King experts to deal with Lu Ming, a half-step king. This was simply a trap that was impossible to fail, but it had failed. Little bastard, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Xing Yao stared coldly at Lu Ming. Didn't I stop? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, do you know who this is? This is the Sheng family's elder. You dare to quibble in front of the Sheng family's elder? You're courting death. Furthermore, you dared to injure the Sheng family's elites. You've already committed a great crime. Why don't you kneel down and cripple your own cultivation, and admit your guilt? The Thunder Hall Master berated. Admit my guilt? Hee, that guy attacked the East Sky Courtyard without any reason. According to the rules, he should be punished. I only retaliated. What crime am I guilty of? Lu Ming replied indifferently without any fear. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How can a lowly life be compared to the Sheng family's direct descendant? Kneel down and admit your guilt. The Thunder Hall Master yelled. I'll kneel down to your mother. Old man, if you treat yourself as a dog, don't treat others as dogs. If you want to kneel down and lick the Sheng family's elders' feet, go back and slowly kneel down. Lu Ming yelled. He was originally filled with killing intent towards the Thunder Hall Master. Now that the Thunder Hall Master was calling him a little bastard and asking him to kneel down and admit his guilt, Lu Ming was infuriated. He didn't give him any face. The other Empyrean Divine Guards were dumbfounded. This Lu Ming was simply too daring. He actually dared to curse the Thunder Hall Master in front of so many people. As expected, the Thunder Hall Master's face flushed red. His body trembled with rage. He pointed at Lu Ming and roared. Disgraceful! Disgraceful! Brother Zheng, why waste words with him? Take him down and cripple his cultivation. Xing Yao coldly shouted. He raised his hand, and a terrifying concept of fire erupted. It formed a giant flaming hand that grabbed at Lu Ming. The world was scorching hot. They were both using the concept of fire, but Sheng Wei was trash when compared to Sheng Yao. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was simply no way to compare them. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could feel a terrifying aura of death approaching him. This aura was too strong. It wasn't something he could resist. The difference was too great. Let's go. The Divine Guard token glowed. Behind Lu Ming, the East Sky Courtyard's protective light screen cracked open. Lu Ming directly rushed in. Then the light screen reformed. Hide. Is it useful to hide in there? Break for me. Sheng Yao coldly shouted. Boom. The giant flaming hand slammed into the East Sky Courtyard's light screen. The light screen shook violently. The entire mountain shook violently as if it was about to explode. But in the end, the light screen still managed to block this attack. Again.